is 105.3 The Fan.
Go low, baby.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
No timeouts left. Here's the snap. Williams looking left. Williams looking right. Williams U-turns, gets away from Huff. Still looking, backpedaling, throws, and it is incomplete. The ball game is over, and the 49ers have won it. They come spilling onto the field. What an effort. And the 49ers are one game away from the 1 seed in the NFC.
Good morning, Metroplex. That is the way we start off the live Monday edition of Sean and RJ with you right here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Happy holidays. Hopefully, you're getting out the cobwebs, heading back into the office, work, or the treadmill this morning. My name is Sean Sharif, alongside Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. Choppy is out this week on vacay. We got Peyton. We kind of have Aiden as...
Sort of. He's pulling a half shift. Yeah, forever, I guess.
Yes, until we get other replacements up in here. Aiden's value has gone up. It'll be me and Roberto throughout the week with you on DFW Sports Station. 42-38, an instant classic back and forth last night as San Fran beats the Bears.
Yeah, we had, and I know we'll get into the whole slate, but it was really like a perfect close to the Sunday, where you got the Philly and Buffalo game being like this defensive battle and everything's a struggle. And then you get the Chicago-San Francisco game, which is just feels like one of those, Bills-Chiefs games from a couple of years ago where it's just trading blows and going back and forth. And then you get the final play there where I know Collinsworth was talking about it afterwards about and this guy was open way in the corner there. I'm like, what do you want him to do?
DJ Moore.
Yeah, or like when you had Loveland going across the back of the end zone and they're like, see, he had him right here. I'm like, if he throws that ball, it's getting picked by the defender who's dropping. But it was great defense from the 49ers on that last possession or on that last play. But I came away from it. With them losing even, I came away from that feeling better about who Chicago is than I had previously.
Yeah, because we both kind of question both teams, you specifically on San Francisco, saying they just don't feel dangerous. They just don't feel like that threat. Then all of a sudden, Pepe, you wouldn't know this after you got eliminated in fantasy like I did against Zach Wolchuk. If you get Brock Purdy on your fantasy team, then all of a sudden, he may go ahead and take you to the championship that was won yesterday. Let us know how it turned out in your league on the Franklin Franco text line at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053, as Brock Purdy went nuts again with 5 total touchdowns, and Caleb Williams was sitting there and matching him. I had way too much fun watching Kyle Shanahan and Ben Johnson during the drives and after every drive look back on that sheet like, okay, am I out of scoring plays here?
Yeah, no, it was, and it's so funny too because for the last couple of years we've had this push from all right, it's the Shanahan McVay tree. These are the offensive geniuses. These are the guys who push it. Ben Johnson doesn't come from that. Ben Johnson is the one guy who's kind of propped up in this era as an offensive mastermind who doesn't come from that sort of line of thinking and that sort of philosophy. And so being able to see those two really match each other and continue to because that was just such a fun game, from a design standpoint, some of the stuff that you saw. And so, the most exciting thing to me about that is, like you talking about the two geniuses going back and forth, but also okay, that's what Caleb Williams is supposed to look like. When they tell you who Caleb Williams was supposed to be and you watch him go out there and play, it's all right, that's the guy. That's the guy who's supposed to be super excited and supposed to be baby Mahomes. That's him.
So San Fran and Chicago now as legitimate playoff threats are what in your mind after we've kind of poo-pooed them throughout the season?
Yeah, I can't.
San Fran's here playing for the 1.
So San Fran, my hesitation with San Fran is just more than anything, it doesn't make sense. Because of how banged up they've been and all the talent that they've lost.
And this is where my Cowboys lens, unfortunately, go on. I get out my Cowboys goggles at this point in time every year as a lifeless, sorry, depressed football fan. And I'm looking at San Francisco without Fred Warner, who's, to me, an absolute no doubt future Hall of Famer. Mm-hmm. Without Nick Bosa, Purdy missed 6 games. Pearsall has done nothing. That's my fantasy team. He missed 7 games with a PCL. Kittle was out for weeks and last night. And then Brandon Ayuk has completely disappeared. They lose Deebo Samuel, and look what they do compared to what happens with the Cowboys when they lose some players.
Yeah. I mean, and this is historically, now they had, I'm trying to remember what it was. It was like 5 years ago or something where they were like the most injury-riddled team in the NFL.
In a tougher division.
Yeah, and so they were an easy bounce-back candidate. I think it was the year they beat them in the playoffs, I think, 21. So 2020, the year before, they were really down because of all the injuries and different things that they sustained. But this year, they've done such a good job at weathering the storm. And if you look at their schedule, they've got some of the better victories in the NFL this year. They've beaten the Seahawks and the Rams on the road this year. They get that victory over the Bears last night. They thumped the Colts. So I know the Colts aren't the same as what we thought, but they thumped the Colts on the road last week. And then when you look at the games they've lost this year, it's all to like borderline playoff teams or playoff teams. It's the Jaguars. They lost to the Bucs. They lost to the Texans. They split with the Rams. But they've put up such an impressive resume that I guess I just have to start believing in the guys they're running out there. I have to start believing in Tongas and stuff. Like, okay, those guys are legit. With the Bears, it's more like sort of the feeling of with Kansas City last year, where it's like you keep winning games by such narrow margins that history has told us it's not possible for you to keep doing it. And so that's the only thing that gives me hesitation. So the Bears, I believe in their personnel. I don't believe in the results they've given. The 49ers, I don't believe in their personnel, but I believe in, like, I guess the victories that they've thrown out there are super impressive.
First time in NFL history that a regular season game has been tied at these points in the game. 7-7, 14-14, 21-21, 28-28, and 35-35.
How's that never happened before? That feels like that should have happened at some point in time.
A lot of matching.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of back and forth, but like it feels like it should have been one of those like Colts-Chiefs games from 20 years ago when they had like Priest Holmes. But I mean, that was a really impressive performance from Brock Purdy. It was a really impressive coaching display.
And he had a pick six his first play.
Yeah, and I mean, that was the fact that the defense came and like stood things up on that last drive. I mean, Chicago got in a position. Caleb gets that spike and gets that last playoff, but
yeah, there's not much to credit defensively.
No. Other than you covered when it counted on that last one. It's like Purdy said. I mean, how many times have we in the post-game interview? How many times have we said what Purdy was saying? Like, we were just thinking, get one stop. Like, just get one. And that's the position Dallas has been in all year, is just get one stop, and they usually can't. And this was an instance where San Francisco went ahead and did it.
And then, of course, more Cowboy goggle as we have to see that the Bears, in their first year without Matt Eberflus, lead the league with 32 takeaways and 22 interceptions. And then Collinsworth, besides slobbering over Pat Mahomes, who's not playing in the game yesterday, is sitting there going into this Al Harris soliloquy. So, Matt Eberflus gone, Al Harris there, pick six, first play.
It's just it's miraculous what coaching and adjusting to things can do for you.
What's your point?
You and we'll talk about this during post hut, but they've got Matt Eberflus is so dedicated to what he believes, like he's going to go down with his ship. Like schematically, the schematic ship he has, he's going to go down with it, and there's going to be no adjustment. Al Harris is somebody who has adjusted to certain things over time. You hear feedback about. You saw Dan Quinn got here and adjusted over time and these different things. And I was just flipping through, and I know I was kind of trolling, but people were getting, I know, me, Stunny, they were getting worked up about it, a couple people who I didn't realize there was still a Matt Eberflus wing of defense that existed on Twitter.
I killed off the Diggs defenders. I didn't hear from any of those schmucks yesterday.
They've crawled over to the Eberflus corpse, and they're trying to hold on there. But you've got, if you look at when we ask the question, like, which of the Cowboys defenders have had a better year this year? And it's like, well, the ones who have had better years this year are DeMarcus Lawrence, Jordan Lewis, Nashawn Wright in Chicago, Micah, like all those guys who were here last year who are not here this year. It's all the guys who are under different coaching this year are having better years. And you look at different things. I popped up, I was looking at the leaders. Leader in passes defense this year. It's Michael Jackson. the Panthers corner who was here in Dallas. And, I mean, hasn't been here for a couple years, but it's just when you look over the defensive leaders across the NFL, it's riddled with a bunch of former Cowboys.
Over to the NFC East during the Monday edition of Sean and RJ with a 6 a.m. club.
Allen puts a man in motion. Allen looks. He's back. He's firing, and it is incomplete. The Eagles win. The Eagles win. Now there's 5 seconds on the clock, but the Eagles are going to win. He threw a pass for Shakir, and it wasn't even close.
Eagles radio with the call, and he's right at the end. Josh Allen with a terrible miss of Shakir in the back of the end zone on the 2-point conversion after the Bills were shut out in the first half of this game. This is the game that we all penned in. The Cowboys getting that Buffalo. Now, lack of pressure on Philadelphia. Cowboys are nowhere close in the rear view, but we all said, okay, they're going to lose the Buffalo game. Now we just need some help elsewhere. 13-12, filthy.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about, the idea of if you won out, you'd be 11-5-1. Well, I mean, you did not get the help because Philly's 11-5 now. And so they'd just be looking at next week. Philly's still in control of their own destiny no matter what, which I guess makes it a little bit easier to swallow. What's gone on with Dallas down the stretch is like, well, if you would have won, you'd still be sitting here anyway, not in the playoffs.
Yes.
And yesterday, I don't think I would have been able to stomach watching the Josh Allen throw on the 2-point conversion if they were in that position. And
Jalen Carter with the block that makes the 2-point conversion. It wasn't necessary because you could have gone into overtime, but otherwise the extra point wins it.
Yeah, he gets the block on that. And this stood out yesterday. First off, did you like the 2-point conversion call?
Yeah. It felt like Philly. I mean, Philly was the better team throughout.
Yeah.
Buffalo's offense. I mean, Vic Fangio, I tweeted, kicked Joe Brady's ass all night long, and Josh Allen got his ass kicked too.
I just felt like it was one of those things where Philly didn't strike me as though they were about to score at all in the second half. So I felt like, all right.
You mean the 0 passing yards didn't inspire confidence?
0 passing yards and 1 first down in the entire second half for Philadelphia. And so I just felt like you can get another stop. Just get one more. You can get back out there. You're at home.
Yeah.
But I mean, I can't kill it either because I think there is something to be said about just end it now. Like stop taking chances. But Philly yesterday, that's as physical a game as I've seen any defense play. Like they went in there like that's whenever you talk about you got to preach physicality and you want to come out and you want to sit. That was Philly's defense yesterday. They were hitting people.
Them white boys.
They have Reed Blankenship and Cooper DeJean come flying in there, man. They will hit.
The commentators couldn't keep them straight.
I know it was right after the DeJean fumble that didn't end up being a fumble, and then Blankenship makes the hit and they go DeJean, no Blankenship.
Yeah.
But it's
who's dating Nikki Bella? That one.
It didn't count, but the play before that DeJean fumble, the fact that he just muscles an offensive line out of the offensive lineman, he just shoved him like they're going for the fumble. He stops to shove him out of the way and then drop on the football, and it's like that's just a different energy that doesn't exist for most defenses in the NFL.
It was a shot on James Cook where the ground forced the fumble, but Cook ended up upside down just on his head.
And there was a 3-play sequence there. That was part of it. It was that play. Then it was the Jalen Carter just destroying Josh Allen on a sack. And then it was the Blankenship coming in there and rocking their world. And it just felt almost Buddy Ryan-like, the way they were hitting yesterday.
So the New England Patriots with the Buffalo loss win the AFC East, and Filthy still has a shot at the number 2 seed. The way things are set up, the script writers breaking it out for the final week 18 of the regular season, 49ers versus the Seahawks. The winner gets the number 1 seed. The loser drops to the 5 or 6. Broncos, Patriots, Jacksonville in a race for the number 1 in the AFC. Panthers versus Bucks. The winner gets the NFC number 4 spot. Ravens, Steelers, Sunday night. Winner gets the AFC number 4 seed.
The best point differential in that NFC South is the Buccaneers at -33. It's the NFC South and the AFC North are this year's like James Madison and Tulane berths in the playoffs where you're just like, none of you deserve to be here.
877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 is the Franklin LaFranco Injury Attorney text line to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. We will take you inside the Star because there's always some Cowboy topics taking place. Do we finally have Bobby on board and Brian Schottenheimer? that Dak Prescott is getting shut down. Inside the Star on the home of the Cowboys after this. And this is Frankel and Franco. You had a fantastic holiday except for one thing. The drunk drivers were out, and you know they're going to be out on New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. You need Mark, Scott, and Gene voted the best person.
to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here at 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
We take you inside with our Cowboys insider Bobby Bell. Choppy is out this week. I'm Sean Shreve. Happy holidays to you and a happy new year to come, hopefully. We got Peyton and Aiden running things on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And this sucks. This sucks having your team out of it this early. I'm a lifeless football fan.
Yeah, move on.
Nah, yeah, well, I wish you would move on to next season. I really wish you would move on. But join me on the Fan Text. It's not the best thing to talk about radio-wise. Broadus will call me every week. So what do you think? What do you think the gauge of the fan base is? Are they out? Are they still going to stick around? And I'm rooting for relevance. I'm rooting for playoff scenarios that I get to keep track of versus being a loser, which is what I am as a football fan when your team is out of it, just rooting for a draft pick to move up here and there or a team I don't like to lose. And I was a dead body watching this stupid win over the Commanders that also cost me $50 on Underdog because I lost by a half a point.
This is
sucks.
This is the first time in your DFW run, isn't it, that it's back-to-back years they're out before the final week of the season? I think it is, because they've only had a handful of years where they've even been out heading into the final week.
The Gary years, it felt like the final game was like the equivalent of NFC East Championship.
It was like a play-in game.
Yeah.
It was like they were Team 65 or whatever. But then it was, really it was last year. It was 2020. And it was 2015 where they were like definitely out of it going into the final week of the season, and maybe 2017 as well. But either way, that's still not back-to-back years. So it's a little unprecedented. And
even the Thursday night games, Saturday night games, especially when you don't have quarterbacks playing, I'm like, who cares? I don't care. I'm not looking at seeding. I'm not looking at scenarios. Yesterday, I did not have excitement. I'm like, all right, I got to get through these games from 12 p.m. to 10 p.m. at night. Fortunately, last night was a thriller with San Francisco and Chicago, but the afternoon games, just having two of them, and then it sucks.
Where did you? So, like you said there, you were saying you didn't enjoy the win over the Commanders. How did you find yourself watching it? Did you watch it feeling like this is a preseason game?
Yeah.
Like the way Choppy feels about the NFL slate every week, I guess, is the way he talks about his email. But
yes,
because we were talking about it on Friday.
It pissed me off that Dak put on that Santa jacket afterwards. It ticked me off. And they're eating the little, turducken type tradition everyone's trying to do with their ribeyes or their steaks that they're cooking. I'm not mad at Dak, right? You're in the moment, you won the game, blah blah blah. But it just rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, it was the first game. I was saying to Choppy on Friday, it's like the first game I've watched this year. Even the Chargers game, they were already eliminated. But watching the Chargers game, I didn't even have, I don't know if it's because the Chargers are still playing for something that it felt a little more like a real football game. This was the first one that I watched where I was like, nothing about the outcome. I'm not watching any of this game caring really about the outcome. I'm watching it the way I would watch a preseason game in terms of I'm seeing, well, how are they attacking this? How is this guy looking? Is this guy improving? I was watching it for individual people the way I would a preseason game. And that was a little sobering when you were watching. Although there was a little bit of a, man, it might be worth the final nail in Eberflus's coffin if they just defensively cough this up at the very end. And they tried.
And I feel like, I can't believe I'm saying this, the one person who is my kindred spirit right now with his mood and lack of optimism is Jerry. As Jerry came on Friday with Will and Alec getting some very valuable holiday reps, by the way, on all these different shows. And there's Will going into real estate, and then the next second back interviewing Jerry Jones. And he'll be in Friday with Roberto right here on this show. Good to have Will back.
He's not in real estate anymore.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I said a second. The second was his real estate career. The next second, that 1 second I referred to was the actual real estate career from Will. But Jerry was on there basically saying, I don't want to get it twisted. I'm not doing backflips over this win.
Yeah, he's happy to win a football game. And there's still that joy of like, yeah, we were better this week or whatever. Like he still had that sense, but yeah, he made sure to circle back and go, by the way, I don't want anybody to interpret my excitement as meaning I'm happy with what our defense is doing. And
you felt like he went back to Eberflus's gravesite?
Yeah, because when he was with us on Tuesday, he had clearly pulled up a little. Like, to me anyway. I thought he had kind of let off the reins a little bit and just went, all right, let's chill out. And he circled right back to it, and I think it was because he felt like that game was going sideways at the end.
Well, I'd like to play better defense, and that at the end of the day, that's what he does. And from the standpoint, I know Matt, of course, individually since he's coached here for many, many years.
Scratch that. That's a Brian Flores clip that we'll do coming up. What's a good one to play here? Well, that's about the Detroit loss. Oh, let's do 16. 16 is from the interview with Alec and Will. That's my bad. Here he is talking about the defense again.
Well, we knew it was branded on our forehead that we had a different, some different philosophical input for at least 3 years. I really would say for a 5-year period, we've been evolving and had different influences on defense. And that lack of continuity, lack of, to use a word that's really being used lately, consistency. And it did to play the players that are there. Now, remember, several of those guys out there have just here, but they've just gotten there on a lot of teams. A lot of teams are playing with first-year guys into a system or into defense. But we had our new coaching staff here as well. And that new coaching staff had some continuity together. A lot of them came with Flus. And so they had continuity, and I thought that would smooth it out. But that plus just the ins and outs of availability of our players, I think are the things that I would point to.
There's other quotes saying not happy with the defensive system, all these different things.
Yeah, that right there, he's given himself the bailout on the continuity line.
Yep.
Like, well, they had continuity because these coaches knew each other. So it's like, all right, he's ready to go. And this is actually history. You got to give the Cowboys credit for history. With the Washington game, they've now officially allowed more points this season than they've allowed in any season in franchise history. 477 points. That surpasses
Mike Nolan off the hook.
473 for Mike Nolan.
Open up that Tabasco to celebrate.
And that also surpasses 468, the third highest, which was last year. So you're talking about 2020, 2024, and 2025 have been the biggest seasons in terms of allowing points. Now, obviously, they're in 17-game schedule now, but I mean, we still got a week to go here, and that, what is the sixth most points in the history of the franchise, was not good enough to even have you at 500 at this point.
Pepe, what are the Tolos saying? Are they agreeing with me about the end of football season depression?
Yeah, the 432 says part of me wants to see Dak Prescott get the passing title, but the other half doesn't want me to risk injury for next year. Let me know what y'all think. 903, I'm out for this year, but excited to watch college and NFL playoffs. And the 214, Mavs fan here, I'm having trouble with basketball and football right now.
And maybe, just maybe, we finally turned old Brian Belt in Schottenheimer's back pocket to Chop and I's side along with Team Tank after watching Dak Prescott take 6 sacks against DC.
Yeah, that was not fun to watch. Look, So did you watch the game all the way through to the end, or were you like checked out of just like I can't even see this?
No, I watched because I needed the spread.
That fourth
I heard you talking about that in the post.
That's so stupid.
He's out there.
I know,
He's out. What do you want? You want to be gamers? You and Shotty, you play to win the game, Herm.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Sealed it. It worked.
Look, there's.
Hand it off to Malik to end it, or Lipke. Y'all cried about the Lipke 4th and 1 or whatever it was against the Chargers the week before.
He got beat up in that Washington game really, really bad. And look, if you want to throw him out there because he's competitive, whatever else, fine. You need to take him out after the first quarter, especially if the Giants are getting to him. If the Giants pass rush is getting to him, that was not only just getting hit a bunch. It felt like every hit was like twisting him down, and just like, I mean, there were like 5 different instances of like, oh, did he just snap his knee there? Oh no, thank God. Okay, he didn't. But man, there were a few different times where he took hits, and I was just like, they'd cut to him throwing the ball away, and it's like, well, cut the camera back. Let me see, is he getting up, or are we going to see him just laying there? So it gave me some pause. Now,
so you're 1 quarter and out.
Some of that, yeah, like, okay, fine, put him out there, but then take him out after a little bit. I mean, they announced yesterday the kick's noon. It's a noon game on week 18 when nobody really cares. I mean, the only thing that gave me a little bit of pause to continue to endorse the plan was the fact that watching the Raiders play football yesterday was so disgusting. The play, quote unquote, and watching a team quit like that it really is so gross to see an NFL team just not try, and it just makes you think like you should be relegated. This is so awful that it made me go, okay, maybe a little bit there, but I do think they're trying to steal practices. That's ultimately what I've come down on. I think these final 2 games are, in the era of the CBA being the way that it is, Shoddy's looking at it as, we don't get padded practices. This is work for the core guys that are coming back next year. We're trying to steal rep time that we wouldn't get otherwise.
Dak Prescott, I guess, catching a little bit of social media heat, even though I don't know if it counts from the aggregators. I really wish these losers would stop giving their dumb opinions on all the information and stories that they steal. Because I can't even retweet it because of the last line of opinion that they give. Shador is going to be one of the all-time greats. What a heartwarming story. This is a bad person. I guess Dak handed out some sunglasses.
Yeah. It's weird that this was an issue, like, for some people. They're just like, how cheap of him. He's handing out these they're like $500 sunglasses.
That's what Wanye Thomas said. Said $500 glasses for 90-plus people in the building. You do the math. If you can't afford to do it, he does. Shut the hell up and keep it pushing. If I'm going to be mad as a teammate, it's going to be in Cincinnati where Joe Burrow came out with like the fossils that he handed out. That's what he did. Now, there better be some priceless fossils.
Yeah.
There better be a Pteranodon or something my son could name that's of some value, and he better have dug up these artifacts. That's where I'd be mad if I was Joe Burrow's teammate. But the sunglasses, compared to the scooters, the internet, and the aggregators, they took their shots.
Well, they were unhappy last week that Dak was being generous. Because did you see the clip from Hard Knocks of him?
That was amazing.
Yeah, it's great. They managed to turn that around.
The support staff.
Yeah, they managed to turn it around and go. We played the audio on Friday. They turned it around to, why isn't Jerry giving out these bonuses? Jerry, that cheap? You're not gonna. It's like, well, no, these are the guys that like work with these players every day. It's like it's the support staff on the practice field, but. There's no winning. There's no winning.
Well, there's no winning for the Raiders, or is there? Where are we with the Tank Bowl? One more game inside the NFC East, and have we seen the last game of Max Crosby's career as the Cowboy rumors started churning? That's next on Sean and RJ with the 6 a.m. Club right here on 105.3 The Fan. But obviously, football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action. Plus, with Underdog Unwrapped, you'll unwrap tons of promos all throughout the holidays. We've got boosts, gimme picks, deal reveals, and even some surprises sprinkled in. Now is the best time.
Go Giants!
Man, Giants fans are ticked off. It's hilarious. Yes, this is what misery loves company. That is the motto at the end of most Dallas Cowboys seasons. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean Sharif, Bobby Bell with you. Choppy is out. And we have you on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line for all of your football takes at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053 as the Dallas Cowboys' next opponent stopped their 9-game losing streak, and Jackson Dart and the G-Men decided to go ahead and turn it up for the 34-10 beatdown over Pete Carroll's Raiders, the battle for the number 1 pick, and now the Raiders have an 80% chance of locking this thing in, as the most fun thing about this game was keeping track of who was being deactivated and being sat leading up to it back and forth. Of course, with the headline being Max Crosby, which we'll get to in a little bit. But the Giants beat down the Raiders.
Yeah, Jackson Dart, by the way, still has not learned the whole thing about running out of bounds or slide. Like, he still wants to just...
He ran for all those touchdowns. What's the problem?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, when he's scoring the touchdowns, it's really not a big deal. But he still... There were 2 or 3 in the little bit that... Because after all, I just turned off Red Zone in the afternoon games, and I just went to the Philly game. Because I was just like, I don't want to watch the Raiders and the Giants anymore. This is so gross. But the times that he was out there, I noticed that he'd run and he'd get hit, and then he'd start chirping at somebody on the sideline, like, yeah, come on, like, just like tough talking. But man, that was like I mentioned a little bit last segment. Watching the Raiders play is the strongest argument in favor of Shoddy wanting to try through to the end, because it is. I don't know how you watch those guys go out there and give that effort and be like, none of you should come back next year. This is so pathetic. Like, that is quitting. That is what
Can Tom Brady call a Raider game? Like, what would happen if the Raiders were good and they had Philadelphia? If they were in the exact same situation as Buffalo yesterday, could Brady? I mean, he has to call the game if it calls for, right? Being a partial owner.
Yeah.
Because yesterday, while they were getting murdered and Tom was on the Eagles-Bills call, I was like, I want to know what Tom Brady would be saying about his football team if they were sitting there in the 3rd or 4th quarter.
It looks like, according to Google, it looks like there's nothing that forbids him from doing the games for the Raiders. So
that's
he could
what I
do
wanted.
it.
Yeah.
But, I mean, yeah, it'd be a tough sell for, because I guess you remember there was everybody talking about, what was it, week 2 when he was up there in the booth and he had the little headset on, and the NFL was like, he can be on a headset out there. He can do that. But, yeah, you would think that would have some sort of conflict of interest issue there where they wouldn't want him calling it. But, man, I don't know how Brady could have sugarcoated that performance. They are so bad. That is such an awful football team. 100% deserving. To me, they are easily worse than the Giants. That is a team deserving of the number 1 pick. That is a bad football team.
For 2 years straight, the Giants, Warren Sharp tweeted this. For 2 years straight, the Giants had the number 1 pick locked up entering Week 17. They were 2-13 in Week 17 in 2024, 2-13 in Week 17 in 2025. Absolutely nothing stood in their way if they lost the last 2 games of the season. But in 2024, for no reason, they won and lost the number 1 pick, and they're on their way to repeating the same insanely dumb feat yesterday. So the Raiders end up in the driver's seat for the number 1 selection.
And Pete Carroll, gosh, I really do think that's got to be a one and done. It's so bad. He looks so overmatched and so old. Like, I mean, it was
how?
I know it was just a couple years later. But I mean, it feels. I don't know about you. It feels to me like when Gibbs came back, and even Gibbs got things right. But early on, when Gibbs was like, "Oh, I was used to the 45-second play clock. We're getting a bunch of delay of games and different things like that." This is. Carroll just does not seem to have any clue how to keep the Raiders straight. He doesn't he does not give them any sort of an advantage. It doesn't feel like when he's out there coaching. It's such a bad organization. It's such a bad team.
So Cowboy fans are now trending Max Crosby in DFW yet again, like we did during the trade deadline. This was Max before the Giants game being asked about the whole team tank fan interest.
Yeah, I don't give about the pay. Like, to be honest, I don't play for that. That's not my job. My job is to be the best defensive end in the world, and that's what I focus on every day. And being a great leader, and being an influence, and being being that guy on a consistent basis for my team. So, yeah, that's their job. That's the front office, the coaches, that they do that. But that's got nothing to do with me. I've learned that lesson in the past. I'm not trying to. You can't control everything, and that's not my job description. My job is to be the best in the world at what I do.
Well, then Jay Glazer reports that the Raiders told Crosby they want to shut him down for the last 2 games. Crosby, who's played with injuries for much of the year, vehemently disagreed and left the Raiders building. This could lead to questions on his future in Vegas. That last line's very important. That's coming from Glazer, who is tight with a ton of these players. Mm-hmm. This could lead to questions on his future in Vegas. Pete Carroll said, no. Here's the way it went down. We actually agreed that Max needed to go take a breath.
Yeah, we talked before when he was getting out of here that he's been fighting it so hard for so long. He's been fighting this thing for 9 weeks, whenever Kansas City was. And each week he has done everything you could possibly imagine a guy could do to play. And he's been able to, and they've worked with him to get through it. But after an evaluation we did Monday or Tuesday, whenever it was, it just looks too bad. And so, and he didn't want to take the news like that, and I didn't want to take the news like that. And so we just worked our way through to get to this point where he's been practicing on Fridays, and he wasn't, he'd have gone if we let him. He'd have been out there, and he would not have hesitated. But he knows that he's banged up. So he's talking about I'd like to get out of here, and I said, yeah, get out of here. So he took off.
Well, Max then posted videos on Instagram of himself playing basketball and jumping on the trampoline, sending a clear message to the Raiders organization after they put him on IR. So we got a Max Crosby issue, which hopefully gets him out of there.
Yeah, because he is, he is, to me, one of the, and I'm biased, I love Max, but he's one of the most intense, throwback competitors, I feel like, the league has right now. Now, he's not one of these little I'm not friends with anybody types. He's definitely gives more outreach than old school players did, but he's that guy where he wants to continue to play through with an awful football team, and that's what he wants to do. He wants to be out there affecting the quarterback and going after things. If you look at the last, and I don't know why he doesn't get thought of similarly, but if you look at over the last 5 years during Micah's whole career, where Micah's been wrecking shop, he and Max Crosby averaged the same amount of quarterback hits per 17 games. It's 30. And he's also a great run defender, a really, really great run defender, and a guy that teams generally just choose, let's focus all our attention on him and take him out of the game. That's a guy who, if he becomes available, now you start really weighing how much capital you can stand to give up.
Underdog tweeted this out. Not only your place to go and have your fun tonight and with the NBA and all sports, but some contract insight. Max Crosby's deal is extremely tradable. Only $5 million dead on the Raiders side. The inheriting team has $30 million guaranteed next year, which is no problem. The rest of the contract is $28 million with team options. So very, very tradable, according to numbers people on the web.
Yeah, it just becomes a question of what can you stomach? What can you stomach if you're a team? If you're the Cowboys, if you're I don't even know who else would. The Ravens were one of the teams that I saw were betting favorites. So how much do you want to say, all right, I'm willing to sacrifice? The Micah market's already been set. Probably 2 first-round picks plus, because it was 2 and Kenny Clark. And so,
would I be excited about if it happened in breaking news? Yes. Do I think it should happen? No. So I'm already no.
Does it depend on when the picks are or which ones they are? If I tell you it's the Packers pick this year,
yeah,
and it's the 28th first. So you still have a first round pick each of the next 2 years, and you're getting Crosby.
That would make me more likely to have a conversation about it, because right now the Cowboys are picking. Their pick is at 14.
Mm-hmm.
The Green Bay pick, which, as you pointed out last week, will change based on what happens to them in the postseason. They're locked in as the 7th seed for the 3rd straight year. They're at 21 right now. So
Yeah, as good as that pick can be is 19. That's as high as that pick can be for you now.
Yeah.
Because they're into the postseason. But
I'm not giving up 14 and 19.
No, but if I say 19 and then 28, and then probably plus, you'll probably have to give up also like a third next year or something. Because, I mean, if you think about it, man.
Here we go. You did this to me with Quinn and Williams.
I know.
You try. No one will do anything against this line. The secondary will be so much better. You sold all that crap.
It was right for 3 weeks against teams that were spiraling, and we didn't know how bad they were spiraling at the time. But, I mean, really.
You're going to have to come up with other things throughout the weeks ahead to make me feel okay about the secondary and about the linebackers. And it can't be Max Crosby would just fix it all.
No, he won't. But, I mean, it would be exciting to know that, like, one half of a team's offensive line would have to block Quinnen and Max Crosby. That's so difficult. Because I mean, we saw instantly the difference Quinnen made. Like, if you then throw a Max on top of it.
But, Bobby, and these are not the same guys. One kind of is. The New York Giants, who we're going to finish the year with, they grew this scenario. Like, they should be unblockable up front. Mm-hmm. They should have the best defensive line in all of football. Jackson, you could put him in a Quinning conversation. Burns, Thibodeau.
Burns has had a great year. He's at 17 sacks now, I think.
Carter.
Yeah.
Like, they did it.
Yeah.
They did what we're, like, sitting here. Now, again, different outcome with the potential that you thought, but having this dream defensive line up front did not work for them whatsoever. My dream scenario for the picks, and everyone wants to move back, right? Everyone in the world just wants to move back. But my dream scenario is that the Cowboys have to turn these 2 picks into 4 picks. They have to turn these 2 picks into multiple picks to get other selections in the 2nd and 3rd round and get cheaper talent.
Seeing how far away they are these last 3 weeks,
that's
do you regret the Quinnen trade yet? Because you were all after 3 weeks, it was like, okay, cool, it was the right deal. Have these last several weeks given you any pause of like, maybe they shouldn't, because there is so much stuff they need. As good as he is.
And what else did they give up with it?
So they ended up losing. They basically swapped spots in the 2nd and 1st round next year is what it is, but then they gave up a 1 next year, and then it was, what was it? It was a 3 that they gave up behind that.
I would just go back and keep Micah. If we had to go way back, we're going to do a Cowboys time machine segment as well, because that's all we're left to do, because the games and the seedings don't really matter.
So it was the 2nd round pick this year, Mozzie, thank God, and then it was the higher of the picks next year. So whichever one is the higher pick is theirs. They basically got a pick swap.
What are y'all doing with it? Max Crosby potentially available for real this time at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. We have DK Metcalf maybe being let off the hook, and what else happened throughout the National Football League yesterday before Cowboys post-huck clarity at 7:20. Next with Sean and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework.
KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Gainwell, Rodgers to throw, fade, right side, incomplete, no flag! Denzel Ward on the coverage, play your guitar, Pro Bowler. Browns, 13-6, they're taking over on downs, and they can take a knee.
What are you doing, Aaron Rodgers? What are you doing, Arthur Smith? I'm sitting here watching this game. This is Sean and Roberto Choppy out this week on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. The Pittsburgh Steelers look like they're going to pull one out, and they're going to end the season of the Baltimore Ravens in Cleveland. And they decide to throw at all-world corner Denzel Ward, not once, not twice, but 3 straight times, and none of them were particularly close, all to MVS, Valdez-Scaling. It's like Aaron Rodgers was hitting a prop bet yesterday.
It's on comeback with a bowl.
All incomplete, and the Pittsburgh Steelers lose in Cleveland, setting up a winner-take-all Sunday night game against the Baltimore Ravens. The winner takes the North. The loser is out.
Yeah, this is what happens when you let quarterbacks get their guys that are not awesome guys. I can't figure out why he's always loved Marquez Valdez-Scantling. He is obsessed with him. And the fact that, this is also...
Now, they didn't have DK.
No, they didn't. And that's the thing, is that you watch the end of that, and that was the thing that stood out to me the most, is 3 straight tries to MVS, none of them work. And I was just thinking to myself, I was like, if you're Pittsburgh, you just sitting there going like, damn it, DK, if you were here, we'd be all right. We would have executed this. But
don't do it against Ward, or get Valdez in a different matchup away from Denzel.
Yeah. No, because the whole way down the field, they get down there targeting Freiermuth and Thielen. That's the whole process that they're going through. So then it's like, all right, here you are. You've moved down the field. And then
Denzel Ward, by the way, is a 53 PFF grade. They also had Christian McCaffrey as the 18th best running back in the league last night, which Collinsworth tried to explain their metrics. It was hilarious.
Yeah, Collinsworth clearly has no idea what it is either. He just is making it up as he goes along. But I don't know how it shouldn't have even been in that position to where you're trying to just tie with Cleveland on the road. This is watching them yesterday. There were 3 really disgusting things that I saw yesterday. One, we already mentioned the Raiders and just watching the level of quit that team had. And then I'm sure we'll get to the other game at some point, but this, on the line, you have something to play for against a team that has nothing to play for in the Browns. And you just...
Yeah, one thing.
What's their one thing?
Miles.
Oh, Miles. Yeah, but the Miles can do that. And they didn't even get that. But, man, it's watching the Steelers and the Bucs yesterday. 2 teams that it's like, hey, your division's on the line. Specifically, Pittsburgh, you can set yourself up here. You can be all right. And to let this get to Week 18 now, as much as Baltimore does not deserve to win that division, nobody really deserves to win that division, but as much as Baltimore doesn't deserve to win it, I've flipped back. I'm rooting against Aaron Rodgers. I'm rooting against the Steelers. I want them to lose because it was so pathetic the way they played yesterday.
Same. And you had this, you didn't have it, you stole it. I stole it from you. This insane Steelers stat. Pittsburgh is winless in their last 5 games against teams entering 8+ games below 500. So you're 8 games or worse below 500. You're 2-10. You're 2-12. And they've lost 5 straight games against teams that bad, tying the longest such streak in NFL history. That's crazy.
It doesn't feel like that should be possible.
They lost at the 2-10-1 Bengals. They tied against the 0-8 Lions. They lost against 2-10 Arizona, and they lost against 2-10 New England in 2025. Bam, you had the 3-12 Browns as well.
What a odd niche thing to have happen. But I mean, that's Pittsburgh this is what they are. Like, they are such a they don't feel like they're never going to be a 6-win team. They're never going to be a 10 or 11-win team, though. It doesn't feel like they have to lose next week because they got to be right around 9-8. Mike Tomlin is very
it's not what
rapidly,
it feels like. It's history. It's fact.
Mike Tomlin is very rapidly becoming Jeff Fisher. That's what we're getting. Jeff Fisher with better marketing. I'll cover for Chop this week. He's Jeff Fisher with better marketing.
Jay Glazer with an update on Fox on the DK scandal.
But I actually have the security communication between the Detroit Lions and Seattle Seahawks security from a game last year when DK Metcalf, when he was with the Seahawks, complained about that exact same fan to security. And at the time there, he asked that fan be removed over very derogatory comments. I'm not going to repeat what the comments are that are on here. And obviously, guys, we don't condone ever hitting a fan or anybody else, but in this, it says, when we investigated during the game, the individuals around him states and corroborated that the fan was being out of line and had indeed said these derogatory statements to remove the guy. The odd part of this also is that the Pittsburgh Steelers had no knowledge of this.
Okay, so that was last year. When Mike Tomlin found out about it this year, the incident happening, what was his reaction?
This was actually kind of funny. Where I was talking to Mike Tomlin about this morning. He said, look, I was mic'd up. When you're mic'd up, nobody wants to talk to you. So I didn't know. Finally, Arthur Smith came over to him and wrote it on his call sheet. DK hit a fan, to which Mike Tomlin went, okay then. Can't make it up.
So my theory is sounding correct from last year, this happening. This is where the fan said something to DK. DK asked for the fan to be removed. Does not sound like he was removed. And Pittsburgh didn't know about this? What? Meanwhile, this douchebag has a press conference. If I was these attorneys, I'd be like, you can't look like this. You can't go up here acting like this and looking like this. You look like Big Ed off 90 Day Fiancé. Hit me up if you know you know. He's got his hat backwards and his suit jacket on, holding a press Bobby's in the commercial break saying, this is real, right, if we play it? Like, this
it didn't look real.
This isn't AI, right? This is not fake. It was not.
I guess I want to be crystal clear about one thing. I didn't use any racial slurs, no hate speech. I mean, none of that stuff at the game. Actually, never. 15 years season ticket holder for the Lions. I've never done that at all. So, DeKalen, if you're watching this, man, if you could just say that, please. Like, my family's getting threats and stuff, and it's not cool. So, whether you said that or not, I'm sure you didn't want that to happen to the family. Even if you did, I forgive you, man. That's all I got. Go Lions.
DeKalen, please come to your sense. He's still such a troll. There's one bit of pause.
This is Big Ed off 90 Day Fiancé.
Oh yeah, he does. He looks a little bit like the after photo now is what he looks like. But so the other fans supposedly around the incident last year corroborated and said that he was saying some offensive things. So yeah, the only thing that gives me a little bit of pause, where we're just like, okay, what is the Glazer won't say what it was. Okay, fine.
Well, he's not going to read the word. I'm assuming.
Right, what we all assume.
Yeah.
Slur. We assume because that was the claim. He twice said some very derogatory things, and I can't imagine that if the Lions found out he used that word and fans in the section said he did, that they wouldn't have thrown him out. So that makes me feel like I wonder if Glazer's just implying without saying, it turns out, he called him the C word or something, and we're going to find out,
not the N word.
He called him something bad, but he did not call him a slur.
Right.
That's the one bit of pause I've got right now is why, if the Lions got acknowledgement and it was a slur, then the Lions should be destroyed for this.
Yeah.
That they didn't throw him out. And not only that, they let him renew his season tickets.
Do you think the N word was used?
Man, it's
if we're looking at that transcript that Glazer has, is that word in there?
No, because I think they would try. I think Glazer would try to really highlight that. I agree. I think he probably said something really mean or awful or just unsavory. You would think he would say he used a slur. He didn't say that. Instead, he said derogatory, and I won't even repeat what the derogatory word was.
And look, the Steelers were never going to do this, but Glazer confirmed it. They're not going to void the rest of DK's guaranteed money. There's $45 million in guarantees. They will stay intact. They were going to say, the internet blew that up last week for no reason. It was like, oh my God, they can cancel his deal. What a dumb mistake. They were not going to sit there and cancel his guaranteed money.
It was just like the Jalen Carter
Especially
thing.
after MVS yesterday.
Yeah. It was just like the Jalen Carter thing, though, where it was like, we after Jalen Carter spit on Dak, that his guarantees could have been voided, and there's a story there, quote unquote, always, but teams, it's I can't think of many instances other than like a Diggs thing. If Diggs had spat on somebody or Diggs punched a fan, yeah, the Cowboys would probably void his guaranteed money. Like those are the only type of instances when they're clearly heading for divorce that teams will do that.
By the way, Myles Garrett did not get the record after the game. He goes, well, I felt like they were more worried about keeping me away from Aaron than getting the win. I think that's what came back to bite him. So yeah. I do dislike that he has to now try to get it in this extra week. I was rooting for him to get it this week or last week. Trey McBride did set the tight ends receptions record yesterday, and he did reference saying, I'm glad I didn't do it in the extra week 18.
Well, it's like how we're glad the Cowboys gave up the most points they've given up in a season before next week. That way we can truly say that it's the worst defense of all time for them. But, I mean, he's been... To me, whether he gets it or not next week, I'm going to think of this season as the most dominant sack performance I've ever seen. Just the way that he's played and the soft little slide sack that Brett Favre gave to him. I mean, TJ Watt had his own run, obviously, but to me, this is as dominant a defensive end and performance in a season as I think we've ever seen.
And I thought it was set up perfectly for Rodgers, like Favre, to go ahead and take that half dive.
Yeah, just continue to follow the lead. Go to the Jets initially, just follow the whole lead.
What's happening with the top seed in the AFC?
2 left, 2 right, ETN back in there. Dropping his Trevor. It's a quarterback draw to the 5. He's going to walk into the end zone. What a play call. Trevor Lawrence runs it in from 6 yards away. His second rushing touchdown of the game. And Jacksonville has taken the lead.
Jacksonville radio with the call. Indianapolis becomes the 6th team since the merger, 6, to miss the playoffs after starting 8-2 or better. Indy was up 10-0 in this game. 2 Trevor Lawrence runs for touchdowns. Rivers had an interception in the 4th that led to the go-ahead field goal, and Jacksonville wins at Indy.
That's the number 1 team in the NFL, according to R.J. Choppy, the Jacksonville Jaguars, who he put number 1 of his power. Had them at nothing. Was calling them and the Broncos frauds.
So he thinks that they would beat the Rams.
Yeah, apparently
on a neutral field.
The Jags, after the Jags, who he said were frauds, beat the Broncos, who he said were frauds. They all of a sudden went from not his power rankings first. But this is the sad ending to the Phillip Rivers movie.
And is this because they want Riley Leonard to get reps?
Yeah.
Or Anthony Richardson?
Yeah, it feels like...
They brought Leonard in for that last Hail Mary. He threw a good throw. He got into the end zone. Rivers could not get that there.
So Leonard is going to be the guy starting, apparently, next week. And so it gets him an opportunity. But it was cool. I liked seeing him out there with his high school football team that was at the game on the sideline before it. It really does feel like, this will be in a couple of years, it's the Disney movie of here, and Phillip Rivers will have a cameo as like a coach on the sideline or something.
And of course, he throws for 147, back under the 160. The only time when I say he's going to go under, he does the over on Monday Night Football. So he's back to digging and dunking.
He got so amped up at one point, too. There was I can't remember who it was. They completed a pass to the sideline. He was clearly out of bounds. They tried to rush up to the line of scrimmage, snap the ball before there, and the refs whistled it dead. Phillip Rivers thought they had gotten it off, and Phillip Rivers is just it's so funny watching him all fired up and screaming and going nuts when it's like, dude, you were just sitting on your couch 3 weeks ago.
Elsewhere, 4 straight wins for Kellen Moore. The game of the day was really Cam Ward against the Saints. Cam Ward now has established legit believers, and there should be, with the way that he's been playing and some of the throws he made yesterday. Saints beat the Titans 34-26. Dolphins beat Bobby's Buccaneers. I've turned back against Baker and the Bucs. They don't deserve any of this.
Yeah.
It ticks me off that they're sitting here still alive at 7-9, while the Cowboys have been sitting at home for weeks.
They were Bucs got banged up early. They lost a lot of guys, but man, it should not be this much of a struggle like it's been for them down the stretch. And they're Pittsburgh to me. I want both Pittsburgh and Tampa to lose next week.
Seahawks-Panthers was 3-3, and then Seattle scores 24 points. It was a Tank Lawrence fumble recovery and then an interception, and they got the Seahawks rolling. They smacked back Carolina 27-10.
Yeah, that's just the defense coming to play. I mean, Bryce Young was awful in this game. I mean, again, NFC South, you feel like nobody should even win that division. They're totally outmatched in this game, and you could tell Bryce Young was just not comfortable the whole day.
Around the NFL with Sean and Robert here, live Monday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Best and worst of the weekend's coming up at 7:40. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Post Hut Clarity, where Bobby goes back and rewatches the film. What has been happening to Brian Schottenheimer's offense in the second half of these games? That's next in Post Hut as we go commercial free in the Expressway right here on 105.3 The Fan. But Sean Sharif here for Trajan Wealth. Start the new year
information, go to Rangers.com/FanFest.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And the HOV lane of the Expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Blitz look, four-man rush. Prescott a deep drop. Flag is down, deep ball to the middle of the field. Caught Turpin, running away. Turpin, there's a flag down. Turpin in the end zone. Please be against the defense. Touchdown, Turpin.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films,
Mike. That is gross. And those people are getting paid.
What was real and what wasn't on Christmas Day from your Dallas Cowboys? Let's talk about it here in Post-Hunt Clarity, that Netflix broadcast. What did you think of the broadcast itself? We were not fans of it on Friday.
The interviews were
thank you.
Not that they're terrible interviews. No offense to Clinton Portis and Emmitt Smith. Stop trying to be like the Manning cast, and we don't need it. You don't need it for that long during the course of a game. You're trying too hard. They took away from it. Bad idea. Get rid of the in-game interviews.
Choppy was in favor of it. He liked it. He's like, you didn't like the interview? He's like, it's so much better than the Manning one because it's not like bad quality with all the delay and everything. I'm like, it's like they showed the replay of Clinton Porter's fist pumping and he's doing it in like pixelated like.
You have him recite one thing that Emmett or Portis said.
Yeah, I could not tell you what they said, but like the whole thing was. It was just, again, it to me gave it...
Emmett did actually say, for the first time in a long time, for me, I feel like we're heading in the right direction.
So when they came on the broadcast...
Well, it wasn't Clinton Portis. Isn't Clinton Portis, like, in trouble legally, like, for some type of fraud or scam?
I don't know. Was he caught up in, like, one of those COVID things or something? Or the...
He was caught up in something.
Yeah, was he in
Gilbert Arenas? What happened to Arenas?
Yeah, was he in the one of, like, players that were doing things that... Yeah, Clinton Portis, according to Google, was involved in a major healthcare fraud scheme targeting the NFL's Gene Upshaw Player Health Reimbursement Account Plan.
Yeah.
Well, maybe that's... I guess the Wi-Fi is really good in Rikers or something. I don't know. But... to me, the phrase people kept using on Twitter when I was complaining about the game, I thought nailed it. They kept saying it's like a Nickelodeon broadcast. It feels like a Nickelodeon broadcast. It felt like a kids broadcast, like one of those alternate kids broadcasts where the energy was weird and there was the awful, almost one worse take on Friday. The Iron Eagle clip of, Shoddy and Dak, they weren't really buddy-buddy before this year. They weren't very close. And, it's like,
what?
Huh? Like, it was this bizarre, moment where he said, this is a big year. Look, it's been a seamless transition from Mike McCarthy as the play caller, Brian Schottenheimer, because they weren't buddy-buddy, It was Mike McCarthy who did that. And it's like,
whoa.
The quotes you just read off from Dak as to, say completely the opposite, and everything we know about the relationship is completely the opposite. But
he had to have been told that.
I think they just were very poorly prepped for the game, it felt like. Because that right there was just a bizarre moment where it's like he was talking about all these rave things that Dak had to say about Shoddy. And Dak and Shoddy were not buddy-buddy when he first got here. So when he first got here, in case nobody's ever heard this part of the story before, when he first got here, he was obviously replacing somebody that Dak was very close with, a couple somebodies, Doug Nussmeier, Kellen Moore, he had a great relationship there with them, and Shoddy was just a new voice, and it was a change that Dak wasn't necessarily happy about because of guys he liked, but he very quickly got really close with Shoddy, in that first training camp, and Shoddy told the story before about pulling him out on a rep because he had thrown an interception, and they had a back and forth, and it kind of changed the way that they viewed each other and the respect level that he had for him. All right, post-up clarity here on 105.3 The Fan.
I think it was Matt Ryan, one of the color analysts.
Yeah, I didn't think he was great.
And now Jay Glazer is reporting he is entertaining a very serious front office role with Atlanta.
Well, they need something to change there in Atlanta because it has not worked out for them for the last several years.
As long as we didn't get Rich Eisen, that's all I care about.
Hey, I like Eisen. Eisen's entertaining.
He's not an entertainer. I'll fight you right now for the record.
Okay, not on the game.
He's the worst play-by-play guy I think I've ever. Him or Bryant Gumbel. It's close.
Fair. Okay, fair. I still like.
And his radio show is not. Nice guy, seems like a cool dude. I don't get Rich Eisen like I don't get Bill Simmons.
I don't love him in play-by-play, I think he's a decent interviewer. But where I think he's really good is I do like when he does some of his extended monologues where he just starts tapping into, here's the perspective I had yesterday watching this. And it made me kind of like, he's a good storyteller, I feel like.
Seems like a cool dude.
Yeah, very, very, very nice. If you talk to people around the industry, the reason why everybody goes on his show is because they love him. Rich Eisen probably gave them a hand up at some point. That's why a lot
He's
of people
the face of the NFL Network.
Absolutely. What if I told you that this was their worst defensive performance of the year against the Washington Commanders?
I would not believe that.
Yeah, you can't. You can't believe that because it's not totally true. But if you were to look at how they played,
that 70-yard run or whatever it was, that effed me so bad. That screwed me over.
The Merritt one?
Oh, with the 7.5 point spread.
That was the play that really stood out to me was you had I can't remember what the first possession was. Who was it? Javonte. Javonte had bowled somebody over.
Yep.
And it's like, woohoo, yeah, come to play, watch it. And then like Debo gets down there and knocks off Donovan Wilson's helmet on the next play.
Yes.
Which Chop said Donovan Wilson has to retire now because Debo Samuel knocked his helmet off. But this was by far the highest explosive play percentage the Cowboys had given up all year.
What?
22%. There were only 41 plays in this game for Washington. Dallas ran more run plays and pass plays than Washington ran plays combined in this game and dominated the clock. But 1 out of every 4 plays they ran was an explosive. And when you watched this game...
1 in every 4?
1 in every 4. It was a 22% explosive play percentage. The next highest that they had all year was against Detroit at 19.3%. So you're talking about, at least from an efficiency standpoint, they had explosive plays more frequently than Detroit did, which is wild to consider. But the big reason why, and we'll start here on defense, because there's only a couple notes about the offense here. But first off, Eberflus is just going to go down with his schematic ship. It was his defense out there again. It was, as much as Jerry's been like, hey, now it's time. Show what you got here. You need to prove it in these last couple weeks, even though that seems like a very fake offer. Ran man coverage like 5 times in this game. It's still blitzing at similar rates into his typical setup. I mean, the play that I was focusing on, and the worst example of the defense of just like this is a massive problem actually was a negative play. It was Merritt, I think, for -2 on a run. And I tweeted the clip of they're breaking the huddle, and from the time the play comes into the huddle to the ball is snapped, Trayvon Diggs has no idea what's happening. And you can see it, and I'm not just picking on Trayvon Diggs here. You can go look for the play on my Twitter. I'll even retweet it here in a sec. But he's breaking the huddle, having no clue what's going on, and he's talking to Malik Hooker, and Malik Hooker's telling him. And then they're getting to the line of scrimmage, and Malik Hooker is still talking to him, having to tell him, and then Diggs is motioning. Hooker's still explaining to him, and by the time the play is about to be snapped, you see Hooker just clapping his hands like, dude, this is what it is. And I don't even have that as much of an indictment on Diggs as much as I have that as an indictment on, again, why is it week 17 and your secondary is this confused just from the play call coming in until the time the ball is snapped? I mean, really, really bad communication.
Trayvon Diggs, this came from Next Gen. This brought me such joy because yesterday I said, do I tweet this out? Do I have time for a fight? I did have time for a fight. This is no Cowboys. And, of course, the Cowboys have nothing relevant really going on with the standings and seedings around them being eliminated as early as they decided to do. Diggs has allowed a 156 passer rating in coverage this year. The highest among 616 corners with at least 20 targets in a season since 2020. A perfect passer rating is 158.3. Again, he's given up 156.3. The next highest allowed this year is 136.
Right there.
Deontay Banks. So all you Diggs defenders, and I tweeted out the link where I said I'm done with it. After the concussion stuff, you weird for that, Trayvon. And I said, this is over. This is done. The Diggs cult came for me, and now all of you little rats have gone hiding back into your football holes because I didn't hear not one of you respond yesterday to the tweet like you normally do. You run your mouth, you get dunked on, and then you hide and scurry.
So did you see the play that I tweeted that I'm talking about?
No.
Okay, I want to watch this while I talk about it. So I'm just gonna continue to talk here about their issues. But you're gonna see Diggs and Hooker break the huddle here. But to me, this is in the middle of the Emmitt Smith interview.
Do we have Aiden to run this, or are we letting
No,
him?
I'm just letting you see it.
Letting all the other shows borrow him.
While I talk about it. So,
which I didn't know about. All the other shows are borrowing him.
The fact that they have communication problems like this early in a game, all the way up until the ball is snapped from the top. Like, at no point do they look like does it look like Diggs and Hooker are insane? Now, Hooker's doing his best. Like, Hooker's trying to communicate. He's trying to talk to him and tell him what's going on. Diggs just is lost. And again, I don't even put that as much on Diggs because I saw this early on with Zimmer. I saw this early on with Quinn. As the seasons wore on, you didn't see this in the second to last week of the season where they just have no clue how to line up in a basic first down package.
Yeah.
And it's that.
He looks like a 4-3 linebacker.
He has no clue. And then even it's not even to the end of the play. The play is over and they're still talking.
Yes.
Where it's like,
that was before, middle, and after.
How is it that difficult for them to how is it that difficult for a player to just be that lost on a play? Again, I can't imagine Diggs is just that inept at communication or just he's played with a bunch of different defensive coordinators. I think he's probably got a handle on some of this basic stuff and should have had this by this point. For them to be that lost at this point, I think again is that was one of the most damning things I saw the other day was that right there. On the topic of the corners here in Post Clarity, as we look back at the Cowboys Commanders game from Christmas, Diggs and Revel are just not physically competent right now. Like when you watch them, it does not look. And I don't know, maybe Diggs is ramping up, quote unquote. Maybe Diggs will never get back to where he was. Maybe Revel is ramping up. Maybe Revel's not going to recover quickly from what he had. So I don't know if this is something where it'll be better next year. It's just troubling right now or what it is. But just speaking at and addressing right now, those players are not physically competent enough to hang as NFL corners. And you don't have a lot of great options behind it because Deron Bland's not here. That's probably
so you're going to go into the offseason kind of writing off what we've seen from Revel's awful year to injury.
I think that Revel does need a ramp up. Like to me, Revel's definitely looks more like he's still getting back to where he was supposed to be. He was out for so long and he's still learning. It's a lot to process at once. Diggs is concerning because Diggs, it's like you've been through this process. Like most of these guys who have done multiple rehabs start finding like a comfort zone and start figuring out they know how to do their work to get back to where they were. I think it just maybe this is Diggs' athletic limitations at this point as a guy who's gotten injured several times over the last couple of years. But you're talking about two guys who Diggs I thought played better at times in this game than he had recently. John Owning had tweeted a clip that was really nice of him correctly passing stuff off at the goal line and correctly reading his receiver. But the actual stuff that requires snap athleticism and burst and things to, change of direction, explode the ball, both him and Revel are really, really struggling. And that's concerning if they're going to be part of your plans next year, which I don't believe Diggs is. But Revel, you got to make sure that he's just getting in all the work, no setbacks, anything else this year, because they're really going to need him.
And that's what I always argue with RJ about in terms of scarring someone. Mm-hmm. And John Owning also referenced that about Revel. And RJ's like, if you're the guy, you're the guy. Just throw him out there and sink or swim. If you swim, I know you're not the guy. I don't believe that. It's like throwing someone in here in drive time hours right out of college, and they stutter and they stammer and they get made fun of on the fan text even more than we do, which happens still a lot, very often. And you go home and you're like, I don't think I'm not cut out for this. Mm-hmm. That scars you. I don't care what job it is. If you get thrown into something before you're ready, that's my concern with Revel and rookies in general.
Yeah, no,
John Elway. I watched the Netflix.
Yeah, I mean that ruined his whole career. Yeah. His whole career, he was bad because of it.
Maybe you idiots can finally get educated on what a real quarterback looks like. But Elway needed to go ahead and sit after Dan Reeves pulled the plug on him for a little bit for Steve DeBerg. Chop he's never believed that.
No, and I think that you can definitely scar people. I think Michael Gallup got scarred. I think
literally.
Yeah. There's people who have talked about Jabril Cox was a player that way. That people think he kind of got broken by the process. That's why people are so impressed with DeMarvion Overshown. Like, that's why the organization is always impressed with the way that he's tackled his rehab these 2 different times, is because it is easy to break you a little bit. And that's just something that you have to guard against, whether it be with Revel or Diggs as a veteran and a complete rookie. Last note on the defensive side of the ball, Quinnen Williams was insanely good in this game. I mean, really, really disruptive, really great against the run, filling all of his gap responsibilities, penetrating where, like, I mean, I didn't see a single undisciplined play from him. This was one of the better games I've seen him play. Now, it was not one of the more disruptive games. Like, he didn't stand out as, oh my gosh, he hit the quarterback 5 times or anything like that. But if you want to just talk about playing disciplined, playing within the scheme, doing everything that he was supposed to, and doing it just like a perfect veteran is supposed to execute their job, it was as good as I've seen him play this year. Just really, really strong. What?
That's the problem in the difference of disruption between him and Parsons, right? Quinnen can be outstanding and amazing and fantastic, and the Dallas Cowboys, they did have 6 quarterback hits and 2 sacks, which is an amazing game for them and that defense, but it doesn't sit there and translate to a quarterback under siege.
Yeah.
And getting hit and getting roughed up like Dak Prescott. That, unfortunately, is the difference. That's why people pay for pass rush. And Micah was sitting there tweeting yesterday throughout the games, if you can't get home in 4, you're in a lot of trouble, and this is why pass rushers get paid, as you just watching some of these games.
Yeah, and early on, I think, like, for instance, the Raiders game, that was a game where Quinnen was that way. Like, where Quinnen was just, like, so that stood out. It was jarring to see, like, oh, this is what a good football player on this defensive line is supposed to look like. The guy I thought played really well off the edge in this game was Clowney. Clowney that's a dude who I would love if Jadeveon Clowney's back next year.
Yes.
I can't imagine he will be, only just because of what his track record is, which is he's a mercenary who doesn't want to go through training camp, basically. He wants to just wait around, pick his job, and then go for it. I don't know why Dallas would be, unless he just got really comfortable here, like some guys talk about. They get here and they love the atmosphere and everything that comes with it. If he got that, fine. But I think that he'll probably take time to sit there and go, I want to evaluate the market. And I want to just, like he has for, 4 off seasons in a row?
But no market came for him last offseason, or the market that he wanted.
True.
But the Cowboys don't care about training camp because that's when we draw up the holdouts to take place.
I would, let's say if I told you.
Because they need him, unless you're going to pull off a Crosby deal.
There's nothing, when you watch him, there's nothing that says he's going to slow it. That's just a pro pass rusher. That's a pro defensive end. We were looking at it. PFF, I think, had him, like, this was actually before the game came through the other day. And again, I'm not the biggest fan of PFF, but if you look at his grades for this season, his grade as an edge rusher, like just his pass rush grade, he is 16th out of 113 edge rushers in the NFL. So he's been an effective edge rusher. He's been really effective against just a solid basically everything that you came to rely on DeMarcus Lawrence for. Like, that, he's kind of been that sort of a guy for you. And so I thought Jadeveon Clowney was good in this one. I would absolutely, if he's willing to come back and sign right away, if he's willing to have a deal in the spring, then
what's the
go
deal?
For it.
2 for 15. 8 guaranteed.
Man, he was really good this year. It makes me wonder if it might be more like he could be 2 for 20 or something. And maybe there's different escalators in there. Maybe it's more like 2 for 16. And there's just, hey, if you get this number, you get this incentive and different things like that. But, man, I thought he was really good. All right, offensive side of the ball. Tyler Smith was not as good in pass protection as I thought he was on the first watch. He had his own issues. And the offensive line in general was not great in pass protection.
I heard you and Broadus go through the stats of the right side. No way Tyler Booker gave up that many. No way.
So it's a little bit like, at times it can be a little bit like trying to assign blame in the secondary, where you're not sure who was supposed to pick something up. You're not sure who
passing it
screwed up. Yeah, it's just it's however it looks to the guys who are keeping the stats. Like, oh yeah, I think that was him who gave it up. But yeah, he had given up, I think it was 4. He was officially credited, Booker was, by Next Gen Stats with 4 sacks allowed. And so it didn't look like it was that bad. But the right side of the offensive line was tough in pass protection. The whole line was not great in pass protection. They were good run blocking. It was a positive day for them there. Steele in particular, I thought, had some good moments in run blocking. They were getting to the second level. They were blocking things up. That's why Malik Davis had the day he did. Javonte Williams, before he got hurt, was playing a good game. But, man, the biggest takeaway for me from this, and we had talked about it a little bit in the postgame show, we talked about it on Friday a little bit, is the way teams are now trying to combat like what you've got with Lamb and Pickens and the way that Dak likes to push the ball down the field with them, which is they're going more cover 4, they're going more cover 6, which is just they're trying to take away things deep. And they've got a couple just zones in the short area that they're covering in the intermediate area. But basically, they're trying to put a shell over the top so some of this longer developing stuff to Pickens or this longer developing stuff to Lamb. Ultimately, if you don't have the pass protection to block it up, to let it develop, then you see Dak kind of have to scramble a little bit. And then there's, an issue of, all right, let me keep my eyes down the field. Let me do this, let me do that. But they really ratcheted up the cover 4 in the second half. Dan Quinn's defense did, and that's what kind of slowed the passing game down. And you've seen more defenses go to that. The Chargers went more cover 4, cover 6. This is the highest rate that Dak has seen of cover 4 in his career. And it's something that he's usually been really good at. It's that this year, it's just now that he's got different weapons and the design is different for those weapons, cover 4 can take away things in a way that it didn't previously. So he'll have to adjust to it. I'm sure he will. He adjusted to the too high stuff that was plaguing him a couple of years back. He's adjusted to some cover 0 stuff. This year, cover 0 is the look that he has the most touchdown passes against this year. He's got 10. That's where he's been most effective, and he used to really struggle with that. And so I think it's been overall you see him generally able to respond to what defenses throw at him. It's just this is something that in the last half of the season, really since Denver on, teams have started really throwing more cover for him, and that's what's kind of slowed them down in the second half of games.
Post-Huck clarity for...
I'm closing those blinds that are shining. You're getting AT&T Stadium all in your face.
I know.
I'm going to close those.
It's choosing who the star is in this room, shining on me right here on Sean and Bobby Post-Hut Clarity right here. Commercial free in the Expressway on DFW Sports Station. The latest Anthony Davis trade rumors coming up at 8:20. The Mavs may be interested, but they're not loving what a certain team could be offering. Jerry Jones, of course, tomorrow at 8:30 on your official home of the Cowboys. Let's get into best and worst of the weekend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Sounds like Peyton Phillip Russell has had a bad blanking week.
Oh, my goodness. Was it Christmas? I missed it. I don't know. I was in bed Christmas Eve. I get sick once a year. I don't know why I remember this, but I've taken one sick day per year for the last 3 or 4 years, and it's just one time for a 3 or 4 day period. It always backs up to a holiday or a weekend, so I'm only missing one work day, but man, it kicked my ass. The flu got the worst of me. I felt it Monday night. I think I texted y'all, guys, I feel like crap. Let's prepare for Wednesday because it's too late to call out, for Tuesday already. It was 9, 10 o'clock at night, I think, but man, and RJ's not going to like this, but I got the flu shot. I got the jab too back in November, and it did not work. I mean, what are we doing? But, it seems like everyone in this building.
It would have been worse. It would have been worse if we didn't get it.
It seemed like everyone in this building was getting it one side of another. Corey was knocked out for a couple of days. Bobby got sick. RJ even got sick. But man, I got the worst of it. And Mackenzie had it for like a day and a half. But I was hurt bad for about 3, maybe 4 days.
Did you test positive for flu, or you just assumed that's what it was?
Just assumed the symptoms. I mean, that Wednesday, it was Christmas Eve. I couldn't get out of bed. Like I would have gone to like a doc in the box or something like that, gotten checked up. But then I didn't call out for the Cowboy game because I was like, oh, I think I'll be better. But then I woke up Christmas Day and came into that, and that was awful. And then Friday I was feeling a little better, so I never tested for it. But I mean, I had all the symptoms. And I still got a little bit of a cough, but still taking some meds. But man, it was bad.
Were you fever?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, that's they've said is fever has been like the distinguishing mark where they'll say like there's this other bug that's going around that's exactly like the flu, other than just you're not getting a fever.
Yeah, I didn't have fever,
and so I didn't have a fever. Laura got a fever with her stuff, and so like hers was, they did the flu test for her. That one had hung around for a few days, and then she only just yesterday stopped hacking up a lung to where you could hear it like in her chest.
Yeah, so I'm still taking Mucinex, but still got a nasty cough. And it's not just a cough, one cough here and there. It's like a cough, and it's for like 10 or 15 seconds. So It's bad. But, I mean, Christmas overall, I was able to celebrate Friday night with my parents, my family. So, I was able to celebrate with them and Mackenzie's parents as well the next day. So, still got to celebrate, but just not on the actual day itself. And then for my best, Sean, I'm going to need you to put out a YouTube video on how to use all these different, grills and sous vides, because I got a sous vide from my parents.
Oh, I'm proud of you.
They've used it, and I've loved it when they had steak and everything in there. So I love that.
Now, did you get a vacuum sealer?
I did not. I just got the sous vide, the device thing, so I do need that.
Kind of a half-ass gift on your parents' part. Come on. You need the vacuum sealer to, put the bag in the water to boil.
Right. So it's not just, I can't just take a Ziploc bag and crush the air out of it.
You can. I'd like to see, how it works. Or like hang the bag over, you get a really long plastic bag and hang it over the device or whatever the apparatus that you're holding the water in. But, you just have a nice fun vacuum sealer.
And then Mackenzie's parents got me a Blackstone grill. So I finally have that at the house. I put that together and everything. I got to get a cover, but, I got the Blackstone out there well. So we'll be grilling and sous vide at my house.
How did you communicate to them like you wanted that? Or is that like them saying is that the parental saying, all right, time to be a grill man?
Stop cooking burgers and steak and everything in the skillet at home in the kitchen. That's what they're saying.
Do you have a cast iron pan?
I do not have cast iron, no.
All right.
Yeah, so maybe that's the next thing.
That's the next thing. The Blackstone is basically your cast iron outside.
Mm-hmm.
And then inside, cast iron pan, man, you don't need to go outside for your steaks or your burgers.
Are you, so do you ever have any hobbies you witness where you're like, I'm fascinated by that, and I would like to do that hobby, but I'm not going to do it. That's me with sous vide. When I've gotten obsessed watching Guga on YouTube and watching his videos where he does stuff like that, and I always watch and go I would love to do that, but I'm not going to do that. I'm not actually going to try, but I love watching it, and it makes me wish I could.
I feel so sous vide is basically boiling meat.
Which doesn't sound good.
It does not sound good, and it does not look good. You have to put a sear on it at the end. Right. When we were doing the holiday party, and you were over there when I was doing the steaks, I had to sear those steaks after cooking them. But it's going to cook it perfect every time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think chicken, if you're trying to eat a little healthier, this is going to change your chicken game for the rest of your life.
Okay.
You cook these chicken breasts, which normally chicken thighs are better than chicken breasts. You sous vide these chicken breasts, and you shred them, and you're not going to believe it. You're going to be blown away. You're going to think it's not even cooked because of how tender and insane this is. Yeah. You figure out a way to shred it, or you go ahead and slice it real thin, put some seasoning on there, and then you got to figure out a way to sear it. You got to sear it there at the end in that cast iron pan that your parents need to get you, along with that with the Ziploc bag tightener or whatever I said it was before.
The vacuum sealer.
Yeah.
So you've got the...
Woolchuck failed on this miserably. I gave Woolchuck one.
Oh,
I
yeah?
could have just given you the one that Zach didn't use. Then I gave one to Spittle. He didn't use it. Salmon.
Oh, really?
You'll never have better salmon in your entire life.
Wow.
Literal butter. It'll just melt down. So I'm proud of you if you use it.
Why have you opted for the sous vide over? Didn't you used to be a reverse sear guy?
You do. You still have to revert. You have to sear it. It's a reverse sear, but you're not cooking it first on the grill. You're cooking it in the sous vide, and then you're searing it at the end. So it's a reverse sear with the water boil first. And it's just a matter of whether you have kids and whether you want to be outside that long. I can't be outside, messing with the wood that long.
But don't a lot of people do the reverse sear in the cast iron in the oven? Like they start it in there and then they finish it?
You can sear it first and then do the rest of your cooking, or you can cook it and then sear it at the end. But your burgers, your steaks on the fajitas, your skirt steak, Blackstone, you're going to be good to go.
I'm ready.
My worst is still taking place. My daughter has hand, foot, and mouth.
Oh, no.
It could be much worse, but the blisters, and my wife is going to kill me for talking about this right now because we've been hiding it from my in-laws. But now my daughter's staying home again today, so they're going to figure out that and also there's 2 weeks off. My son is already getting cabin fever. It's awful. It's terrible. Get the schools back. Get the schools back in session and stop with these longer holiday vacations. But she doesn't have fever and she's acting happy, but this poor girl cannot leave her hands alone because these red blisters, and you see the white developing like whiteheads on her hands. So my little Ava Cakes is suffering with the hand, foot, and mouth. I'm suffering more because now I have to go home to both of them again.
Is it like, so is she's just itching, or is she
itching.
is she like wailing? Like, is it like painful?
Oh, no. She's just itching. It could be a lot worse. She's not crying. She's not acting in pain. She's sleeping. But we don't want to send her to school with like what look to be open cuts on her hands or for it to get worse. And then best, great Christmas. Had the holiday parties that you came to.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't sure if I should disclose that to Choppy on Friday or not.
Yeah, you should have.
Because he would then go like, oh, but where was our invite? But it was Larry and it wasn't Peyton. If it was Peyton, then he would have gone, where's our invite? I didn't get asked.
Peyton's too cool. And y'all's invite is Friday for the morning show dinner. The morning show party that we're having on Friday at 7 o'clock. So fantastic holiday, great with the family, friends, and all that. But hand, foot, and mouth has got me.
I'm feeling so. I hate to say this. This is Kristen was giving me hell.
Because your girls are here.
Yeah, Kristen was giving me hell for this over the weekend. So the girls are with me right now. They're in the dugout, the little prep room back there.
One of the 14 conference rooms up here.
Yeah, which apparently it feels like we're only allowed to use one of them because they say they're all open, but you're supposed to schedule on them. And I was like, that's the only one I confidently feel like I can put them in, and nobody will say anything. But no, Kristen was giving me hell for this over the weekend. So Laura had the flu. And she'd gotten better. But because she had the flu and I was sick, we were isolated together. So I was the only human contact that Laura had there for 4 days.
Poor girl.
Yeah. So I was thinking, all right, she'll be out now and she will just be obsessively about everybody else because she's been cooped up. No. She has been as clingy as I can ever remember with me, in the last 3 days. And I was telling Kristen, I was like, she's like, well, she's been, cooped up. She's just feeling antsy. She wants interaction. I was like, yeah, but I was the one in there with her. We were good.
Yeah.
It bonded her closer. And now she wants to hang out with it. But this will be good. She's got to be back there with her sister for 4 hours. And they were all jazzed about getting up here. She woke up at way before she was supposed to. She woke up at 4:30. I was going to get them up at 5, but she was up at 4:30 trying to get dressed and go out here. But they had a positive Christmas. Lots of K-pop Demon Hunters. That's what she's wearing today. She's wearing a bunch of K-pop Demon Hunter stuff, but a good Christmas. Just the only bad was that clinginess for some reason. And then we also are going to have to replace our Explorer windshield, I found out, because a little tiny pebble crack Kristen showed me has now spidered across the entire windshield. And so, yeah, that'll be great. I've got to replace a windshield for God knows how much.
Best and worst of the weekend right here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. There is a new rumor from our former friend Mike Florio, thanks, Chop, for ruining that, that the Cowboys could be interested in this coaching name. And I have a theory. It's a reckless theory over someone defying Jerry Jones on this team. That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. o'clock hour here as we try to get you to another couple of days off with your New Year's break here on Sean and RJ. Choppy's off this week. We got Cowboys Insider Bobby Bell. We got Peyton and Aiden running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Happy holidays to all of you. Thanks for being a Tolo despite your football team not being in it. So we have to focus on other things like rumors. Do you want the defensive coordinator rumor or my reckless Cowboy theory over someone defying Jerry Jones?
Let's go. Let's hear what your theory is.
Okay. So this is based off a Bobby Bell tweet. So Cowboys PR, you can get mad at him first. No, it's actually factual. There's nothing to get mad about. It has to do with Logan Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
And Logan Wilson played how many snaps against the Commanders?
0. None.
And what was he hurt with?
He was not hurt.
Oh, he wasn't hurt.
Nope.
He missed the plane.
Nope. He was there.
They left him back here.
Nope. He was in Washington D.C.
He was in Washington D.C.
Mm-hmm.
He was right there. And he got 0 snaps. Well, Jerry Jones, and watching Alec Medford's face during this response on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube said everything. This was Jerry on with Alec and Will Friday on the KNC Masterpiece. Why didn't Logan Wilson play?
First of all, I don't have an explanation for you why Wilson wasn't in there. He'd planned to be in there. We'd planned to have him in there, so I don't have that at this time. But he needs to be in there. He's got good instincts. The reason we got him was because he reads the play quick and can basically be in his lane of responsibility or react. It's critical that a linebacker have quick reacting, and he's able to do that. That's why we got him. But I don't have an answer for that yesterday.
I don't have an explanation?
His
what?
His athleticism is not what it once was. He's an older linebacker, and it's showing. He is not as bad as Kenneth Murray. There's 0 chance, and that's why they went and got him, is because he's better than Kenneth Murray, and they needed somebody better than Kenneth Murray.
My theory, reckless theory, Bobby's here to correct it and clean it up.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost tweeted it, but I said I'm going to talk to Bobby first and check around. Is this a Matt Eberflus rebellion similar, and I have an analogy to go along with it, to Mike McCarthy not playing Jonathan Mingo? Is this the same exact thing on the defensive side? McCarthy, hot seat. Jerry recklessly trades for Mingo. Gives away, flushes a 4th-round pick. Jerry wants to see Mingo on the field. We're out of it. We're eliminated.
Pretty dramatic there, Nick.
Get him reps. Get him out there. Get him some plays. And you said that Mike McCarthy did not play Mingo.
Yep.
Matt Eberflus getting caught up by Jerry on the show. Publicly. Dead man walking. Joke of DFW sports. Okay. That guy you acquired? That trade you made? Nah. Here's my own little statement. Here's my own little tit for tat after what you've been saying about me in the press. He's not going to play at all.
I'm the linebacker expert. Don't tell me who's the better linebacker.
My theory, my guess, my speculation, reckless, I'm prefacing it, Josh Clark, web team, is that Logan Wilson is Jonathan Mingo and Matt Eberflus is pulling and Mike McCarthy. Shoot it down. 0 snaps.
I can't say it's. I can't say it's true. I can't just automatically shoot it down. I don't think it's the worst possible. Like, that seems like it could.
And then
be.
Not to have an explanation. How does Jerry?
So typically when we interview him, I will say this aspect of it. When we interview him
before the meetings,
we interview him Tuesdays. They meet Monday morning. So Monday morning, anything that Jerry's curious about or he feels he doesn't have an answer to, he gets there. They did not have meetings Friday morning.
Yeah.
So he was kind of just walking in here. So anything like that he would have been looking for an answer for, he wouldn't have gotten yet.
I was a little surprised that Jerry didn't say, we haven't met yet, the meetings.
Yeah.
I don't have an explanation for you. I don't know. Maybe had my mind just, it was going in circles.
Some of those, I think we would have those answers more regularly if, for instance, if we interviewed him on Monday morning. So, like, if we had him on Monday morning instead of Tuesday, I think more frequently you'd hear him say, I don't have an answer for you on that, just because he hadn't talked to the staff yet to find out why something had occurred. But, yeah, I think that's a distinct possibility. In fact, it is very interesting to note that who have been the two biggest pariahs on defense over the last month or so?
Diggs.
Kenneth Murray and Trayvon Diggs. Kenneth Murray and Trayvon Diggs were the only two players who played 100% of the snaps against the Commanders. That was it. Logan Wilson played none.
Diggs played 100?
100% of the snaps. He played every single snap against the Commanders. And those were the only two who did. But yeah, I don't think it's that crossed my mind as a possibility. But yeah, that could absolutely be similar to the Mingo situation, which, yeah, McCarthy didn't play Mingo even though they wanted him to.
This is also another great example. I feel like this would be a RJ Choppy point here. This is a great example of how we overreact as a local media to deals like this.
It was a 7th-round pick, yeah.
Yeah, if the Eagles gave up a 7th-round pick for someone, we'd be crapping on it. Pfft, what's that going to do? You gave him a 7th-rounder. Whoop-de-doo. It's worthless. And what we do locally, and it's the Cowboys, we hype it up to, oh, we got the brainchild now, the defense. We got a new captain. We got the blue or green or purple dot, whatever the hell it is. And now we have the guy who's going to direct the quarterback of the defense. Doesn't matter if he can't run around. Cincinnati's a bunch of losers. They don't know how to use them. They didn't want to pay him. They're cheap. We now have the brainchild.
We did do that one time with the Eagles. Just one time. And that was Darius Leonard. Remember when Darius Leonard was a free agent? And that's because
we wanted him.
I know, because both teams' linebackers were so bad. And that's why I think Logan Wilson excited people, is because, like, they're so bad at linebacker.
Yeah.
Like, just anybody who might provide the least bit of resistance is exciting.
Yeah.
And yet they still throw Kenneth Murray out there, who, by the way, going back and watching the tape, he was absolutely god-awful. He was really, really bad again on Sunday.
Because he looks like a monster. He looks like the guy you do not want to mess with in the club.
Yeah.
He's a physical specimen.
I think, man, I'm going to have to be sure of this. I think he was a guy.
Like that guy last night, 58, I think it was on San Fran, was blowing everybody up. That linebacker who was murdering everyone. He's not as physically imposing as Kenneth Murray. He's not as jacked and as heavy as Kenneth Murray. And that's what you think Kenneth is going to do. He's at least going to knock that crap out of people.
Man, and I hate it because Kenneth Murray does have just, like, he is a 100% like grade A first class human being. Like, his backstory was one coming out of Oklahoma that people love. So his mom is a retired police officer. He grew up in a family with several adopted siblings, some of who had special needs, and he helped a lot, like, raising them, and he's got like a great story. And he was always just like one of these high character guys that really stood out. I'm starting to wonder, because the more guys that pop into my head is like, man, the high character, I think I just want convicts at linebacker. I mean, DeMarvion Overshone's worked out fine, but
not this year.
Some of these other linebackers I can remember that they're like, there he is. There's the Boy Scout out there.
Yeah.
Kenneth Murray was that guy. Rashaan Evans was that guy coming out of Alabama. Some of the, like, give me more Rolando McClains.
Yeah.
Give me the linebackers on the scissor.
And now for the rumor. Mike Florio, ProFootballTalk.com. Cowboys could be lurking for Brian Flores as the Matt Eberflus replacement. Now, there's been a report that the Vikings are working on an extension, and also another report that teams around the league are looking at Flores as a head coach. The problem with Flores is his personality. And coming from that Belichick tree and basically telling you if you're Tua, you're a loser.
Which he was right.
And
he's proved right about Tua.
I'm not afraid of saying that you're a loser. I'm paraphrasing here. And this is Mike Florio saying that the Cowboys, there's interesting chatter in league circles that the Cowboys will be firmly in play for Flores, who whooped Brian Schottenheimer and Dak Prescott when they lined up.
That would check some boxes for them historically. A defensive coordinator. They like defensive coordinators that have been former head coaches, so that you'd get that. They like defensive coordinators with a certain reputation around the league. Flores does have a reputation. Like, they like the guys who at some point were like, hey, that was the guy. They're not quite buying low on him the way they would be other guys that they've done that with in the past, like Quinn and Nolan and
Eberflus.
And Zimmer and Eberflus. This would be a little bit higher, but obviously it's a complicated situation. The way that Flores has, had an ongoing lawsuit with the NFL, and like that has made it, I'm sure, a little bit more difficult to find teams that want to interact with him.
Because the Giants are on that list, and there's someone else.
I think this would be a disaster in Dallas if he got hired.
Bobby, don't mess up my dream.
And not because of him. I think he's a great coach. I think Vic Fangio coming here would be borderline disastrous, because what Flores asks his defense to do and what Fangio asks his defense to do is so advanced and so demanding in terms of mental processing from everybody that unless you're telling me they've got the pieces to basically change the entire defense and put different people in here, because you saw that clip we were talking about earlier of Diggs and Hooker Hooker is having to just repeat to him like nonstop before the play, like what he's supposed to be doing. Unless you're telling me we're swapping out a large portion of your defense and getting guys in here who can do what Flores does. I referenced a couple weeks ago, Cody Alexander from Match Quarters had brought up the point. He said, you better have a veteran-heavy defense. That you cannot have very many young players on defense for Brian Flores.
Schottenheimer told us that.
So that's one of those things where I look at it and I go, I think Flores is great. Unless you're telling me I'm getting 7 or 8 new starters on defense, then I don't think it'll work.
Florio continues. As we learned with canvassing high-level personnel with multiple teams about Flores' head coaching prospects in the hiring cycle, his Belichickian style hasn't always meshed with Minnesota nicely. Yes, they have the exclusive negotiating window, but he's going to ruffle feathers. He's a hard ass. He just is, right? Jerry Jones loves to talk a big game, Florio writes. Would he put his money where his mouth is? He has a low-key reputation for being cheap. Rex Ryan claimed last year he would have been the hire instead of Mike Zimmer, but Jerry, the Joneses, couldn't pony up the money.
Yeah, that I think is a lie. But other instances, yeah, maybe they haven't paid. See, but they have shown themselves willing to pay top dollar before to keep Quinn, to keep Will McClay. So, I mean, they've done it in certain instances for sure.
Yeah. So, Brian Flores, there's a rumor out there. Who's his agent, by the way? As I wonder who Florio's getting this from. If this is just an agent throwing the Cowboys into the mix. We need to follow the breadcrumbs.
Yeah, because so coaching agents are always different.
It's usually Jimmy Sexton.
I could have sworn he was somebody who was
self-represented.
No, like he had I thought. The other complicating factor is
he doesn't have a single publicly named agent for coaching. You can go through these other agencies for public speaking engagements.
I could have sworn, and it's much harder to get the agents for coaches publicly. But man, I could have sworn that Jerry was somehow mentioned, or the Cowboys were somehow mentioned in that lawsuit. Not directly by like Flores had an issue with them, but like, hey, I heard this around the league, and I could have sworn that was mentioned in there.
All right, it's Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station. Bobby Belt in the choppy chair throughout the entire week. This team wants to make an Anthony Davis move, but the Mavs aren't loving the return. That's next here on 105.3 The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3
Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3233. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
How about Lardis? The rookie chance to win it. He's got one NHL goal. Lardis for the win. Scores! Nick Lardis! And the shootout of the Hawks win 4-3 in Dallas.
Dallas Stars on a little skid. Back-to-back 4-3 losses. They lost at Detroit against the Red Wings and then dropped that one. The Blackhawks snapped a 6-game skid with a 4-3 shootout victory at the AAC. It'll be the Sabres up next. Stars get a little break before New Year's Eve against Buffalo. They are second in the Central.
Boy, this is back-to-back games, too, where they lost and Money Puck had them as just the overwhelming deserved to winner on their deserve to win-o-meter. They were 87.4 in this game, and then the Blackhawks still managed to pull it out. That's disappointing.
Dallas Mavericks have won one of their last 5 games. They had the awesome win against Denver. The Joker's been going out of his mind recently. He is now your new favorite for NBA MVP. Then they lost to the Warriors by 10, and they lost to the Kings by 6.
Fortune favors the bold.
They are at Portland tonight against the Blazers, but just like the Cowboys, we don't care what's happening on the field of play. We care about the rumors, and this is NBA insider Chris Haynes with the latest on AD.
Yeah, today I found something very interesting. I came on last week and I told you about what the Warriors are looking for a big man, rim-running big man, protect the paint, lob threat. I was told they're contemplating making a case to acquire Anthony Davis as well. And so with that being said, I was told that Dallas was not that fascinated with what Golden State has on his books. And so if the Golden State Warriors did really want to make a true play at Anthony Davis, they would likely have to acquire some more assets or involve another team.
So, straight up, the Mavericks are not loving what Golden State could give in return. Now you have the Atlanta Hawks out there as well, and Mark Stein confirmed, yes, there is real interest from Atlanta. Now, Chris Haynes said the Hawks would not include Trae Young, which I'm not disappointed about whatsoever.
Nope.
I do not want Trae Young. I think Choppy would try to advocate for him a little bit. I have no interest. Stein seemed to question that a little bit by saying, well, they're not notoriously cheap. They don't typically spend a ton, so you're going to have Anthony Davis and Trae Young on your books there in Atlanta. So I was getting the impression from Stein that Trae may be a little bit more available than Chris Haynes was suggesting, but that's what we're hearing over the weekend. Warriors, Hawks.
And isn't Chris Haynes is an Atlanta guy, though, isn't he? Because wasn't that where the squatters were in his house and he was threatening to beat him up? Was in Atlanta, I think. Look, I think that we're just getting to a point now where it's like you're not going to get the value you want for Anthony Davis.
What do you want?
I'd like to have
reasonably. What would you be very happy with?
If I could get 3 first-round picks at this point, I'd be thrilled.
You're not even saying it with a straight face.
Because it's ridiculous. It shouldn't be ridiculous.
3 ones.
Given the way people.
If I got 2 ones, I'd be happy.
1 year later, the guy you got in return for Luka Doncic should be worth 3 first-round picks. Not even a year later.
I know.
And so, I mean, you're going to have to take, 40 cents on the dollar? 50 cents on the dollar, like something like that. I mean, he was playing really well there. He had a really nice stretch. And then him getting hurt again is just, it's just a reminder of it doesn't matter how good he is. It doesn't matter how talented he is. He is not going to be available for you. It's just never going to happen to where he will be consistently available for you. He has reached I'm trying to think of he's reached Mike Trout status in terms of being available. Like to where it's just, he's not going to be there for you most of the time. And you have to plan accordingly around that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think
I just AI'd. It could be wrong. How many games has Anthony Davis been injured in his career? And what random number were you just...
Gosh, so let's hear 2011 was when he got drafted. So, I mean, we're talking about 14 years. I'm going to say that he's missed 400 games due to injury.
It says totaling over 230.
Well, I mean, he did have that. What was?
But I didn't put it. I mean, he had a decent stretch in L.A.
Yeah, because he had that. Now, on average, that's missing 16 games a year. And when you consider the fact that...
And again, that was just a rough search.
Right. But when you consider the fact that I know the last full year he played in L.A., he played 78 games, I think, out of 82. Like, he was one of the ones who people were kind of pointing to as like...
Here are the games played. 64, 67, 68, 61, 75, 75. That's pretty decent.
Mm-hmm.
Then 56, 62, 36 and... No, 36 is by itself. Then 40. Then 56, 76... 42 and 9. That's 51 with the trade year. And this year, 16.
It's really been post-COVID. Like, I mean, he was always banged up. Like, he was always one of these just kind of like little nagging injury guys. But really post-COVID, that's when it was like he's just not been available as consistently as you need.
Are you nervous about our bet?
A little bit. So the Lakers are... JJ Redick's a problem.
I loved what he did. He's getting criticized by a lot of people. Why is this a problem that the Lakers have not been good since LeBron came back? They got destroyed by the armpit, and JJ in the post goes, basically, I'm not doing this for another 50 games. Saturday's going to be uncomfortable, and it's pretty consistent who the guys are who are not doing what they're supposed to do. Why is that a problem? We're so foreign to this, in this soft-ass world that we live in, that now J.J. Redick is Indiana Bobby Knight verbally and psychologically abusing these guys. Why is this a problem?
Oh, no, I'm going the opposite way. That he's trying to seem like he's Bobby Knight, and it's fake. They asked DeAndre Ayton, they're like, hey, JJ said it was going to be really tough. And DeAndre Ayton looked in the cameras, laughed, and said, and y'all bought into that? Like, they don't respect him.
That's what Gilbert or Kenyon Martin, I think, said that.
I don't think that's the thing. I think this is 2 years in a row that, like, players seem to laugh at him.
Well, DeAndre could also be coming out of that meeting like, I'm going to diffuse this.
Could be, yeah, 100%. But, like, this is what they ran into with Avery Johnson. I remember them talking about this. Avery Johnson got hired as the coach here in Dallas, and the broadcast crew was talking about, oh, what a great run Avery Johnson's had early on, and they said, we witnessed something this week. Dirk was walking by and, like, patted him on the stomach or something, said, old baseline Johnson, because that was Avery Johnson's shot, was on the baseline. And Avery laughed about it, but then they followed it up and said, you know, there's questions in Dallas about whether players view him as too much of their teammates still. Like, and if they, and that's the thing is that LeBron was a teammate with him. Luka was a teammate with him for a little bit. Like, I do wonder if there is some aspect of it to where it's just like they don't think of him that way. Like it's like when he first got brought in there in the first press conference, he's like, whatever he said, I'm going to win effing championships or whatever. It's like, oh, gosh, dude, like it almost like made you roll your eyes, like you're trying too hard now. And it's 2 years in a row that there's been murmurs of like, yeah, that locker room is just kind of a mess at times. And it makes me just think like, all right, maybe he just doesn't have a handle on it. I mean, Redick was a guy who at times was considered, like, as a player, not to be like he wasn't always the most positive impact on a locker room.
Really?
And so, yeah. And so, like, I think that
I'm rooting for him right now.
I'm rooting for him because I need them to win more games than the Mavericks. But man, they got the same record in the last 10 games. They're both 4-6.
You're fine.
And Dallas is playing better, just 7 games back.
7 back?
They're 7 back in the Lakers right now.
And Austin Reeves is now for a month. But
there's a chance.
But something's happened with LeBron. They should trade LeBron. It's not a hot take. It's not crazy. See if anyone would go ahead and bite. Patrick Dumont might. Because just when I'm sitting here getting excited about Warriors and Hawks scenarios, there's a report that Dumont wants to see, just at least for a little bit, he wants to see Kyrie, Flag, and AD all together. Did you see this?
Yeah, I saw you retweet it, and I saw that, and that makes me sick.
Right? So, Mark Stein reported that.
So we had to, it hurt us, but we did have to award Worst Take on Friday to Tim Collins for
assistant program director
for tweeting,
not having a clock in here yet.
No, for tweeting that he was like, you know what? Am I crazy to think maybe they shouldn't trade Anthony Davis?
Oh, God.
And Chop and I were like, yep, nope, yeah, that's gonna get you Worst Take. You can't suggest that. Patrick Dumont, similarly, you don't need to see them all together. You don't. Just Get it done. Because you know what? That's equally as dangerous as Jerry watching the Cowboys play really well at the end of the season when it doesn't matter. Where it's like, no, don't get sucked in by that. Because what you'll see is, yeah, they're talented basketball players. They'll all play well together. And you'll say, man, this looks fun. And it'll be like, great. Do you want to see it 3 more times for the rest of your career? Because that's how many times you'll see it if you let them play together, because none of them will be healthy at the same time.
The whole thing comes down to what's the trade value going to be for AD now versus after the year?
I think during the year, I know they've said build up his value again, and I get it. I think the most enticing...
And it would help you tank more.
If you're building a team, though, isn't the most enticing aspect of Anthony Davis, like, maybe I can keep him healthy for 2 months?
Right.
And so if you're trying to like make a
Second
playoff
half
push,
run.
and you're just like, I need to get him through the year. I don't need him for the next 3 years. Let me get it. So I still think if you trade him at the deadline, that's going to be the most value, because you'll find teams that go, we can keep him healthy for 2 months.
Does it make, again, misery loves company. This is it looks like how my 2026 is starting. Not the best New Year's resolution. I was rooting for other people's failures, to come join us in our DFW sports pit. Does this make you feel any better? Chris Mannix, NBA insider, friend of the show, went off on Luka. Again, JJ Redick is talking about guys not doing certain things. This is Chris Mannix. This is not from last year, 3 years ago, 4 years ago during Luka's Mavericks career. Mannix is suggesting a benching.
Luka is a huge problem. A huge problem. More often complains to the referee, and when he does, he leaves the Lakers playing 4-on-5. Not just for like one play, for like multiple possessions, for dead balls. 1 or 2 possessions later, he's still talking to the referees.
Guess what? You know how LeBron is not going to get in a time machine and become 30 again? Luka Doncic is never going to be a great defensive player. Luka Doncic is probably never going to stop arguing with referees, and Luka Doncic is never going to put in the effort and energy on defense that he does on offense.
That is a truly sad indictment. I mean, I don't disagree with you, but like that's...
it's just the truth. What would you do?
I think actions would speak louder than words. Yeah.
You just bench him every time he talks to the refs.
If you saw,
good luck.
He gets cooked on the defensive end by Kevin Durant, whatever. That's going to happen. But it's when he gets consumed by the referees that kills the Lakers. It kills them. And that is where I would have to take that strong stand, where if you see it happen one too many times during a game, yank him out of there.
Yank him out of there.
You
thought JJ was tough.
This is the poison. That
makes you feel better that Luka's kind of doing the same thing there.
Yeah, he's doing the same thing. Exactly. He's averaging 33.7 points per game, 8.3 rebounds, 8.6 assists.
And they're having team meetings though.
He
can't make it work with LeBron.
This is he's Luka. You let it go. Like, I'm sorry, just like they let it go with James Harden. Like, people were like, Harden didn't play defense either. Didn't matter. Like, he's going to put up 34 a game. Like, I understand. If he could play defense, would it be more awesome? Yeah. Like, do you want Michael Jordan? Yes, I'd love to have Michael Jordan. I'd love to have LeBron. I'd love to have the guy who can put up 40 every night and also play first-team NBA defense. But if you're telling me, like, you should trade him to get Anthony Davis, who plays great defense or something, then I think you're stupid. And no, like, this is who he is, and people need to, you won the battle of getting him in shape. Congratulations. He's in shape, and he's playing great basketball. You can't get the world. Sorry. There's going to be some flaws there, and one of them is he's not going to play great defense, but guess what? He's going to make up for it because he could outscore them by himself if he needed to.
Who might be preparing for their final game as a Cowboy this weekend? That's next. And below the belt on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and Roberto after this.
One Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not. Over to you, Bobby.
Going.
Thought we were running another Jack FM promo.
Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Thank you, Paula Cole, for introing us here as we talk about the Cowboys that could be entering their final game. And some of these are pretty obvious, and the rest of these, I think, are just questions. Some that may actually hurt Cowboys fans to find out that they're questions, but I think are at least worth investigating a little bit. First off,
ready for the purge, just like for the Rangers.
Right off the bat, before we get into some of the numbers, who do you think of right off the top of your head is though like gone?
Diggs.
That player's not. Diggs is number one. Is there anybody else that stands out though, or just like Diggs has been such a focus that it's like everything else falls in by that? Like you think George Pickens will be back, for instance, right? There's no concern really, even though he's a free agent, right?
Yeah, I do have a little concern, and I don't even know if I should have concern, depending on a trade package that I could be talked into.
I think you could have concern for it going, like, could it go sideways? Like, that's a reasonable concern to have because of how the Micah deal went. Could there be some sort of disagreement on we need to see it another, like those sort of things I understand as concerns. But just on the blind read of like, he's a player that they like and they would like to have him on their team next year and he likes it in Dallas, that would feel like a pretty confident bet that right now he should be back, but something could happen. There's still potential that could disrupt that. So you can include him there. But there are a few different guys who are
like, is Fowler on a one-year deal? Bye-bye.
Yes, Fowler's
Man, what
on
a miss!
one-year.
What a miss we all had on Dante Fowler's return. Felt like we stole him back from Washington.
That has been just a complete disappointment. And he's another guy who apparently just fell out of favor and can't get on the field very much anymore. There's something there that
he was penciled in for 8 sacks at least.
Yeah,
Done.
easy. No problem
Easy.
at all. And now there's a little bit of a question of like, okay, like, I mean, what happened? Is there something wrong with him? Is there a scheme fit? Is there something where he got sideways with Eberflus? Because it's just, he was meant to be one of their big defensive leaders, and he's just not really been able to have that opportunity. All right, let's take a look first at guys who are out of contract.
I actually thought he had more sacks here than he did. He had 10.5 in Washington, and here he had 4 and then 6 in another season. This year he's got 3.
Yeah, and that 4 and 6, though, in the amount of time that he played, it was about as efficient as the 10.5 he got in Washington. So he's always been kind of the same situational pass rusher that's able to get to the quarterback. And just this year, it's not been there for him nearly as much. He had one really good game, the Jets game. He was like just a monster and balled out and was, in the backfield every other play, it felt like. But outside of that, it's not really been the case. All right, so let's first take a look at guys who are probably on their way out of here, who are, or at least could be on their way out of here, just based on their contract situation being they're out of deals. First off, Jalen Tolbert is in all likelihood done here, and that's going to cap off one of the more disappointing top 100 picks they've probably had in recent memory. Now, some would fight and say, well, you got more out of him than you did Tristan Hill or some of these other guys that you've had up there. Like, he still gave you, 7 touchdowns last year, but he was brought in here on a run to be... It's disappointing that he didn't even end up being Terrence Williams. Like, Terrence Williams gave you a few years as your number 2. Now, like, not a number 2 for around the rest of the league, but somebody who could competently go deep for you across from Dez Bryant. You got number 2 production out of Michael Gallup for a stretch. You never really got that guy from Tolbert, and he was such a different player when he got here than the guy that had been on tape at South Alabama. In terms of just, not just the way that he played, but like the edge that he played with. You always saw him on tape talking trash to defensive backs at South Alabama. That never existed here.
Yeah.
He got his confidence shattered as a rookie, and it was never rebuilt. It was out the door and done at that point. But I do think that Tolbert, obviously a guy that'll probably be on the move.
See Brandon Cooks make his play yesterday?
I did. Yeah, he had the he continues to produce where he does now. If Dallas didn't have like decent receivers, I would have been all over that. But that, of course, ended kind of funny when he got sideways with the medical staff and was getting procedures done outside. Kenneth Murray is a free agent. Dante Fowler are free agents. Dear God, you hope that's the end for Kenneth Murray. Again, nice guy, but man, that's just not worked out in any respect. The two big ones that they're facing outside of George Pickens, we've talked a ton about George Pickens. One of them may not be attainable just because of the way that he operates, and we already referenced him earlier, Jadeveon Clowney. Clowney has seemingly done the last couple years of Roger Clemens' career. Remember when Clemens would just go like, I'll talk to somebody in June, and I'll decide if I want to play. I'll just show, I don't want to do the whole spring training thing. I don't want to do the first half of the season.
His PFF grade's a 76.
He's been really solid for them.
He was great in the Washington game.
So Clowney is somebody who I think they would like to have back. I think he likes it here in Dallas. It's just a question of, does he want to change his routine as a veteran at this stage of his career? He's 33, or he'll be 33 next year. It's going to be just a question of how much he wants to be here for all the offseason stuff, or if he just looks at it and says, I want a shot to win something at the end, and so I'm going to pick a team that I feel is more ready to contend. The other one, and he's been fantastic this year, and he's been a complete warrior for them and fought through being banged up at different points, and that's Javonte Williams, who I think a lot of people, I'll give them credit. That is one of the bigger home runs they had as a personnel department this year, because I thought
By the way, for Clowney, just salary-wise, starting at the age of 27, he made 12.7. Then it went down to 7.4. Then he made 9.7. Then it dropped when he turned 30 to 4.5. Then, I'm guessing he had a Cowboy-type season in Baltimore. He made $10 million in Carolina. And then it dropped down to 2. This year, 3.4. So there is a roller coaster history of Clowney now jumping back up to about 7 or 8 based upon years like this.
Yeah, and he's been really good this year. He's somebody who that's a contender who needs a rotational defensive end, maybe not somebody who can play full-time all the time, but somebody who can give him 50, 60% snaps. He's perfect for that.
He could be your your swing D end?
Yeah.
That's a dream.
Yeah. Honestly, that was who was it? It was we were talking to Jim Jeffcoat recently on Cowboys Crosstalk, and Jim Jeffcoat said that was what Jimmy told him. And that was the way that he pitched him on Charles Haley and Tony Tolbert, the starting defensive ends now, was that he came to him and said, I'm going to change your career. I'm going to extend it, and I'm going to let you just wreck shop. You're going to be in there. He became one of the original you're in there as a situational pass rusher guys. That was one of the ways that Jimmy kind of changed the way teams functioned their defense. And he had 12 sacks, I think, in 1992 as a part-time player, like playing 30% of the snaps, because he was always in there in passing situations. So he just knew all right, I'm teeing off. I'm not getting stuck in the mud playing run defense. I know what I'm in here to do. And it did. It extended his career. He got a few more years out of it and had some really productive years. So Clowney can kind of do that. Javonte Williams is the one where it's now you have a question of how much money will he potentially get on the open market? He was one of the younger running backs available on the market last year. He's still, it feels like he's been in the league for forever now. He's 25 years old. And so he's going to be, in fact, he turned 25 in April, so he'll be 26 next year. And somebody who was not just worn down. This is his career high in touches by a significant margin now. And you look at that and go, okay, is he somebody who can kind of continue that trajectory? Is he somebody who can bounce back? Do you need, though, to have a kind of like, fast back there with him as like a tandem guy? Does Blue need to come along a little bit more? They like what they've seen from Malik Davis. I wonder if some of the look they're giving Malik Davis right now, in addition to Javonte Williams got hurt, was just, let's see what we have here in case the market gets too big.
Yeah.
Like, let's see what the running back depth looks like behind him, even though Jaden Blue can't even get active for games at this point.
This is going to challenge your principles of what the Cowboys have proven to be successful in with the running back rotating door the past 2 years versus your heartstrings.
Mm-hmm.
Because we all love Javonte.
Yep.
I guarantee on the fan text right now, it's like, what are you talking about? So resign. But Rico Dowdle and Javonte Williams are proof that if it gets too expensive, then Javonte's gone. It's your formula versus your emotion. And that's where I'm doing this tug of war. If I'm Javonte, I go out, obviously, and forget about fit and forget about liking. This is probably going to be it could be his lone payday ever.
Yeah.
It could be his only payday for whoever decides I need this physical, ram back there in the backfield. And they let Rico go for basically nothing.
Mm-hmm. And
nothing.
Saw how he turned into a really productive back.
Yeah, but the
Carolina.
Cowboys have gone 2 for 2 recently, and just finding another body, which has been the morning show strategy led by RJ Choppy for years and years and years. It just sucks when it's someone you really, really like in Javonte with his style.
Second in the NFC in rushing yards this season, Javonte Williams. He's 49 behind Bijan Robinson. And if you look behind that, What
would get too expensive for you? Give me a 3-year deal.
I could go...
This year he's making 1.5.
I could go 7.
Per?
Mm-hmm.
7?
Yeah, like it'd probably be 7 on the front end, and then the last couple of years, even though it's 7 annually, quote unquote, it trickles off behind that. But
what type of guy is he in the locker room?
He's like a big time leader for them, and he was they call him the valedictorian because that's what he was. He was a high school valedictorian, and he's really smart. And Shoddy has talked about him as being one of the smarter players he's ever been around.
Listen to this drop off in running back salary. Mixon's making 8.5. Chuba's making 8.3. DeAndre, who loving his year in Chicago, is making 8. Tony Pollard's making 7.25. There's no one in the NFL making 6 and change. No one in the National Football League at running back is making $6 million at all. It goes from Pollard at 7.2 to Jaylen Warren at 5.9, and then Devin Singletary and Bijan in the mid-5s.
Yeah, and if you get to the 6, like the only ones who will get to 6, like I think Dowdle had incentives to get to 6, but that's not his base salary. Now, we're running out of time a little bit on this one because we ended up talking about Javonte there, but we can probably do some of this tomorrow.
Aubrey?
But, so, I still think that
Aubrey's going to have to be an expressway conversation.
Yeah, because there's going to be.
We'll just make it a series.
Yeah, because I'm not going to have an opinion that people are going to love. Now he is a restricted free agent.
Don't Bobby mumble that. Say that slowly.
I will not have an opinion that people love
about
Brandon Aubrey.
Ooh.
He is a restricted free agent.
Bobby likes margarine.
Here are some of the. Here I think.
No, Bobby likes butter.
Here I think are the two. I like lard. Here are the two that I think are the biggest names that are going to probably surprise people that we need to talk about. It. Could this be their final game? And we'll talk about them in a future segment. Kenny Clark. And then Kevontae Turpin.
A Sunday night football thriller, and Grocery Gate has now been solved with what to do about this at the supermarket, plus the University of Michigan hire. Final hour, Monday edition, after this.
Now on camera. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
No timeouts left. Here's the snap. Williams looking left. Williams looking right. Williams U-turns, gets away from Huff. Still looking, backpedaling, throws, and it is incomplete. The ball game is over, and the 49ers have won it. They come spilling onto the field. What an effort. And the 49ers are one game away from the 1 seed in the NFC.
I love that Aiden is out there fist pumping mid-conversation with Alec and Jacob as if he's just breathing. He's sitting there fist pumping, and the other guys are just talking to him like normal, just knowing what he's doing for the final hour of the show. Choppy's out this week. It's Sean and Bobby for the duration here on 105.3 The Fan.
Gosh, it's gotten, I'd say, especially in the last probably 3 days, our video has really taken a step up at this station too. It's gotten much better. Our college football coverage has gotten better in the last 3 days too.
877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. I'm going to catch a ricochet off that. Literally, somehow, some way. Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, will join us at 9:20. That was the call on 49ers radio. Oh gosh, my jealousy just sets in all over again. Coaching with Kyle Shanahan, injuries with San Francisco overcoming. We count them out, not that dangerous during the course of the year. And then Brock Purdy basically scoring 5 touchdowns every single week in fantasy.
All the overnight dances.
It's not the Rams. I think the Rams are eliminated from the 1 seed and NFC West division title contention. We're sitting here with the 49ers and Seahawks. The winner gets the number 1 seed for this upcoming weekend. The loser drops to 5 or 6. San Francisco wins an instant classic against Caleb and the Bears.
Which he is now on this season. I will...
Purdy?
Yeah, he's so disrespected, so super disrespected. He's now, if you like, obviously you can't just eliminate last year. I'm just saying, when you just take out 24, his record as a starting quarterback in the NFL now is 24-5. Now, last year they were 6-9. So I'm not saying you can just erase that. I'm saying last year was clearly a bad year for the 49ers because he played pretty well overall last year, but he has been he has just, from the moment he stepped onto the field, been above what any expectations were that were set for him, and he just feels like the most dangerous quarterback in the NFL, throwing the ball in the middle of the field, deep down the middle of the field. It's just dangerous.
He's doing this little dance move now. He's sitting there.
He's Dougie. They love his Dougie, yeah.
Broncos, Patriots, and Jacksonville in a race for the number 1 seed. Panthers and Buccaneers still alive. The winner gets the 4th seed. The 4th seed between these two. And the Ravens and Steelers will decide the AFC number 4 spot Sunday night after Pittsburgh lost in Cleveland.
Just real quick on Purdy. For his career, he's averaging 9 yards per attempt. That's for his career, 9 yards per attempt. That's insane. His 7.9 this year is by far his career low. Yeah, the Pittsburgh game.
Give me the best coaches in the NFL. Like separate McVay.
Like I'm not talking about this head coach, right?
Yeah, head coach.
Yeah,
like for the next 5 years, you get to draft
Kevin O'Connell. I love him. No, I'm throwing out
give me your tiers. Yeah, you break down the top 5 in tiers.
So I think the top tier.
Who's better between McVay and Shanahan?
I think Shanahan's a better coach, but McVay has won more consistently. And he's won in bigger moments more consistently. So I feel like it's Peyton
alone?
Brady. Like I feel like McVay is a little like almost like the Brady side of the Peyton Brady argument, and like Shanahan, it's like, man, it seems like Shanahan's got all these advantages over him, but at the end of the day, like, McVay has won more, and McVay wins more against him, and so it does kind of. I think they're right at the top. Those are the 2 top ones to me. Like,
and then there's another tier.
I think
KOC is the top of tier.
I like.
What was that lip thing you just did?
I like O'Connell enough to put him up there with them.
Ooh.
So I would say that that's the very top to me is O'Connell, McVay, and Shanahan. That's the top tier. Behind that, it's gonna be
Peyton.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I probably should put Matt LaFleur in the first tier too.
Ooh.
Because I think Matt LaFleur just gets disrespected pretty consistently as a guy who just he wins. I think the next tier down is more the guys who are probably, I think are still forward thinking, but are probably a little more old school. So it's like Dan Campbell, it's Sean Payton. I would throw more of those guys, and they're still like Harbaugh would probably be on that next tier.
Jim
Harbaugh, and then I don't know what to do with Andy Reid at this point because there's a lot of discussion. And then, I mean, probably on that second tier is DeMeco Ryans too. So Ryans, Campbell, Harbaugh, Payton is probably that next tier after the first group. And then behind that, it's, I feel like, kind of guys who we're waiting to see which direction they go, up or down. So that'd be like Shoddy would be in there. It's kind of like an unproven state. And then below that is just, we already know these guys aren't good coaches. And that's going to be more, to me, I'm going to say guys like Mike McDaniel at this point, who he can be a great designer all he wants. He's not a great head coach, I don't think. I don't think Aaron Glenn is a very good head coach. But, I mean, it's tough to not. It's tough to look at Sirianni at times and just say he shouldn't be on tier 2 because he does get results.
Yeah. How about what he did walking back to the locker room after the Eagles survived Buffalo? There's a clip of him yelling, "Yo, you ain't talking now. You ain't talking too much now." And I will say,
bold to do that in Buffalo. That is one of...
He's in the tunnel.
It's one of 2 stadiums in the entire NFL where they make the teams exit through the same tunnel. There's one tunnel. So, I mean, he's walking out through that tunnel.
Next to AJ.
There is that. But he's probably... I mean, he is within earshot in all likelihood of Buffalo players.
I got to give rare credit to Eagle fans. I tweeted out how much I detest Sirianni, how much I despise his face and everything he does with his mannerisms. And... I gotta give props to Eagle fans. They did not like what he did with that celebration, yelling and screaming afterwards in the tunnel. They're like, shut the hell up. After that second half, you're an offensive guy. The numbers that we did not put up, there's no reason to talk trash over that victory. And people are trying to say A.J. Brown looked at him and kind of gave him that Jalen Hurts Super Bowl stare.
Yeah.
Like, be quiet. Zip your lips. So, Eagle fans, they didn't seem to like this. No one came back at me arguing on behalf of Sirianni. And one more moment, since the ball nowhere in here, had to bring up the Cavante Turpin 3rd and 9 to Tommy Yarch last week.
Yep.
Bobby then went and restudied it and then broke it down on the postgame show without giving me any original credit as I heard the replay driving in and Dak hit him on that same play. Hurts runs out of bounds. If you're watching on TV, it's the top sideline.
Mm-hmm.
Hurts runs out of bounds. He gets plucked on the Eagles sideline. Sirianni was the only person to sit there and yell and scream at the other team or the referees. The only one.
It was on a run. Like, did he pick up yards?
Yeah. 9 times out of 10. Now, people try to come back and say, Eagle fans, all butthurt. I was fighting with Eagle fans over this. They're like, because he was in bounds. There's nothing to get mad about. Nope. 99 times out of 100, when a quarterback is cruising out of bounds there, even if he's inbounds and he gets hit like that, the team and his teammates defend him. They go on over and there's a sideline brawl. Something breaks out. Not one single player wearing green got mad at the Buffalo Bill. It was Sirianni. He was the only one. I just thought that was loud and that was telling.
Yeah, I mean, because
you see what I'm saying? Did you see it?
So,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah,
or no?
I'm looking. It looks like there's
not one person.
There's DeJean may not have been on camera because I'm looking at the coach's film of it right now.
Well,
DeJean has his arms up and he's walking over the side and he's about to, like, he's getting in the face of Matt Milano.
But you saw how he got hit, where he got hit, right?
Yeah, that's
normally
definitely that's late. That you need to go defend your quarterback.
Right.
Yeah.
No one did it.
No.
Only Sirianni.
And so that's look, he's the book on him or the chatter about him is like he's not likable. People don't like him. Jalen Hurts, or Nick Sirianni for that matter. But I don't know. When we talk about those best coaches too, though, it's so hard with somebody like Sirianni. It's the same thing we run into.
RJ would hype him.
He would, but I mean, it's the same. RJ also had the Jaguars as his number 1 team after saying they were frauds the week before. But there's it's the same thing you run into with various guys like McCarthy during the 12-4 runs and different things like that. It's like if I can't judge you off the play calling, you could be a great coach, but I can't know.
It's hard. It's John Harbaugh.
Yeah, it's like an incomplete grade, basically, of just like I can guess and I can read tea leaves, but I really, without knowing how that organization operates day in, day out, and like how he's affecting it, I can't know other than just go, I think he's doing something positive because they win games.
The University of Michigan makes their hire, and everyone seems to love it.
Yeah, it's a good hire. It was, what was it? It was Dave Portnoy, who was totally out after Sharon Moore. He was like, I'm done with this. It's a clown show over there. As soon as they made their hire, he said, I'm back. Because Kyle Whittingham, the former coach at Utah who had resigned 2 days after Sharon Moore's news broke, Kyle Whittingham is the new head coach at the University of Michigan. He said this is his final challenge, this quest for a title, after he spent 20 years at Utah, did a really great job there, and is one of I think the best comp for him is like a more natural, less phony at times seeming, or eye-rolly version of Dabo. Like just a more authentic feeling Dabo. And a guy who, man, if they're looking to, he's 66 years old. He's not going to be there for 20 years as the head coach at Michigan. This feels like just a mutual benefit for both parties. Kyle Whittingham gets to go to a big program like Michigan, get a chance to really compete for a title in a way that he probably wasn't going to be able to at Utah. And what Michigan gets is, here's somebody to come in here and clean up Michigan man image. And then in a couple years, we'll get our next guy. But this is somebody who can clean up the image, is safe, and is someone who we feel like will still keep us competitive without us feeling like we're taking a step back. So this feels like a very short-term hire to me, but I think it's a really good one. I think Kyle Whittingham's a good coach.
I am more interested in Lane Kiffin and the shopping basket as he walked into his condo or apartment with the walk-around basket from the grocery store. He didn't want to pay for the bags.
Super entitled.
My mom does that. She doesn't steal the plastic handles. She brings her own bags.
Yeah. That's what a normal person does. They don't leave with the property.
Leave with the property. Lane Kiffin hopped on an LSU broadcast to set the record straight.
Well, there's a better story to it than really what it was. First, Landry wasn't supposed to post that. So I was playing a little bit to Landry, kind of joking with her. But I was proud of myself that I went to self-checkout, and all by myself.
Proud of you too, Coach.
Yeah. Well, they asked me to go get things, and it was funny. I was in the aisles, and I was watching all the guys on FaceTime, because it's Christmas, and they're all on FaceTime with their wives because they don't know how to shop, so they're having to learn from their wives because they're one day to go shopping. Sure. So, and then I got to the end, and then it was like you got to push the buttons on it, and they're like, there were no bags, and then so I just put it in that and then walked out. So we did bring the basket back.
You took the basket back, correct?
Did take the basket back.
Don't believe him.
I believe it because of public pressure.
Public pressure has never been a thing to move Lane Kiffin generally.
The public pressure sent those coaches back to Ole Miss, I think.
No, he was thrilled with that. Send him back to Ole Miss. Give me all the intel you can. They're not going to let me in there to recruit these players. You need to be in there here for me. So I just viewed this less as, like, I was kind of joking when I said entitled. I view this less as entitled and more just, this is a disconnected human being from normal society who doesn't understand that you're not supposed to walk out with them.
Well, that's what Broadus said when I was listening to him and Chiafalo talk about this. He's like, the amount of, Choppy, I think, has a lower back tattoo of Peyton Manning not being able to either order Chinese food or use a can opener. That's why I think the sports wife, why would you ever sign up for that? Unless you just don't want to be home with them nonstop. You're basically, you have another child. Because these guys don't know how to do jack squat. They know how to do nothing. He's talking about even the guys during the holidays FaceTiming, never been in a grocery store. They don't know how to shop. Coaches don't know how to do anything, Broadus said.
But it's the trade-off is you live well.
Yeah.
You get to, while Lane's coaching Ole Miss, LSU's flying you out to show you around. And like, Mrs. Kiffin, is this to your liking here? Right. Are you going to report back positive? So like you get the whole lifestyle that comes with it. You just then also have to deal with the DMs to college students and him taking baskets out of the grocery store.
Why is Nick Eatman talking about trust? He joins us from DallasCowboys.com after this. And this is the greatest of
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-4817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
Hey, it's Sean and Bobby. Choppy out this week, joined every Monday at this time by Dallas Cowboys insider Nick Eatman. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Good morning, Nick. How are you?
I'm good. Good morning, guys.
Admiring the Christmas trust tree is the column at DallasCowboys.com after the Commanders win. What is that discussing?
Oh, man, that was like way before Christmas. I don't even know what I was writing about.
Oh, it wasn't after the game.
I've opened a few presents since then. It just felt like, the trust that the Cowboys have, obviously for their offense. I mean, the 6 fourth down conversions, it's a trust for them. It's a lack of trust, obviously, for your defense. And so that's got to get balanced out. I think some of that is knowing that they have to go score. And some of it is your head coach is your offensive coordinator who's practicing with them and been in meetings. It's like, we can get this. We know we can get this. And they did. And so I think it's a good thing on this end, but also it's a lack of trust for your defense, and they haven't earned that. So that, there's nothing bad about that. It's just that to me, that's got to get a little bit more balanced.
Nick, it didn't seem like there was a whole lot of trust in Matt Eberflus even after this game. Jerry we were talking about this. It felt like Jerry had kind of pulled back a little bit last Tuesday and decided all right, let's not just continue to tee off on Matt Eberflus. Well, then he comes back on the air Friday after the game, and it's a win. And he was asked about, hey, are you pleased with the defensive coaching staff? Are you pleased with everything that's going on? And his quote was, "No, not at all. We have a lot of work to do there. I'm sorry if I've let my enthusiasm for the win yesterday misrepresent. No, not at all. We got a lot of work to do over there, but we can do it." As it stands now, does it feel like we're just entering the final week of the Eberflus era 2.0 here in Dallas?
Yes. Yeah, it does. It really does. I just don't understand. I wouldn't know how you would sell this. Why, what makes anyone think that it's been a good, it's been encouraging. Obviously it hasn't been good, but sometimes you can point at signs and go, all right, well, this happens and this happens. But even with the Micah trade, there was just no development for these defensive players, and nobody understood what they were. It doesn't seem like they understood what the concepts were. There's just too many quarterbacks that you've never heard of, running backs that you've never heard of, that just had their best day, and it just seemed like offensive coordinators defeated him more often than not. And I think that just has to be corrected. And sure, players will help, but I feel like this is a bigger thing than that.
Why would there be 0 snaps? Why 0 snaps for Logan Wilson?
You got me on that one. You seriously, I rest. I don't know. Short week. You got me. I don't know. I didn't even know that it was 0. I knew it wasn't a lot, but I didn't know it was 0.
I think we finally have recruited Bobby away from you and Schottenheimer and team culture. That Bobby finally, he wants to sit Dak, at least play him for 1 quarter against the Giants. After the 6 sacks against Washington, what were you thinking? Were you thinking about his final week status while getting punished in D.C.?
Well, I was. There was a point in the game where I was like, all right, 21-3. This is almost to the point where Dak is going to sit, and then the defense said, "Watch this."
Yeah, then I lost my cover. It was awesome.
Yeah, but for this game, I think playing him for a little bit. You said a quarter. I was thinking a half, but yeah, we'll see. You're right. I mean, the Giants are going to bring pressure. You know that, and they had success, I believe, the first time around. So, he's not going to take too many hits in 2026. But yeah, I would play him. I would start him, play him, for a half. It's important. I think it's important for him. A guy that was hurt last year, missed 10 games. comeback. He'll be a candidate, I think, for comeback player of the year. Probably won't win it, but he'll be a candidate. And, to start every game, come back and do that, I think it would be important to him. But, obviously you got to be smart with the investment. I'm not interested in we got to see what Joe Milton is. We know what Joe Milton can do. We saw him in the preseason. He's going to run. He's going to sling it 80 yards, but he's not. I mean, he needs development, but not to the point where can't wait to the preseason. But I'm okay with what half played that. You can't sit everybody, but it'll be interesting to see just who they sit here.
All right, so here's my theory, Nick, and we're talking with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. It's partly about competitiveness and compete, and this is what we've preached the whole way, and we got to have this. Got to have the accountability for that. You can't ask them to compete all year and then just say just kidding at the end. But I think that this might be shoddy trying to steal practices that the CBA basically doesn't give him. That, next year he knows there are going to be certain core guys here, and this will be a chance to get some work done with certain things. That's why they go for it on fourth down so many times, and they're basically going to execute a bunch of different red zone things that they would normally practice. Is that part of the angle here potentially? Is that hey, we got core guys here, I'm going to get more time on task that I wouldn't get during the offseason?
I think that's part of it too. I mean, I think more than anything, it's trying different things, and it's almost like added preseason games, to your point. And let's see what Tyler Smith looks like here at left tackle and, things like that. Like I said, I want to see a little bit more from the tight ends. That will be interesting too with Ferguson. I don't know exactly how many catches he has. He's approaching 85, and I think there's a pretty big incentive for him to get to 85 catches. So, that will be one to watch if the Cowboys decide, we want to see Brevin Spann-Ford more and Schoonmaker. And there could be some of that going on. But, I think getting a chance to see some of these things you've been working on with live looks is a focus, whether it be practice, games. I'm sure Shoddy, the ultimate optimist, is finding the positives in playing these games here.
All right, Nick, so we would never ask you about specific players, knowing that you can't talk about other players elsewhere. But in general, this offseason, when the Cowboys get into the offseason and they're looking at their roster and they're looking at how they want to build the team, do you think the remaining first-round picks they've had left post-Quinnen Williams trade, are those off limits? Do you think they look at it and just say, hey, we can't sacrifice any more capital here, like we've got to use these on young, cheaper players? Or do you think, hey, if the right deal came along, we would be willing to use these this offseason to get a veteran in here?
I think the latter. I mean, I think what you're seeing, we have seen a little bit of a change in terms of trade. And I think that, the Cowboys aren't necessarily, they haven't gone crazy in free agency, but they went crazy with trades. And, still getting veteran players and, basically saying taking veteran players over draft capital. That's kind of what they not high draft capital, because they ended up making the trade with Micah. But I mean, I think that, if there's the right move, I would do that. I mean, I think you're going to get a better player, obviously, than you would draft and then develop. If there's a pass rusher, maybe one that walked out of his team facility the other day, somebody, just something like that, I would definitely entertain those options for a first round pick, even, because I think the value that you're getting there, you're looking at windows. Obviously you want to build, but you've got a quarterback you're paying a lot of money to, and this is the window. The offense is really good. And I think, it's pairing that up with some defensive help would definitely be, ideal. But if they don't do that, I'm team pick in the first round. I'm not trying to trade back and to get a second and a third. Those rounds haven't been good for the Cowboys. So I'm standing in there and picking. This is a young football team. How many guys do you really need to help make this team? You need great young players. And I think sticking in the first round and drafting is important. And if you're not going to do that, then you need to trade it for a veteran that can come in and help you right now.
Nick Eatman joining us here on 105 through the Fan. Okay, Nick, so, we asked about the Logan Wilson question of why wouldn't he play any snaps at all. How just unhappy must they be with Jaden Blue at this point that even in a game where they're eliminated, he can't get active?
Yeah, that was a little surprising, especially with Javonte, banged up like that. I thought for sure you'd see Blue there, but this is one where I wouldn't bet a lot of money that he would be on the team next year, and I don't know that he wouldn't. But again, 5th round picks.
Is this Skylar Green all over again?
Yeah, this is the cutoff. 5th round is the cutoff where nothing's really safe. 4th round and higher. Yeah, you're going to be here. You're going to make it, and they're going to get a lot of chances. But 5th round, no. I mean, you could be cut at the first year, but the second year there's definitely no guarantee. And so I'm a little surprised that nothing panned out. And, everything we kind of heard, the whispers about him, they've seemed to be true. And but what we haven't seen is the speed and the elusiveness and the playmaking. We just didn't see that. So, he didn't show it enough in practice, obviously.
This sucks. Not you, Nick. No offense to you. My football soul's been sucked out of me. It's not good that I'm saying this on a radio show. People are supposed to be in time. I'm watching Recess. That's what I'm doing. I'm sitting here. I'm in a 3-week detention watching this crap, and it's no fun at all. I'm sorry.
No, I get it. I mean, it is weird because I can't even remember them being eliminated so early. Even on the really bad years, it didn't seem that bad. It didn't seem like we were 3 weeks of this. It's kind of messing with your mind a little bit. Like, wait, is the season over? Are we still? Wait, oh no, it's not yet. Oh, there's another game. I mean, it's just kind of messing with me. I have to do some double takes on what's the schedule? What are we doing? Oh, wait, there's actually practice. Like New Year's Day. Like, no, there's practice. Like, yeah, it's kind of weird.
And I think Jerry's actually, to his credit, now you can't say Jerry in credit a lot, otherwise things get thrown at your head. But if you listen to Jerry Friday here on the station, I think he's kind of feeling the same. Like, he's sad, he's probably bitter, he's ticked off that they're on the sideline. They're just sitting out of it as we're talking about seedings and possibilities and all the intrigue that he usually bathes in every single day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, and it's easy to go back and go, man, what if this and that? But it's easy to do that on most years. This year is different because I really draw a line in the sand for this season on the Arizona game, bye week, Marshawn Nealon's death, the trade with Quinnen, all of that right there. It's just hard to go back and go, man, they should have won that game against Carolina or should have beat Arizona or whatever. Because who knows what that would have done if they would have made trades. You don't know hardly a lot of those, 3-game runs they were on. But, that 3-game winning streak doesn't look as good anymore, obviously, because the Raiders are terrible. The Chiefs are not very good at all. And, the Eagles are good. I mean, they're a good team, and that was a good win. It's your best win. It's your only really good win, I think, of the season.
Thank you, Nick. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the official casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. Let's cheer things up, at least for me. Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece, and we may have found some evidence that Bobby has to shave his head next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday show.
Enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Web team is turning into National Enquirer. What's the most salacious, headliney, porny, Mark Cuban-y? He called it headline porn, right? What can we twist? What can we get the hits on? Putting out my Logan Wilson Reckless Theory as the number one video clip that they have distributed to the webs.
Didn't you, right before you said it, said, now don't clip this and take it out of context?
No, I didn't say don't clip it, but I kept saying
I think
reckless.
you said don't clip it out of context.
Well, I'm sure they put the full context, but it's out there. Anyway, that Logan Wilson is Jonathan Mingo and Eberflus is not playing him to stick it to Jerry like McCarthy did not play Jerry's new receiver. That's my wild, reckless theory for 0 snaps. Logan Wilson against the Commanders. Welcome back, Kevin Hagelin.
What's up, guys?
What'd you do in your time off? Staycation?
Yeah, just a lot of Christmassy stuff, and also my wife's birthday is Christmas Eve. So
my wife is the 21st.
Yeah, and so you have to add in birthday extravaganzas as well.
Does your wife hate it?
I don't think so.
What's the second worst holiday to have your birthday on or around?
New Year's Eve, something like that.
New Year's Eve, Thanksgiving.
That would be rough.
Well, at least everyone's going out though.
And
yeah, but everybody's going out,
rotates.
and then it's like,
But going out for New
yeah,
Year's.
your birthday too. Cool. Like you're not out for that.
I'd argue Valentine's Day.
I could see that.
Because then you got to pivot the focus to somebody else so quick, you know?
Your side piece?
Yeah, so... Maybe not. But no, like, if it's my birthday the day before Valentine's, it's like, yay, me, and then I got to turn around as a man and be like, okay, everything's not about me anymore, which I'm fine with, but I bet some people out there are like, I just want a couple days to not spend money and not be out there.
From a spending standpoint, we have some really awful staggered birthdays in our family because it's like you got Thanksgiving, then you've got Christmas, and then in January is Laura's birthday. Well, then I got February is going to be...
What do you have to spend on Thanksgiving?
Valentine's Day. Well, no, just you're like, if you're hosting, which we usually like cook dinner and stuff like that.
Whoa.
So
fancy.
Valentine's Day. Then Kristen's birthday is April 15th, right as we're supposed to be paying taxes.
Yeah.
And then May is our anniversary. June is my birthday. And then we got birthdays into July. So it's like boom, boom, boom. Every month something's going on.
What was the best Christmas present that everybody got in the room? Pepe, we'll start off with you, even though you are on your deathbed.
You know what? I'm going to go with the Blackstone. Mackenzie's parents got me the Blackstone grill, so that's ready to go. I just got to get propane. Got to get a big propane tank out by it, but I'm going to get a cover soon. But yeah, going to have to be grilling burgers instead of using the skillet.
Question, do you feel like the gifts you've received took a bump up post-engagement? They're like, you're a different level now. And so you get better gifts,
or it's a sign that I need to get my crap together and stop cooking meals inside the house. And I got to cook outside now.
I hadn't considered that. That's a fair point.
Alec?
Ooh, it's a tie for me. I got some new Bose headphones from the Pops for the gym, which the isolation, I love feeling like I'm the only person in the building when I'm working out. So that is incredible. And then finally got a new wallet, because mine is gross after all of the nights out, especially with this man to my radio left.
Which wallet do you have on you?
Worth.
I have the new one. My lady got this one for me. It's a Fossil wallet. And
my lady,
we're not getting into that right now.
Yeah, we're not.
Because I'm gonna.
You still need to be filled in on a lot.
This man making reckless decisions out here.
Oh man.
I mean, my initials are ACM, and I say that the C is for chaos. I'm here for a good time, not a long time, Robert. Jeez.
I did not. I didn't ask for anything this year. So I didn't get anything, which was good because I didn't want anything.
Did not get?
Yeah, I didn't want anything.
You got zero presents?
Yeah, zero. So I mean, the girls got me like a Soda Stream, but that was for them, really. So
what?
Soda Stream, like that little you can make your own soda at home, like with the little syrups for like Pepsi and Coke and different things like that.
And it comes like in a machine.
Yeah, it's like a little machine. You pour the stuff in there that creates soda at home. So there's that. But since I was glad everybody listened to me, and then so I guess it's Carter quitting was probably my top Christmas present.
Gosh,
man, good Lord, Bobby,
Kevin.
Gosh, we're gonna play that audio that we've sat on for a year and a half now too.
Goodness gracious. You know what? I'm going to have him on tomorrow just to irritate you.
Gosh, why would you hurt your ratings like that?
Yeah, he's so good at college football. That's rude. I got a Texas A&M championship belt from WWE. Ooh. I'd really wanted that for a while.
That's awesome. The only A&M championship.
Hey, shut up! They won the volleyball championship. I was gone for the football thing. But yeah, that's a fair point. But I think it looks super neat. The attention to detail is phenomenal. That's fine. I saw the Miami game. I know what happened.
Are you gonna? Let's go back to the belt. I'm not laughing at A&M.
Oh, okay.
Are you gonna?
Oh yeah, I'm not embarrassed by that.
Okay, so how is the belt?
All right, I already see where this is going. I see where this is going.
How many times are they gonna make out public appearance?
No, it's more of a display piece. And I will tell you, years ago, before I met Jess, and I had my dating profile on Bumble. One of my friends, she helped with my profile, and she goes, "You need to take this picture down," because it was me holding one of my wrestling belts. And she goes, "No, you need to take this picture off your profile."
How did you vet Jess to make sure she'd be cool with the wrestling love? Or will she ever watch any of it with you?
Yeah,
is she appeasing you or placating?
Probably.
Okay, but she's not into it.
Sometimes she likes it when other people are enthusiastic about things, and it's easy for her to jump on board. And so, kind of the trade-off is she watches nonsense like that with me, and I'll watch. I watched several seasons of America's Next Top Model, and
and make fun of me for Bravo.
What's the one where they make the clothes? They're the designer people.
Women?
The Nike children shops?
No, it's not. Not
the
even
Rivers Somalia family, the joke that's going around.
Good Lord.
Whatever that is.
And I'll watch some reality shows and get into it because she does the same for me. So, look, if you're going to watch something, might as well get into it.
Yeah.
What did you get?
Honestly, I've reached I've reached old bitter belt phase.
Yeah, there we go.
Reached.
I did not want anything, and I was physically uncomfortable. I was like, let's go around the room one by one, and they're like, no, let's just knock everyone out in the moment, and I was physically uncomfortable. Yeah. I've kind of blacked out over what I got. I appreciate it, in-laws, mom, wife, but I don't want anything. I don't my house is becoming loaded up. My wife has taken my son. He's getting cabin fever. Another week off. She said, I think I'm going to take him to the mall. I said, and she didn't write back. She'd been writing back all morning. She didn't write back. I said, under zero circumstances.
Come home with anything
Is
new?
he to come home with anything bought?
Yeah.
Under no circumstances. And she didn't write back to that.
What's your confidence level in that then?
It's not high. because she's going to walk back in, and I know what she's going to say. She's going to be like, Ava was homesick. You didn't have them both. I took them out of the house to give you a break when you get home. So if I need to shut him up for a little bit, he's whiny because he's going to be whiny and bratty. I hope he's in the car listening to this right now. And she's going to be like, so what you want to take them? Did you want them in the house? Or me to get him this little Lego thing or this little truck? That's how she's going to defend it. But I'm praying. It's about the lessons. We have to teach the lessons that he doesn't come home with anything from the mall.
Kristen's throwing everything out of the house right now, or the apartment, sorry. Kristen's starting to throw stuff out because we're going to move. So she's like, it's a great chance to declutter. So she's moving stuff. And for Christmas this year, she was super emphasizing no, we're not getting them. They're getting experiences this year. So okay, Laura, you get your ears pierced this year. Or Addison, you get to go to a concert of your choice, and then you're gonna get to stay the night at a hotel with mom or whatever. So that
sounds like you're rushing them to adulthood.
She was just doing all. She basically just turned it around. We were like, yeah, let's just start doing things that they can experience it, and then it's done, and we're not bringing stuff.
And it doesn't.
Home.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
How about JJ Redick making his kids write an essay to get the Christmas gifts?
I like this because my mom used to make me do that for my birthday.
What?
Yeah, whenever I'm towards the end of June 24th, so if I was kind of bad going into the month, she would be like, no, you got to earn this, so you got to explain to me why you deserve to have this nice birthday when you haven't been acting so nice.
And you would write it out?
Oh, yeah.
Up until what age?
Oh, not long. Maybe like 14.
Did it ever?
That was like 3 years ago.
Did it ever fail? Right. Like she read it and she goes, "No, this isn't sufficient."
Oh yeah,
and it didn't get you a gift or a birthday.
She would give me a chance to try again. She would say, "This is weak." Like
this is weak.
Yeah, like you're talking in circles. And I loved writing as a kid too, so she would know, like, hey, this is not your best work.
That's incredible.
You're just doing it because you had to. Try again. And I would try again, and I would put a lot of thought into it, give it a couple days, and then boom.
Are you going to do that to your kids if you have kids?
Depends how bad they are. If they follow after me, then probably.
JJ Redick's got just a bad history, though, of having documents drawn up relating to his kids.
All right.
You want to comment on that, Dookie? What's coming up on the program? I know what it is.
Look at that.
But
he had it ready.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I knew the story. Allegation.
Holy freaking
That's not an allegation,
moly.
I don't think.
Well, I don't know, though, to be fair, was that not from Deadspin? They've been proven to just make things up.
And that's one of the articles that has stood the test of time. It's not been taken down.
You took all their Kobe reporting, factual.
No, I took Kobe's word for it. Go
What's
check that out.
coming up?
All right, so we're going to have a blast today. First segment, Max Crosby, Rico Dowdle, Brian Flores, and how much money the Cowboys are actually willing to spend. Stars and Mavs super segment. And you know what? We're going to play off of what you just asked and do a combo platter. What's the worst present you or someone in your family got for Christmas at 12:20? And Stephen Jones at 11.
The KNC Masterpiece with Alec Medford in for Corey tomorrow. Jerry Jones at 8:30. And the evidence that Atolo just uncovered that may lead to Bobby having to shave his head.
Oh.
Yeah, it sounds like it's going down. KNC is next.
When sports news
FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You have the famous Alec Medford. And it's Jacob Ray joining us for the week as well. He's fancy on this show, so he's Jacob. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck we doing today? And everybody out there listening, 877-881-1053. How the heck are you doing today on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line?
Hagee, I'm doing great for a multitude of reasons. One, I'm happy you're back. I'm not happy that Corey's gone. Don't start any beef, but I am happy that you are back. But two, I woke up at the first alarm this morning. I wake up at 5 to go work out before the show, so sometimes it's a struggle. I woke up on the first alarm and got out of bed. That's usually a sign that it's going to be a good day if the first alarm works. I'm feeling great today. Usually Mondays are kind of slow for me, but I am amped up. I'm energetic. I'm ready to go.
Jacob, that's a high bar.
Yeah, and I'm gonna break it, Alec. I woke up before my first alarm, so
good for you.
I'm excited. I got to experience Alec and Corey last week, and now I get to experience Alec and Kevin. So I get the best of both worlds here.
Now, you guys talked about your alarm clock. Potentially, when you get older, you might have a little human who climbs into your bed and sometimes kicks you because they're trying to get comfortable sleeping, and that will serve as your alarm. Just something to potentially look forward to in the future.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, I mean, look, you like it or don't. It can definitely happen. From the 214, I'm okay and I didn't get any presents either. Is that because you chose that you didn't want any presents or nobody gave you any presents? And if that's the case, maybe we could figure out something. Friday at Taco Bueno, I found extra giveaway items this morning after the aforementioned little person kicked me in the side and woke me up far before my alarm was set to go off. And from the 817, I'm mad to be back at work. I have a Switch 2 and a new couch at home. And that is the difficulty if you were on vacation of going back to work. It is like, oh man. But for people who are just in school, hey, you don't have school this week.
Yeah, good for you. I miss that life. I envy the RJ Choppy life. I've still got to get skins on the wall in this radio thing. So I show up when other people don't want to by design. And then I see Choppy talking to Will on the way out on Friday. He's like, hey, I'm free all next week. PGA. You, me, golf. And I'm like, oh, that would be cool.
I gotcha.
But radio calls. Radio calls.
Indeed. And thank you for answering. From the 817, gentlemen, for Christmas, my amazing wife got me an autographed John Cena photo. It had the authentication sticker and everything. I have got the best wife ever. That is fantastic. And then from the 469, I'm cold as crap, fellas, but out here getting my morning 5 miles in. Keep up the good work and keep motivating me. Yeah, look, once again, you saw it as yesterday progressed. Texas weather is drunk. The high and low were 49 degrees apart yesterday. And so it's going to be super cold today, pretty cold tomorrow, and then maybe we'll level out just a little bit. But I want to talk about something totally different to start. I have this thought, or I guess question, about the Cowboys. And oftentimes, I have been known to openly mock Mike Florio. I will admit, I will own that. And so I will springboard off of an article that he put out that I will say it's a tricky spot to be in. Because on the one hand, he's helping provide content. On the other hand, feels like he just kind of wrote this story based on nothing. And he was like, you know what could happen? It's like he was doing a combo platter segment and then wrote his name on it as if it had actual sources. All right. But we're going to include a whole lot of people on this. But essentially, the story discusses how the Cowboys could be lurking for Brian Flores, who you call
the Boogeyman,
as the Matt Eberflus replacement. Look, if the last 3 games were going to be an indication of Matt Eberflus keeping his job, you still got one to go, but Doesn't feel like it's looking super good. All right. But Brian Flores has positioned himself in a great spot. He decided he was going to wait while the Vikings were trying to re-sign him to be the DC, and it looks like he's probably made himself a lot more money. Now, I still don't necessarily think being an NFL head coach is in his immediate future, but it does feel like he's made himself an awful lot of money. Now, the concept of bringing in Brian Flores as the defensive coordinator, and we're going to relate this into Rico Dowdle, Javonte Williams, Max Crosby, all of it. Consider this. Before Brian Flores got to Minnesota in 2022, they were 31st in total defense and tied for 28th in points with two other teams. So, total defense, yards given up, only one team in the NFL was worse. Points given up, only two teams in the NFL were worse before Brian Flores got there. He gets there, boom, mediocrity. And if you go from the worst to mediocrity, that's a big jump. Can you imagine if the Cowboys had a mediocre defense this entire season? I don't feel like we would be talking about this Giants game the way we are eventually probably going to talk about it. So he gets him up to middle of the pack. Then last year, 5th in the NFL in points. They went from only having 2 teams worse than them to only having 4 teams better than them. And then this year, they're 10th overall in points allowed and 6th in total defense. So you've seen consistent top 10 the last 2 years. After his first year, he turned one of the worst defenses into mediocre. And if you've watched his career as a specifically as a defensive coach, not a head coach, I feel like there's a lot to love, right? Yeah, good?
There's a ton to love.
All right.
A ton.
And just keep that off to the side for just a minute, because you're like, oh man, that does sound great.
Oh man.
Just push that to the side for just a second. Now let's talk about why this isn't going to happen for the Cowboys. I'm so sorry to kind of pull the rug out from under you. This is just my theory.
It's only Monday.
Okay, fine. Then I'll make everybody feel better. Much like Mike Florio, I have no sources for this. This is just a feeling that I have, but I can readily admit that. All right. What has Jerry Jones said about why they didn't bring Rico Dowdle back? Do you remember? Ish?
Something about money. Yeah, something like that. He loves to talk about the cap and how much they can spend.
He got Rico Dowdle. Got an unbelievable offer. Couldn't match that. Now, the offer was 1 year, $3 million, with $2.75 million guaranteed and the possibility of up to $6.5 million. Now, to Rico Dowdle's credit, he's on the precipice of reaching 1.75 of that $2.75 million in possible incentives. So it does look like the deal is going to be kind of closer to that $5 to $5.5 million. But 1 year for $5 to $5.5 million, whew, that's just too much. Couldn't possibly handle that. The running back water that we like to tread in, Javonte Williams, 1 year, $3 million with $1 million guaranteed. So the breaking point for the Cowboys was that Rico Dowdle got $2.75 million guaranteed with a potential for another $2.75 million guaranteed. And we only gave Javonte Williams $1 million guaranteed, all right? And that speaks to the issues you already have with the salary cap. And we'll get to Max Crosby in just a second. I guess my point is, it does feel like, despite the rhetoric of, do you know how big of a check I would write? Maybe that check is not so big after all. And so, if you could either A, keep Eberflus, or B, hire another less accomplished defensive coordinator for significantly less money, what in the world makes Cowboys fans, makes me think that we would spend all of the money to get Brian Flores?
I think there's a couple reasons I would still have hope for it. One, I think Shoddy was very calculated going into the Vikings game, how he was speaking about that defense. I think he was kind of loving up Brian Flores for a reason. I think he knew that his contract's expiring and Jerry's not so happy with the guy that he picked. And I think Shoddy's going to have a lot of input in the next defensive coordinator if and when Matt Eberflus gets fired. So I think that Shoddy is going to have a big role in these negotiations and saying maybe he goes full platinum Chevy and pounds his fist on the table and says, hey, I need a good defensive coordinator. I need a great defensive coordinator because I'm in the same boat as you. I don't think he's going to be a head coach in the next cycle. I really don't think he's going to be one as long as he has active litigation against the league.
I do kind of wonder how much the league is like, hey, you can stay where you're at.
Yeah, just kind of pump the brakes until we get this figured out and the dust settles just a little bit. But the other thing is, Jerry keeps on talking about, I'm sick and tired of the turnover. I'm sick and tired of new scheme every single year. I want consistency. I think Brian Flores is the guy that you can count on to bring that multi-year consistency. So maybe he does pony up the money because he sees the opportunity to let some of these younger players and some of these veteran players even get their tools maximized and get their skills maximized for the next 3 years, at best, if he does get another head coaching job down the line. So I think long-term security, he might be okay with a bigger investment. That's just me being hopeful and saying if it does happen, I think that's why.
I would love for it to happen, especially in a place where you're not kind of behind the 8 ball like you consistently are with the salary cap. You can spend whatever the hell you want on Brian Flores. If you really would write the check that we couldn't even fathom how big it would be, this is a great opportunity to do that without running afoul of the salary cap whatsoever. But let's bounce back into the salary cap. And here's where I wanted to talk about Javonte and Max Crosby, because I know everyone is all a tizzy about Max Crosby as well. But consider Javonte. I would love for Javonte Williams to come back. But if we thought, or if the Cowboys, thought that a 1-year, $3 million deal with $2.75 million guaranteed and up to $6.5 million total possible was just, it's too much. Doesn't that sound about like what Javonte Williams is going to want? Isn't he going to want like a 3-year, $18 million deal? Actually, maybe he'll want even more than that, but I think you could get a 3-year, $18 million deal. And I would warn people that it feels like that's not something the Cowboys would want to do. So now let's piggyback that with Max Crosby. All right, so again, I love math. I crunched the numbers. Max Crosby, 2 years, $65.5 million left in his contract. $5 million of that will be eaten by the Raiders. So if he gets traded, assuming they don't change any of the contract, but you could do that, 2 years, $60.5 million to the new team. Do you believe that the Dallas Cowboys, no matter how much love and respect they have for Max Crosby, would take on a player that would hit the cap at $30 million per year, not to mention the draft assets that would go along in that deal?
I think the combination of those two things that you just said make it pretty much impossible for Jerry and Steven to sit down and say, yes, this is a logical move. If one thing was lesser than the other, if it was maybe less draft capital that would be needed, if it was less money that you're taking on, I think they would say, pull the trigger because we don't have enough time. Especially if they get a guy like Brian Flores in the building and they say, let's give him every possible asset that we can financially to give him the tools to do his job like he was doing in Minnesota. I could see that. But those things are not equal right now. That is not the case. So I don't see them committing the long-term dollars, even if it is just a couple of years when they still have other free agent signings to figure out, a.k.a. George Pickens. They still have decisions to make just position battle-wise. How do they want the offensive line to look like? How do they want Terrence Steele's future to look on this team or not? And then you have other holes that you have to fill in terms of depth, and you know that they love to talk about their depth at certain positions, so they need to go and get a veteran guy on a 1-year, $3 million deal here, and you need to do it on the other side of the ball at this position. So I think they just have too many eggs that need to go in too many different baskets. I want it to happen.
Yeah.
I love how Jerry talks about Max Crosby, trust me, because I know how Jerry gets, and it makes me feel like if it costed him nothing money-wise, the picks would already be gone and the trade would have already been done. But the money is still a reality.
From the 254, Schottenheimer's culture might emphasize paying a running back more than McCarthy's old school ways. I'm not disputing that could be the case. I do kind of wonder, does he get to make that decision? I would think that you would empower your coach to make that kind of decision, but I don't know if they will. My point is, we did a study the week before last when I actually showed up to work about how the Cowboys could easily flip the switches with relatively relatively little turnover and have about $70 million in cap space, depending on what you wanted to do with George Pickens. But what I hate to do is all of that was accurate in that segment, but I feel like I might have gotten myself too hyped up of thinking, so you could do this, you could do this, you could do this. And while you could find a way to make the move for Max Crosby if you really, really wanted to, and pick up Brian Flores and still keep Pickens and still keep Clark, I should know better. Deep down in my heart, I should know, hey, Javonte did a great job. We just can't afford him at $7 million a year. But look who else we got. This one guy that you thought was going to be good 2 years ago. And yeah, I know Max Crosby is good, but he's got nothing on Donovan Ezeraku coming up in year 2. And I just feel like those are the things that I've convinced myself could happen when deep down I know, like, probably none of that's going to happen.
Oh, so you're telling me that it's not going to happen, and I'm now sad. So you have to deal with sad Alec for the next 3+ hours.
Okay, well, then I will try to work on cheering you up, but don't you think, I turned the mic off, don't you think if I said we go 0 for 3 on Crosby, Javonte, and Flores, couldn't you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to happen. I really do.
See, then why are you sad?
Because you're making me face reality. I don't like facing reality during this time slot.
And then from the A17, by the way, Kevin, how's the 3rd round of rehab? Well, there's a reason I'm sneezing. We're the KNC Masterpiece.
Yes!
Right here. Not true.
We were
on
right.
105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, something that will probably kind of sort of make you happy. The Stars and Mavs Super segment. Next on The Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC
Brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Scores! His 6th NHL game, his first career shootout attempt, and it's a game winner.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. It's time for the Stars and Mavs Super segment. I said that was probably going to make you feel better because theoretically, both of these teams could still achieve things, and the Stars clearly look like they're ready to do big things this year. But they did lose in a shootout to probably the worst team in the NFL. Excuse me, NHL.
So you're telling me two things.
Don't do that all day.
Two things. One, you're telling me they're a football team now. And two, they just lost to the worst team, which means they are the worst team.
Oh,
that's what you're telling me. That's what I heard, Jacob. That's
checks
what I
out
heard.
to me, man. Logic checks out.
And he loves math. And I think the math is mathing here.
Interesting thought experiment then for you. I want everyone listening right now to consider this. Did this thought experiment pop into my head 10 seconds ago? Yes. Yes, it did. Here's the scenario. The Stars lost to Chicago, so they would have to drop from 57 points to 34 points. But if the Cowboys beat the Giants on Sunday, they would take their spot and theoretically get the number 2 pick in the draft. That is the deal that I present to you. Now, my argument would be that the Cowboys wouldn't figure out a way to get a better draft pick unless they traded their other first-round pick or the other one. But the Stars are so good, they could claw their way back into the playoffs by the time this season ended. In fact, what would they be? They would only be like 7 points out of the playoffs. That'd be fine.
I would take it because I do believe in the Stars enough. And hey, you dropped 2 in a row and you still picked up 2 points. Like, this team will pick up points. They will make things interesting until the bitter end. I don't like that call coming back because, first time ever in a career shootout situation, and he wins. I would take it just because I know what their power play is capable of, and I know what their offense is capable of day in and day out. So, yeah, I think they could claw their way back, and then we get Caleb Downs in a Cowboys jersey.
Man, look at that. He's already got the player out of Ohio State and everything ready to go. Jacob, would you make this preposterous deal that I have just set up?
I would, because I think it'd make for a hell of an offseason. I think we'd have a lot of fun talking draft, and I think it'd be a lot of fun to see the Stars dig their way out of that hole that they're capable of getting out of. And I would not probably go Caleb Downs. I think I go Arvell Reese. That'd probably be the realm that I'm looking at. But I'm still with you, Alec, on the Ohio State player. So,
man, I already love that we're debating this fictitious scenario's payout with the number 2 pick. Now, in all seriousness, because of, and this might be a question for another day, but I've been reading some stuff about this for a while. Do you think, or could you ponder a world in which the NHL switches their scoring system to kind of more like high-level soccer, where because you've seen so many, like take Colorado, for example. Colorado has 2 regulation losses this year, and they have 7 in overtime or shootout. So then you take the Stars. The Stars are 25-7-7, which sounds a lot better than 25-14. Could you envision a scenario in which the NHL switches to more of a 3-1 point system, where you get 3 points if you win in regulation, and then you get 1 point if you win in overtime or shootout, and you get nothing if you lose? Because I think, like, the Stars lost the last 2 games in overtime and I guess both in shootout. But you still got the 2 points. Whereas if you won both of those games straight away in regulation, you would have only got 4 points. That seems a little off to me.
It does seem a little off. I don't know if the league would go for that, but I would want them to. I think it just sounds more fair, and it does put more of an emphasis on regulation. Not to say that teams are out there banking on overtime games, but
it kind of feels like maybe they do.
Some, I think, might, because they know, especially whenever they are at the top of the league, like the Stars, I feel like you can have some comfort that we can afford a slow start. We can afford to be rusty after the 3-day Christmas break because we can probably force this thing post-regulation and pick up a point no matter what happens. So maybe some of the better teams do live and die by that, and you see it a lot towards the end of the season when you're trying to figure out divisions, that some teams really do just say, can we get our best players on the ice to try to get one more goal to even things up so we can pick up that point and not worry about what happens after that? I do want to kind of eliminate that from the game, and I like the idea of being rewarded more for getting the job done when it's supposed to be done.
Yeah, I just wanted to throw that out there because that's something I've been contemplating for a while. And by the way, the Stars are fine. Do I wish they would have won both of those games? Sure. But they still got a point in the last 2 games after being in the midst of a 4-game winning streak. And then they will host Buffalo again on New Year's Eve. You get the annual New Year's Eve game at the American Airlines Center. So the Stars are doing just fine. And I wanted to add another reason that they're doing just fine. Check out, if you haven't already, check out the upped level of physicality from Jason Robertson this year. All right, so Jason Robertson, he talked about this and he goes, look, that's the way hockey has been going lately. Very wash right there. I want to be stronger on my skates, definitely. It's physical out there. It's just the way the game's going. I'm trying to win more and more puck battles. So we've talked about Robertson. He's on pace for a career high in goals, far above 1 point per game. But he also has 24 hits this season, which just in a vacuum, you might be like, that's fine. But from Jason Robertson, that's a good bit up statistically. And then players, his teammates, and the coach have also taken notes, I'll get it together, about his checking ability this year.
Yeah, Corey and I kind of posed the idea that maybe some of the additions and some of the voice and leadership changes have kind of played into that. Corey also threw in maybe trying to make the Olympic team. Kind of adds an emphasis to his game.
And at this point, wouldn't you be surprised if he didn't get picked to the Olympic roster?
Very surprised, because he has added an element to his game that my theory is I seriously think that adding Mikko Rantanen to your team does something to the psyche of the team, of like, because we watch him and we joke about how he's caused a few injuries already this season because of his physicality, but when he does get those open looks with the puck by himself, he is masterful with his delivery of the puck, his movement. Everything he does is so clinical and so calculated. He shows that you can balance power, physicality with finesse and speed. You can show athleticism in multiple ways, which Jason Robertson has never been short of athleticism. He's just been short of the aggression and getting up in people's faces. And like he said, the puck battles, he didn't seem very interested in it the past couple of years. But now, I think he's just seen it in front of him. He's seen it work out, that I can play both ways.
Right.
And I can be calculated and show those different forms and those different styles in different moments in the game. So I think he's just learning that 2 things can be true at once. I can be finesse guy. I can be masterful with my movement, but I can also run a guy over and take the puck away from him every now and then when I decide it's necessary. And I think that's definitely added to his game. And that's why I'm so confident in this team, is because if he's finding new tools to add to his bag, then I think the sky is the limit for this team.
And look, like you said, it doesn't hurt having maybe the template for that style of play right in the same locker room as him, and frequently on ice with him at the same time. So I'm with you on that. All right, since it is the Stars and Mavs super segment, go ahead and give me cut number 4, will you please? And let's talk a little bit about the Dallas Mavericks.
Probe up the baseline, and a probe in the paint here by Marshall. Bounce pass to PJ. Outside to Klay Thompson. 3-pointers up and on the money for Klay.
Now, we played that highlight to make it sound like things were going well. In actuality, Positive Jacob has misled us, and the Dallas Mavericks did, in fact, they lost. And this was a theme of the weekend. Hey, teams that play in the American Airlines Center, for now, I realize the Mavs, it was a road game. Can you both lose to maybe the worst team in your respective leagues? Now, maybe Sacramento's only third worst. Maybe you think Chicago's only second worst in the NHL. But the Dallas Mavericks lose to the woeful Sacramento Kings. And man, they needed a run led in part by Cooper Flagg, especially in the third quarter, to even make it competitive because they were getting their asses kicked in the first round. Or excuse me, in the first half.
They were, and my favorite number that's not so pretty from this game, 21 turnovers. Not great.
Brutal.
And whenever you're letting a 37-year-old Russell Westbrook just take that clock and turn it backwards a few years, he looked like everything I remember watching him do 10 years ago, which is not fun. And it seems to be the theme for the Mavericks this year. It's the person that you don't think is going to beat you that's going to beat you. And it was that way last year a little bit too. I would say this on the weekends a lot, like, hey, at least it's not the superstar player that's beating you. It's the sixth guy off the bench. Like it's not your keys to the game were don't let this guy beat us. And he didn't.
Right.
It was the guy that shouldn't have beaten you. But yeah, just an ugly game. 21 turnovers in the game. Came out a little bit flat, as you mentioned in the first half. It just looked like their energy wasn't there. They started to play the way I expect them to in the second half, but things just... It was too patchy. It was too splotchy for them. That the lead ballooned back up in the fourth quarter for the Kings in a couple of stretches where they just couldn't score. Free throws were going the way of the Kings as well. It was just ugly.
And I'm kind of getting closer to the point where I just want the Mavericks to be consistent and pick the direction we're going to go for the season, because you would think with the injury to Anthony Davis, even if he's only going to miss another game or two, like how much longer is that going to last? Patrick Dumont, per Mark Stein, who is super plugged in when it comes to this team, Patrick Dumont is among the people in the Mavs organization that want to see Cooper Flagg, Kyrie Irving, and Anthony Davis play together. And so on the one hand, if they're going to go for it no matter what, then you want them to start winning, right? Because if you don't want them to start winning, which I think is a completely reasonable thought for this season as well, hasn't the last week or so been exactly perfect for you? Because think about it. The Mavericks have managed to lose 4 of 5 games, and you've continued to see Cooper Flagg turn into a stud right in front of your eyes, not even halfway through the season. Consider this, for the month of December, 24 points per game, 6.2 rebounds, 4.6 assists, and 1.2 blocks. But the most important part in all of this, look at that three-point shooting percentage. That's what we talked about. You saw the same kind of struggle at Duke, where his three-point shot was abysmal to start the season. Then heat up. By the time you get to the tournament, he shot 50% from three. And honestly, if he can ever shoot 50% from three for an entire season, he'll be the best player in basketball. I don't necessarily know if that part's going to happen, but you saw his three-point percentage jump up to 36.4%. Still not where you would want to be, and I would love to see it at 39. If he can get it to 40, well, hallelujah for that. It was only 25% most of the season before that. All right, so a little bit more than a month before that. So Cooper Flagg starting to find his three-point shot, which you pretty much need in the modern NBA, and averaging 24, 6, and 4.5, and then he just turned 19, all while the Mavericks still managed to lose games for a potential draft pick, since this will be the first one they own the only one they own outright until 2031. So if you're on that track, then it was a great couple of weeks. But I'm like, man, if the owner wants to see the whole thing together, then we're not doing any of this. We're not trading anybody. We're just waiting for Kyrie to come back and just tread water the best we can.
And it disappoints me to no end because I am over it. I'm over the AD experiment. I am ready to move on. I tried to see it through because it looked like good things were happening when he was healthy, and they still are here and there, but I know that you're lucky to get 25 cents on the dollar for talented bigs in the NBA when it comes to the trade market, especially mid-season. I want to blow it up already. I want this thing to be done because, like you said, best of both worlds. You're losing games, and somehow Cooper Flagg is getting better in losses. So I'm just glad that he's finding his confidence, and he should be finding his confidence with a bunch of young guys on the floor and some new faces next season because you got draft assets.
Well, then this is what we'll pitch out. Tomorrow, the Mavericks play again tonight against Portland. That game will probably end about midnight, maybe a little bit after, in case you're not all caught up. We will catch you up tomorrow, but also break down a couple of viable Anthony Davis trades. And you might be like, well, hold on, the trade deadline's not for like another 5 weeks. Well, think about this. The last game Luke ever played as a Maverick was on Christmas Day. Why not make the last game Anthony Davis ever played with the Mavericks on Christmas Day? Let's just go ahead and knock that out. Make that a tradition that hopefully only lasts those 2 years. Hopefully only just those 2 years, and then we'll move on for it. And we're looking at you, Atlanta Hawks. We have a deal we'll bring to the table tomorrow in addition to talking about that game against the Trailblazers. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy Part 1. That's right. The Sunday night shootout and the sadness it brought to Jacob. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday show. We kick off the final
find back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
And a first down for the Bears. And Williams to the air one more time, sending it downfield to the end zone for Bird, and he's got it! Touchdown, Chicago!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm going to allow you guys to decide what just happened. Did Chicago Bears superfan Jacob Ray play a pro Bears clip to come back, or did he just play the audio that I requested? I will let you decide what the answer to that is, as for the first of 2 times today, powered by Men's Tea Clinic, we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Nope. I'll help Jacob out here. Nope. There we go.
You know, Jacob, now I'm glad the Bears lost. I'm just kidding.
They stink.
All right. So I thought about it, and after an NFL Sunday, it feels foolish to try to restrict all of the football content that's happening. So let's start with the Sunday night shootout. For the first time, I found this to be kind of amazing. For the first time in NFL history, 2 teams were tied at 7, 14, 21, 28, and 35. They thought field goals were stupid for a while, and then obviously a field goal looked like it was going to play a really big part in the game. But this game was outstanding if you don't care for field goal kickers or generally defense, or maybe Trent Williams, because he went out with a right hamstring injury on the first play of the game. And we will see TBD on that. Kyle Shanahan said something really fascinating after the game. He said, Trent tried to go and he couldn't. He told me he hadn't pulled a hamstring before, so I'm really not sure how it'll be. I love the idea that these athletes can go, yeah, I had this injury before. It was maybe a little worse, maybe not as bad as this other time, and that took 2 weeks, but since this is a brand new injury for him, we'll see. Obviously, that would be a tough loss for the San Francisco 49ers. However, they got a huge win last night over the Chicago Bears that could end up being decisive in the #1 seeding process. I know Seattle's like, hey, don't forget about us, but that could be a big determining factor for the #1 seed.
This game was drugs, and I took all of them. I took every single ounce of them because I thought that it was going to be over after the first play of the game, not just because of the injury, but because of a tip pass interception by Brock Purdy that gets housed. That Bears defense has just been so incredibly good at turning the ball over this season, because you talk about the coaching staff that they have there, and what's the name that comes up? Ben Johnson, every single time. Offense, and the offense has been fantastic. But man, do they get takeaways. They got Jalen Johnson back, who was in coverage for that play, got the ball up in the air, and the rest is history. I thought it was going to be done after that. I was like, the Bears are so red hot right now. It's going to be so hard to stop their momentum. And then the 49ers remind you that, hey, Kyle Shanahan can make basically any offense look great. The defense can be a problem. We will outscore every single person we play because Brock Purdy continues to make me look like an idiot every time he plays American football. And Christian McCaffrey, even when he was dealing with that little bit of a back issue that he had last night, still looked great in that game.
Christian McCaffrey, 181 yards from scrimmage. Brock Purdy, 5 touchdowns, 3 passing, 2 rushing. And then you were talking about the Bears. Luther Burden looked like he was playing against the Cowboys out there again, the way he was coming to life. Now, Jacob, I'm going to go over to you. I promise not to gloat, but I was intrigued by something you said before the show. It's a loss for the Bears, but another really competitive one where the offense looked as good, if not better, than it has all season. Maybe that Bengals game, but pretty much as good as it's looked all season.
Yeah, and a lot of because we all know how good the running game is, and there's been some concerns surrounding the passing game, and you obviously didn't have Rome Odunze. Ben Johnson said at the beginning of the season this offense would be humming in December, and kind of last night was the first time you've seen the pass game click as well as it did, and it was a loss, but I mean, I think San Francisco is arguably one of the best teams in the NFL, and when they get that defense healthy, with the way that offense is playing, they're going to be nasty. And possibly the 1 seed, and you went in and only lost by 4 points in San Francisco. But yeah, I mean, you had Caleb Williams take a step closer to possibly reaching 4,000 yards next week, which I hope he does, because I'm sick of the jokes.
Never happened in the history of the Bears franchise.
Sick of the jokes. But yeah, like Alex said, I mean, it was a hell of a football game. Could have been happier with, I mean, it would have been happier with a win, but I mean, that's probably the most enjoyable loss I think I've ever watched.
Now, a lot of stuff at play, like you were just kind of alluding to going into the last weekend of the season. The 49ers have now won 6 straight. If they can make it 7 straight, they can have the number 1 seed. On the flip side, you might end up down at number 5. The Chicago Bears are still in position to take the number 2 seed, but watch out, because they could still get jumped by the Eagles, and then they would slide down as well. And then that number 2 seed feels, obviously pretty desirable, although maybe the number 5 seed is the most desirable, so you can beat the living crap out of whoever wins the NFC South, which, if the Falcons win tonight, could be spiraling towards a 3-way tie, which would be awesome, because all 3 of the teams might have losing records. We'll discuss that a little bit. It could happen. It could happen.
Who was it in the offseason that pitched the idea of reseeding and taking away the automatic bid for division winners?
Yes.
I bet they're even more mad looking at the NFC South and seeing how bad it is. And they're like, we weren't wrong. We were just early.
Yeah.
Y'all should have listened, because this is bad.
I mean, look, Carolina, I think, is easily one of the most unpredictable teams in the league.
Yes.
But, Tampa's 1-7, I think, down the stretch, and they could still be hosting a playoff game against the 49ers, in which I feel like I would be stunned if the 49ers didn't go in there, not just win, but beat them down. And yet that is the system which we currently have. But then again, I also would not have predicted by any stretch of the imagination that Seattle would currently be sitting in the number 1 seed, yet here we are. But you did bring it up with the earlier loss from the Packers. The Bears did clinch their first division title since 2018, and this was a big weekend for division title clinches, because the Houston Texans clinched their 3rd straight playoff berth, but the Broncos were a big winner. They clinched the AFC West title for the first time in 10 years with the Chargers loss. And what was really shocking about that Chargers loss is Dicker the kicker looked human. The greatest conversion rate for field goals in the history of the NFL, and then he misses a 32-yard field goal at the end of the first half, so a chip shot, and then an extra point in the 4th quarter. So I'm not shocked that they lost. I'm just shocked that that's a big part of how they lost that game to the Broncos.
And it's emblematic of the Chargers season in my mind, is that they've relied on the close game scenario way too much.
That sounds familiar.
And what happens when they go against an elite defense? They did not look great.
Nope.
Not at all. Justin Herbert was getting terrorized the entire game. He did have an interception on his log, but that's one of those games that you watch and you say, okay, the made-up scenarios that people love to make for Justin Herbert and stuff, this is one of those games where it is totally valid, because he was making some absurd throws on the move, under duress. He was doing everything he possibly could. He was the team's leading rusher in this game, too, with 37 yards. The Texans had the key, and the Texans' defense is terrifying.
Yeah, to go from where they started the season looking like that thing was over, less than a month in,
0-3,
to where they are now, and they have an opportunity to still win their division as well, though Jacksonville clearly has the advantage going into the final weekend of the season. Go ahead, if you can, give me cut number 7, because surely one of the most amazing statistical performances of the weekend belonged to this team.
New England was in the first. Drake May got a man. It's Stevenson. It's a touchdown. May's 9 for 9, and the Patriots are rolling the Jets on the road.
Now, I say surely one of, because I feel like Derrick Henry, I don't want to disrespect him. Drake May, 5 touchdowns, unbelievable completion percentage. The Patriots 13-3 gives them their first division title in the post-Belichick era. First division title in 6 years. And I know we've kind of talked about this throughout the year, but yet another sign that Drake May is already sickeningly, if you don't like the Patriots, so freaking good.
He has arrived, and that offense is so good with him at the helm. And again, we're almost done with 2025, so I get to say this a couple more times. I cannot believe in the Lord's year of 2025, I am saying that Josh McDaniels is one of the best scheme designers and play callers in professional football.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. That's a great way to put it. We will talk more about Derrick Henry and some of the records that were broken this weekend a little bit later, but congratulations to the Patriots. By the way, congratulations to Stephon Diggs. He had enough catches to secure a $500,000 contract bonus. Ho, ho, ho. Nice little bonus Christmas right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Plus, what do you need to happen tonight on Monday Night Football to win your fantasy football championship? Next on The Fan.
by our D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring you Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Man, we've talked
Hope you had a good Christmas.
Yeah, I hope you had a good Christmas as well. I feel like we all know kind of the lore of the Jones cabin after Thanksgiving. Is there a big family post-Christmas tradition?
No, not really. There's more of a Christmas tradition, which is at my parents' house, and we do that, and do that usually a couple days beforehand and around ball games. But it's a great time, and between my brother, sister, and I and our children, we get to hang out with Gene and Jerry, and we have a really festive afternoon and evening.
You know, we talked to Jerry leading into that Christmas game, and I'm sure this is the hope for you, the hope for the league. Do you feel like Christmas football can become as entrenched in our society as Thanksgiving football is?
Absolutely. I think people are relaxed. I think they're looking for entertainment. I think they're looking, to get a lot of things off their mind and just enjoy their families. And I think sport and football certainly has a way to do that, a way about it that people really embrace it. They certainly have shown they do it at Thanksgiving, and I think we can grow this into something very special.
You know, Dak has talked a whole lot about closing the season with pride and reaching 500 for the season. What would getting that final win and finishing at 500 mean to you and to the organization?
Yeah, I think it's obviously something we've got our eye on the ball on. I mean, we're, disappointed we're in this position. We really, felt like after that 3-game run during Thanksgiving that we were getting back in it and had a shot, but we didn't play our best ball there for, starting with Detroit. But, feel like we're getting our hands around it again, and certainly, it would be something we could build off of in the off season is finish strong. And, we just feel like we got a lot of pieces in place between, obviously the offense had a great year, and we still got a lot of work to do on defense. It just never quite came around to the level that we need it to be to be competing for a championship. And that's where we have to be. But at the same time, we do think we put a lot of pieces, on that defensive side of the ball. Certainly we've fired up about, having 2 number 1 picks going into the off season, and, just feel like we're really heading into a good direction with Shotty and his staff and this football team. And it'd be great to finish strong.
And Stephen, sticking with those picks that you mentioned, you and the front office members mentioned around the draft season that you usually finish with less than 20 or so first-round grades, somewhere like 16 to 17 on a good year. And there's a chance you could be picking outside of that talent window. What would you say to people that are more concerned about picking within that talent window versus finishing the year strong?
Yeah, I just think, finishing and winning is so important. And, I still think we're going to be right there where there's some, and, our 1-2-0 grades are really a lot of them are just right borderline first round grades. And there's been a lot of great players come out of those 1-2-0s. And we just feel like there's going to be similar type players once you get into where we're probably going to be picking, which is, probably somewhere between 11 and 21 if you count Green Bay's pick, and just think there's going to be some good football players there.
Fair to assume we all really want Green Bay to lose in the first round of the playoffs, though, right?
I hate to root against people, but yes, they would understand why we're rooting against them. And we want our picks, obviously their pick, to be as good as it can possibly be. So whoever they're up against, I'm sure we'll be rooting for them.
A couple of weeks ago, we talked about Javonte Williams. I wanted to shift gears and get your thoughts on the play of Jadeveon Clowney this season. And when he talks about he wants to be ready earlier next year and everything, do you think he has merited a spot on this team next year?
Absolutely. I mean, he's played a very high level. He's played, he's been one of our best pressure players, and obviously has a great pedigree, being the first pick in the draft, albeit a few years ago. But no, we'd love to have Jadeveon back. We'll be talking with his guys right away, and would love to get him in the mix. And love, because he is a leader, we'd love to have him in the mix from the get-go, which would be outstanding. So hopefully we with his willingness to want to be here and us wanting him to be here, hopefully we can figure something out.
You know, you've always, over the years, always given us really good insight on the salary cap. I'm curious, and maybe the process changes every single year. Do you guys sit down and you go, well, we're going to, flip the switch on Dak, Tyler, CD, whatever the case is, and this is the real amount of money that we're going to be working with going into the offseason?
Yeah, we've already, we have our different iterations of the cap, and certainly have iterations where we work the majority of, if not all of our high-priced guys, and seeing what we can really do here to keep, guys like George Pickens and Javonte Williams, and as you mentioned, Jadeveon Clowney, and, see if we can keep those guys around. And certainly that's what we've been working on. We've been our group that works in and around our cap have been hard at it, and we'll take a long, hard look at it and see what we have there. Obviously, we've added some players, and, when you look at guys like Kenny Clark and Q and those guys, so obviously those guys are going to be a big part of it. We signed Osa last year. So we feel like we're in good shape, and that, we can certainly make this team better, and we plan on doing that.
And Kenny Clark feels like maybe kind of a unique situation in terms of he's still under contract, but there's no guaranteed money left on the contract. Does that give both sides some more flexibility to make sure something can be worked out?
Absolutely. And Kenny's just been more than advertised for us. He's a leader. He's a man's man. He's great on the field. He's great off the field in the room with the guys. He's a guy we want to have around here.
And Stephen, focusing on the defense, specifically on the linebacker position, I want to know your thoughts on Logan Wilson and his progression, as he did not play a single snap last week, and just overall what you think needs to be done at that position group going into the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate with Logan. We had just they didn't have many snaps throughout the game, much less, obviously, in the first half, very few snaps. And, we'll say it was, I wouldn't call it a mistake, but some confusion in terms of how that rotation was supposed to go with Coach Berganzi and the rotation there. It was certainly wasn't the intent for him not to play a snap, but sometimes the game with not many snaps on one particular side of the ball, things can not go according to plan. So I'm sure Shadi will address that as well. But certainly think a lot of Logan and what he brings to the table. But, we're going to roll up our sleeves and look at all the areas where we have to improve. And, K9's had his moments this year where he's played well, and he's obviously very talented. And Logan's obviously a guy we think can help there, but we've got to really roll up our sleeves and see how we can make this defense better in the offseason.
Confusion on the part of the player or the position coach?
The position coach and the staff, the defensive staff.
Well, we appreciate the time very much in the talk about momentum going into that final game. We're all looking forward to it on Sunday. Thank you very much for the time, good sir.
Thanks, guys.
There you go. Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. Look, man, that does not seem good for the potential stability of the defensive coaching staff. Right there. There's confusion on the part of the position coach. And then the other thing, Clowney, Clark, and Jadeveon, you hear just really positive talk about them, but I get it. It's easier to say now positive things about the player as opposed to, hey, there's other offers out there in the world, and maybe you're like, hey, we want to keep him, but not for that money. In terms of Jadeveon and Javonte Williams, Kenny Clark is under contract, and that's one of the things I think people get it twisted when they look at the Cowboys salary cap. He hits at 21.5 next year, but there's no guaranteed money. So you can finesse that in a number of different ways if you want to keep Kenny Clark on the team.
Yeah, and Kenny Clark, I do want to keep on the team because by all accounts, he's right about the impact he's had in the locker room. He seems like a guy that people can lean on, especially some of these younger guys and some of these guys that you don't really know what their future looks like.
Right.
Heck, Perrion Winfrey had to play. You know, and so guys like him can go to Kenny Clark and ask for help and ask for advice. But on the other side, you mentioned Jadeveon Clowney. I want him back probably more than any player on this team because I think people don't really realize the impact he's had. You see it
Run
on the
stopping,
field.
too.
Run stopping, he's been phenomenal. His motor, even after how many years in the league, he has been fantastic. But I still go back to two things. His first week after he signed here, he was still ramping up, so they didn't have him work in that first day of practice, but he was in his jersey and everything. What was he doing? He was talking to all the edge guys and showing them techniques and working on stuff on the side. And then two, his quote last week about staying motivated in the last two games, going into last week's game and to this week's game, he said, look, they pay me to play a game.
Right.
You know, and why would I let anybody down? My teammates, ownership, my family that flies out to come watch and everything, there's people counting on me. So I love everything that he's about as a person, but on the field, he's playing way better than I expected too.
Okay, let me throw this out there. This year, 1 year, $3.5 million with a possible $6 million. I tell you, he comes back to the table and says, I want 1 year, $6 million guaranteed with possible bonuses that can get it up to 7.5 or 8 million.
I'm doing it.
Yeah?
Easily.
Okay.
I think he's been that good for you.
Okay, good to know. Now, we asked for a lot of people, I'm assuming for most leagues, this is the preference. This is championship weekend for fantasy football, although I have no doubt some folks out there listening are like, yes, that is what it should have been, but it's not. So we asked, what do you need to happen on Monday Night Football to win your league championship from the 979? I need them Rams to rest Stafford up. I'm up 12 points right now. Look, that's going to be the theme you're going to hear in some of these texts. It is possible. Do I think that's what's going to happen? Not necessarily, but I will be rooting for you. From the 817, I need 52 points from Puka, Pitts, and the Rams defense to win the championship. It's not impossible. And I'll tell you this, if you needed someone to just randomly pop a 40-point game for you, I feel like Puka Nacua is pretty high up on my list of possible candidates.
I'm actually not too worried for you in that situation. Usually whenever you're saying I need the combination of these three things, including a defense, to get me more than like 30 points, I'm like, yeah, keep dreaming. But heck, even Kyle Pitts has shown you this season that he might be
that's a good point.
He might be the only read on some plays that are going towards the sideline, and it will probably work because he is bringing his career back to life. I'm rooting for you because I think it's possible. I really do.
It feels like Matthew Stafford is the pivot player for pretty much all of these.
Pivot!
Although, from the 817, I need a time machine to go back to the summer. From the 214, I need Puka for 30. Ooh. From the another 214, I need Stafford and Puka to crap the bed. And then, this one's tough. From the 903, hey, you made it to the championship at least. I'm losing 189 to 45. I need Stafford to throw for like 1,000 yards at least in this game.
What
Man,
happened?
Oh, that is tough.
Wrong?
For the 601, I need the other 13 teams to withdraw. And then from the 817, this person needs 70 points from Stafford. You know, I really might connect you with that 903 person, and you guys can just root. Like the first pass is an 80-yard bomb, and you're like, we got this! And then from the 817, I wasn't hesitate to sign Clowney to incentive deal that maxes out at $10 million. And so one of the reasons I wanted to bring that up again is Jadeveon Clowney talked about, hey, I want to be ready earlier. Yeah. And even insinuated, hey, maybe I'll go to training camp. But like that he wants to be ready earlier so he doesn't have to knock off the rust early in the season. And if that's the case, I think you've seen enough from him to make a moderate investment in that.
Yeah, and you saw his first couple games were a little bit rusty, and he was the first to say at post-game, like, yeah, haven't played football in a while. That kind of hurt, you know? But I think it was like a month in, he was like, I'm feeling great. I've got my timing back. Like, he was saying all the right things. Like, everything's kind of come back to me. And if he does want to commit, to actually showing
Yeah.
up. Training camp, I know it's not what it used to be in terms of workload, but it's probably nice to just be in the system and in the mix and running and moving and lifting. And hey, you're probably going to have a new defensive play caller. You're going to have to pick up his scheme too.
I mean, look, one of those things that we just heard in that interview did not instill a lot of confidence. Okay, a couple more real quick. From the 940, I need 75 points from Stafford and Pitts. From the 469, I need Puka and Pitts to combine for a negative 15, and I'm golden. And then there's this. From the 214, I need Bijan to not score 72 points, and I win. And again, I would be uber ridiculously confident, but then if Bijan on the first play from scrimmage broke off like an 80-yard touchdown, even though you're like, well, that could never happen for the whole game, isn't there like a tiny part of you that's like, oh no, am I about to get careered? Am I about to get like all-time fantasy gamed and lose this championship? You'd probably be fine. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now we're going to move AM on the FM to 1 o'clock today because coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
The more time
First, 214 or 817-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to throw it over to Mickey Spagnola in just 1 second. But first, we go to the Alec News Desk for news.
We do have news in the college football space. Marcus Freeman announced himself on his own Twitter account that he will be returning to Notre Dame.
Smart, or else he's going to have to keep listening to all these questions about, what about this team? What about this team? Do you want to coach the Dolphins? And he's like, isn't their coach still employed? Like, see, he wants to avoid that.
And then the best name in college football reporting, Hayes Fawcett of On3 Sports, is reporting that Auburn star wide receiver Cam Coleman is entering the transfer portal. He's instantly the top wide receiver available through 2 seasons, 1,306 yards and 13 touchdowns.
Man.
As Jacob pointed out, with not great quarterback play.
That is a very good point. Now, courtesy of Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. We bring to you our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Gentlemen, how's it going?
It's going well. Do you ever get nervous when you hear like a player's transferring out of Missouri and then they're like, yeah, he was in 2 games and had 1 catch for 7 yards, and you're like, all right, that's fine. I didn't need to know
I get nervous when the starting quarterback decides to go in the portal a week before the bowl game, right?
Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. Yeah, I get it. Well, I've suffered plenty of college football sadness, but we don't need to talk about that Miami game. That's not the reason I was out last week, but it certainly helped. Now, somebody just asked me, and I immediately responded. They said, why didn't you ask Stephen Jones who's going to start at quarterback against the Giants? And I said, it's because it's Dak. You have absolutely zero doubt in your mind that Dak is starting this game, right?
I think so. Now, there could be a little doubt, and it could be one of those things where he starts, plays a half, and I've seen the Cowboys do that, and then turn it over to the backup quarterback.
I can see that.
I could remember them doing that one year with a game that didn't mean anything. They had already solidified their playoff spot, and I think Romo played a couple series or a half, and then they turned it over to someone else. I could see them doing that, but I don't think they want to do anything to diminish the importance of winning this final game and finishing 8-1. So that would suggest that he would play. He says he wants to play, and I think they would have to talk him off the field to be able to start Milton. And again, I think we'll be able to detect just kind of how they practice this week on who's going to start.
Yeah, it was something that he had said. Sorry if I don't remember if it was right after the game or at another point when he said, I've never finished below 500 in a season. I've been healthy and played the whole season in high school, in college, in the pros. And when he said that, I was like, okay, well, it sure as heck sounds like he's playing.
Yeah, and I'm sure he wants to, too. You just hope he doesn't put his GM hat on, right, and say, well, yeah, I can stay healthy and I don't have to go out there. I think he plays. And again, maybe not the whole game, but I do think he goes out there and plays. And that's something I think you can be proud of, that you didn't, in seasons you finished healthy, you never finished below 500.
What do you take then? That could partially be the answer to this question. How important do you think it is to finish 8-1 versus 7-9-1? Because that's been talked about a lot going into this Giants game.
I think it's important. It sure sounds better, right? And I think from a coach's standpoint, he would not like to have a losing record on his ledger. And in his first year as the head coach, because I think if you finish 7-9, then you're going, oh man, that was really bad. I know 8-1 is only one game better, but doesn't sound as bad. And then you can say, well, if we had done this or we had done that, we easily could have won 2 more games and would have had a chance at a playoff spot. I think that the 8-8-1 sounds a heck of a lot better, and these guys feel better about themselves going forward.
Mickey, do you think the secret reason that Dak really wants to play this game is that he hates the Giants so much that he wants to make it 15 straight wins against them?
Oh, I don't know if he could rest on his laurels and say I've won 14 straight, right?
That's fair.
Yeah, and it was the Giants' his rookie year that accounted for 2 of the 3 losses that they had that season. It was the opener and then later in the season. And if I remember correctly, maybe one was by 1 point and the other one was by 3 points or something like that. So, yeah, I don't know that would be the motivating factor. But it sure sounds good, though, doesn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I love that kind of pettiness. I really do. Mickey Spagnola, DallasCowboys.com, joining us here on 105.3 The Fan. Mickey, who is one player defensively that you think can really benefit from a good performance in this game? It could be somebody that might not even be on the team next year, but do you think there's somebody that maybe is getting overlooked or somebody that has had a rough year that really needs a get-right game here?
That's a deep question.
Oh, that's what Alec does.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right? I was just kind of searching on the probably the defensive side of the ball. And again, do you get the opportunity or not, right?
Sure.
I think that's important. I think we're going to continue to see a lot of Shamir James at linebacker. I think that he played like 80% of the snaps, although they didn't play that many snaps defensively this past game. Washington only had 44 snaps. That seems unbelievable.
Yeah.
Unless you want to consider the number of snaps that the Eagles had on Sunday, right?
Yeah,
Did they even have 40?
Yeah, and they decided not to complete any passes in the second half and all of that. Did you hear what Steven said in the previous segment about Logan Wilson not getting on the field was due to some confusion from the position coach and the defensive coaching staff?
Yeah, I'd have to have a little bit more clarification on that than the fact that he didn't play whatever defenses they were playing. I'm not sure why he wouldn't have got on the field a little bit more. But again, when they were playing, they started playing a little bit more five defensive linemen, and then they were going with one linebacker. And just off the top of my head, just watching the game, the one linebacker was James because they figured Washington was in their passing mode. And so maybe that contributed to it. But, yeah, that was kind of surprising because normally in these last several games, the only guy that didn't play was Joe Milton.
Yeah.
And he had company in this one. So, yeah, that was a head-scratcher for sure.
Well, it sounds like the Cowboys feel that same way. At least some people in the management. Now, I want to go back to Dak playing just a little bit, and I know you can't just base your decisions off strictly the last game, but when you saw some of the hits that he was taking in that game against Washington, does that part give you any hesitation about sending him back out there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Me too.
I mean, there was one hit. I remember I was watching there, and I was thinking to myself, "Oh, look out!" And you don't want to be saying "look out" to your quarterback, right?
Right.
But it's coming when you least expect it. So, yeah. But that's what he's been going through of late.
Sure.
So, yeah, maybe you factor in, okay, this guy's taken enough hits that we don't need to continue doing this. And you would think if you're scoring 30 points, you've protected your quarterback pretty well, right? If you're putting up 307 yards passing, well, yeah, we did a pretty good job with the quarterback. No, got sacked 6 times and hit 11 times, and was under duress most of the time. So, yeah, that was somewhat troubling. And it was hard to pinpoint just where it was taking place. But I understand defensive philosophy facing the Cowboys. If you're going to have any chance of slowing this offense down, if you're going to have to take Dak out of the game.
Yeah.
And I don't mean hurt him. I mean make sure he doesn't single-handedly beat you. And even only completing right at around 50% of his passes, he still put up 30 points, which, again, gives you an idea of how dynamic this offense can be if they can just get a little help from the defense at some point next year.
Yeah, and I'm sure once the season ends, we can follow up with all kinds of questions about what that defense looks like, who leads that defense, and all that good stuff. But for now, we will stay focused here and now. Do you think the Giants will try to win this game to further cost themselves space from the number 1 draft pick like they did against the Raiders?
Like they did.
Man, they beat the Raiders down.
They buried them, right?
They did.
See, now you understand how much importance there is to going into the next year on a good note, right?
I mean, unless you're the Raiders were like, let's lose and alienate our franchise player in the process. So make sure you get ready to start answering those mailbag questions about what the Cowboys are going to have to give up to get Max Crosby.
Oh, okay.
You know they're coming.
And they can use that. They as long as they have the money, go get it, right?
Sure. I mean, look, I created $70 million in salary cap space for them. Let's make it happen, Mickey.
You're rich.
And he'll be healthy, right?
Well, you're asking too many follow-up questions that I'm not prepared to positively answer right now. I just wanted to prepare you for all those mailbag questions.
And I'm sure they're coming. I'm sure they are. They've already been coming, right?
Yes.
But he's didn't it? Don't they? It said he had to have surgery, right?
I believe that is going to be the case, but there is some pushback with Max Crosby posting stuff on Instagram that supposedly shows he's fine, and it feels kind of like a pissing contest right now.
Well, maybe they were trying to do with him what the Cowboys' intent was to do with Trayvon Diggs, right?
Yeah, you might be right.
Make sure you finish the season healthy, so we're not on the tab for somebody that you can't move because of injury or surgery.
Yeah.
When March comes around.
No, you might be right about that for sure. Thank you very much, good sir. We'll catch you again at the normal time tomorrow.
All right. See you guys.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com, or the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3. Coming up next, an extra helping of gridiron gravy for the holidays. Tons of NFL records broken, plus dinosaurs. Next on The Fan. Coming up.
Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
During the course of the season, Brissett under pressure again, steps away, throws for McBride in the end zone, and it's an Arizona touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for your second holiday helping. What? And a chance for redemption for Jacob Ray as we go back to some gridiron gravy. There we go. There we go. Beautiful.
Biscuits.
You love to see a redemption story. All right. Let's talk about records that were broken. Then we will talk about dinosaurs.
What?
You just want me to get right to the dinosaurs. All right. Well, in your face, Trey McBride. All right. So Joe Burrow, who is an interesting cat who we may or may not try to trade. So Joe Burrow gave his offensive linemen authentic dinosaur, bear, and mammoth fossils for Christmas. Now, I didn't get a chance to determine if it was like you get dinosaur, you get bear, or everyone gets a mix, because I'm not going to lie, I don't care how old the bear was. If you give me an old bear fossil and that dude got a brontosaurus head, I'm going to think that our gifts are inequitable. But you might be wondering why Joe Burrow would do such a thing. I'm going to go to cut one. Joe Burrow loves dinosaurs and he loves fossils. Here's further proof.
Why were fossils on my mind? I don't know, because they're cool. When aren't fossils on your mind? They go back millions of years. That's sick.
Sick. He makes a good point, though.
They're sick.
What? Why would fossils not be on your mind? And I just love the idea that he's like, oh, man, I got to get that new Triceratops touchdown pass. And, like, I think that's amazing. Joe Burrow loves fossils, and he gifted his offensive lineman fossils. I don't know if they have any sort of affinity for that, but I think it's a cool gift.
That line of fossils are awesome. Like, why would I not be thinking about that? That feels like something I said at least a dozen times in third grade. And I
junior year in high school. I get what you're saying.
What are you doing?
Don't forget the G-Bag Nation coming up from 2 to 7.
What are you doing?
Right here on the Fan.
Huh. Okay. Anywho, I'm going to try to pivot back to my original point, Kevin. I just like that the youthful exuberance still exists within Joe Burrow, even though he clearly hates everything about being a Cincinnati Bengal.
Yeah, well, that's one of the reasons that we're going to trade him. Do you think if you're an offensive lineman, you guys could probably combine to be the size of an offensive lineman?
Yeah, probably.
Would you rather have a watch, a golf cart, or like a cool dinosaur fossil?
Oh, that's tough.
As a semi-grown up.
Because I feel like the thought behind the fossil is better than any of the other options you could give me.
Sure.
But I want the watch, man.
Okay.
This is assuming our quarterback didn't buy us $100 Nike Dunks, right?
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'd probably go with the watch. Yeah, I'm on team watch.
Okay. In your face, fossils. All right, now, if it's okay with Alec, we'll talk about Trey McBride,
I guess,
who set an all-time NFL record that Alec may or may not be disinterested in. Trey McBride passed Zach Ertz for the most catches by a tight end in an NFL season ever. He is now up to 119 catches. Do you think people properly acknowledge how awesome Trey McBride is, or is it the franchise that he's stuck with that prevents people from generally caring?
Two things can be true at once, Kevin. I think there's a little bit of truth to both sides of the argument. That franchise is abysmal, but at the same time, I feel like even if they were a fringe playoff team, nobody would care outside of fantasy purposes. They wouldn't care about, like, oh my gosh, this is one of the best statistical tight end seasons that we've ever seen. It would just be, oh, he puts up fantasy numbers. That's pretty cool. He gets a lot of catches. But yeah, playing in Arizona is just a death wish for, especially the position that he plays too.
Right.
Nobody really cares about the tight end position unless you are that next freak athlete. Like everybody cared about Kyle Pitts coming out of the draft because he's athletic and he's not like the typical tight end. Trey McBride is like the typical tight end build-wise. when you watch him on tape, but he is so stupidly consistent no matter who is throwing the ball to him that I don't think he will ever get enough appreciation.
To your point, he now holds the record. He also has the 5th most catches ever by a tight end in a season from last year. He also surpassed DeAndre Hopkins for the most receptions by an Arizona Cardinal player in a season ever.
Wow.
So congratulations to Trey McBride. Also, congratulations to Josh Allen. He became the fastest and youngest player in NFL history to reach 300, I almost said 30 total touchdowns. And you know what? That is super positive and seems freaking awesome, but also cut number 2 happened. So I don't know how he feels about that record today.
Allen looking to throw. Pressure throws. Incomplete. Don't see a flag. Eagles going to hold on.
The Eagles won that game 13-12, clinched the division for the Patriots. I'm amazed that game was competitive in the fourth quarter because it looked like it was going to be a destruction. But for the second time this season, Jalen Hurts had a second half in which he actively threw the ball but had 0 completions. More on that tomorrow.
Oh, that is just gross. That game was so exciting, though, because it felt like the Bills had opportunity after opportunity after opportunity, and they kept, as Corey would say, giving up the booty.
Yes.
And turnovers, incomplete passes, as you heard right there on the 2-point play, which was wide open in the back of the end zone. And you could hear Tom Brady. I thought he actually had a great breakdown of why that went wrong. He was kind of breaking down the science of throwing the football when on the run. He was like, you're always taught to aim for the body in those situations because when you roll left, it leans left. And so he was like, you need to aim for his body. You're trying to lead your guy open and make sure it doesn't get broken up. But he's like, just the nature of physics, you throw it at the body, it's probably going to end up right in his hands where you wanted it to be, not 5 yards in front of him. That game was so close, and it's got me fully believed on a new theory that ever since the Eagles killed that bunny that was in their locker room, I think that they have some sort of magic going on that is not of this earth.
3 in a row.
I think they sacrificed the damn bunny. I don't think that bunny was just unplugged and removed. I think they sacrificed that thing because ever since then, they have played some ugly football, but they have found ways to win. And that was a perfect example where Jalen Hurts was throwing up ham sandwiches of passes and still won the game because Vic Fangio is a demon.
Well, good news if you're an animal lover. Nobody in the NFC South has sacrificed anything. I'm going to bring this up to more specifics because I think after tonight, this dream might be over. But if the Atlanta Falcons beat the Rams tonight on Monday Night Football, we have a situation transpiring. That would put the Atlanta Falcons at 7-9. They close out the season against the Saints, a very winnable game, which would then put them at 8-9. The Carolina Panthers play the Tampa Bay Bucks. Currently, the Bucks are favored in that game. If they won, that would put them at 8-9, and Carolina at 8-9, and that means you would have a 3-way tie for first place in the division in which none of the teams had a record that was even 500.
That is...
It could happen.
That is so ugly, yet so intense and fun at the same time, where it's just... It's a pile of mid. That's what it is. That division
might be
stinks.
generous. Yeah.
That's generous. And what I want to say is not FCC friendly, but I enjoy it, but it also makes me upset because I wish there was just one standout. Just one team that was serious in that division, because the rest can be a laughingstock. I mean, we see it with the NFC East. The Eagles are serious. Nobody else in the division really is this year, but it's okay because they have a clear-cut contender on their hands. The NFC South does not deserve anything nice. Maybe a wild card spot in the Canadian Football League. Like, relegation talk is getting serious.
They scored only 4 rouges all season.
Exactly, and that might be generous of an estimation too, because that division division stinks.
Micah Parsons is having his ACL surgery today. Obviously, hoping the best for him. I feel like usually after these surgeries, you get the everything went great. He's going to be awesome and all of that good stuff. Now, let's talk about Derrick freaking Henry, man. Derrick Henry turned in what John Harbaugh said was one of the greatest performances I've ever seen. I mean, it was tough, downhill running, but also making a lot of guys miss. Derrick Henry moved into 10th on the NFL's all-time rushing list, passing Tony Dorsett. He's also 368 yards from passing Eric Dickerson. He climbed into 4th on the rushing touchdown list in NFL history with 122. He is only behind Emmett, LT, and Marcus Allen. He also set the record for most rushing yards by a visiting player at Lambeau. Whew, that's a lot. I'm not done. He also set an NFL record with his 7th game of 200 or more rushing yards, which broke a tie with Adrian Peterson and O.J. Simpson. And one more thing. This is the 4th career game for Derrick Henry in which he's had 100 yards rushing inside and 100-plus yards rushing outside the tackles in the same game. Since the next-gen stats era started in 2016, no other player has won. And he's done it 4 times. Nobody else has ever done it in the ensuing 10 seasons. That alone is enough to make this game bananas. But let's take a look at the other side. The Packers, they didn't punt a single time on Saturday night, and they still lost. That's the 3rd time the Packers have had a game this season in which they didn't punt and lost. That is the most by any team in the Super Bowl era. Wow. So that game was chock full of history.
Hey, but King Henry wouldn't have been any good here, right, Kevin? That's what I was told. That's what I heard.
Like, I get it. Your offensive line matters a lot. Your play caller matters a lot. But it's like we have a complete disregard for just innate talent. And you're like, he wouldn't have been that good. Okay, fine. So last year, what would he have had? 1,600 yards instead? All right, let's do that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a little NFL overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, along with, Alec Medford. That's what it's going to have to turn into.
I like it.
And the famous Jacob Ray. That's just the order that it's going to have to go for now. Right now, we're going to do some NFL overreaction or reality. I've been thinking about this for a while. I know the Cowboys seem to care a lot. Overreaction or reality? The Cowboys finishing with a non-losing record means something to you.
Overreaction.
Yeah.
To me, it doesn't, because I don't show up to the Star every day, and I don't put on the pads, and I don't sit in the meetings, and I don't have a career to play for. I just talk about other people's careers and hope not to offend anybody in the process. I don't care as a fan. I don't think any fan should care, because as a fan, you want your team to be good. You want your team to improve. How do you improve when you cannot make the playoffs? You improve your draft position to get yourself a more talented player, theoretically, on your team next season. That is the ultimate way. Now, I do enjoy seeing success with this team as well, so I'm not mad if they win this game. I'm not going to be upset. I am going to say, well, it was kind of too little, too late, and too pointless for my taste, but it is cool to see the team thrive and to see everybody happy. And I'll say, selfishly, interviewing Steven and Jerry is a lot nicer after a win.
Right.
It is a lot easier, and you can kind of ask the tougher questions because they're in a better mood, so
And they'll give you a real answer.
Exactly. I like everything. Man, Will was getting some gold out of Jerry on Friday last week, because he straight up asked him about the scheme and stuff, and he was like, oh no, don't let my excitement about this win deter you from the fact that I hate everything about this defense. I'm exaggerating, but he blatantly said, no, I'm still upset with a lot of things about this team. It's just nice to win. It's nice to smile.
Right. Jacob, NFL overreaction or reality? Cowboys finishing with a non-losing record means something to you.
I'm going to say overreaction as well. Being a Bears fan over the last 3 years, I've kind of adopted the theory that if you're not making the playoffs, you're trying to get the highest draft pick possible and improve your team. And I think it'll be fun if you're a Cowboys fan to watch them close the season strong. But, by the time March comes around, that win over the Giants is not going to mean anything to you.
Yeah.
So I think when it comes to breaking down draft stuff over this offseason, I think you're going to be a lot happier if you lose this game this upcoming Sunday as opposed to if you win it.
Well, I wish you wouldn't have mentioned that you were a Bears fan yet, because that's going to tip off potential bias for this next question. But because of that, I will start with you, Jacob. Overreaction or reality? Jordan Love is an actual franchise quarterback.
I'll go reality. I think he's a very good player. I think PFF has him ranked as the number 4 quarterback in the NFL. Look, whenever he's facing a team like the Bears who can't get a pass rush, he's a really good player. But it's a matter of what he can do in big moments, and we saw him in the first game against the Bears fall apart in that second half and allow them to come all the way back. But yeah, I'd be remiss if I said he wasn't a good quarterback, and I'm scared to face him in the playoffs.
Although you have to point out Caleb Williams won a division title before Jordan Love.
He did. I tweeted that.
Alec, what say you?
I will say reality, he is, but he is the Packers franchise quarterback. And I say that because I think he is a Matt LaFleur special. Not to say that he would be bad on any other team. I just think that his skill set and the way that he's wired to make his reads and his off-schedule plays, it all feels like that's stuff that was taught to him.
Right.
And he was very raw coming out of college, and that's why, obviously, when you have Aaron Rodgers out there, too, he wasn't playing when he first got here, but the development helped. So I do think that he is a franchise quarterback because he landed in the perfect situation to evolve into that. Now, had that been a different situation and he was forced into it year one, I don't think he's as good as he is, because I think he really did need the experience of let me learn the playbook, let me get these practice reps, let me learn from a future Hall of Famer, and ask questions. I think that really benefited him, because you saw early on in his playing career in the NFL, there were some questionable moments just because he was inexperienced, but then he kind of settled back in. It's the same way that I feel about his backup right now.
NFL overreaction or reality? If you were the Cowboys, you would give Javonte Williams a 3-year, $21 million extension.
Reality.
Ooh, I like it.
I would do it for 2 reasons. Jerry keeps on talking about all the spread room that they have with the salary cap, which is still one of my favorite phrases ever, because, but if we're going to do that, if we're going to use that and keep using that as a crutch, I want to actually do something with it. And it is true. You mentioned a couple times already today that we did the math. We did the experiment like 2 weeks ago. It is very possible to open up some very usable money. But the other side of me, just as a selfish fan of the team, I am so sick of asking who our running back is every year.
Right.
I miss prime Ezekiel Elliott. I miss when we knew that Darren McFadden was one of the more underrated running backs in the league, and he was consistent. I miss all of those things, and I'm envious of teams like the Ravens and Philadelphia that know they have a true workhorse at running back, and there is a true answer. But I will digress. Being the Panthers and having like 4 decent running backs on the team sounds kind of fun too, because one week Rico Dowdle goes off for almost 200 yards. The next week he's getting 30% of the snaps. It's kind of chaotic, but hey, I like having the central focus on one guy.
3 for 21 for Javonte with, let's just say, like $18 million guaranteed. Overreaction or reality, you would do that?
I'm going to say reality. I would do it as well, and I'll propose another point that Alec didn't bring up. I think it's difficult to find as good of a runner as Javonte Williams, who will also get his nose dirty in the pass protection aspect of the game. And I think the older Dak Prescott gets, you want to keep him clean as much as possible. And if you can get that good of value out of a running back who can get you 5-6 yards on first down pretty consistently, in the way that I think Shoddy's a really good run scheming play caller. I think he create holes for him, and if he can still, show that he's got the legs. I'm a little worried about the 2 injuries and how that's going to kind of linger on him throughout the length of that 3-year contract. But for the value, $7 million for a guy that's probably going to get you 1,000 yards every year and do really good in pass pro, I think that's a steal.
NFL overreaction or reality? The Bengals should trade Joe Burrow. We talked about this in the break because he sounded miserable. He said it had nothing to do with Cincinnati. You could make the argument that even full-time healthy Joe Burrow is not going to be enough to bail them out. Their defense is just as bad, if not worse, than the Cowboys. Overreaction or reality? The Bengals should trade Joe Burrow.
There's so many layers to this that just lead me to a question mark, but for the sake of the question, I'm going to say for fun, reality. And the reason I say that is because your defense is more than 1 or 2 guys away from being good.
Sure.
And you are just wasting the talent and the availability of one Joe Burrow. I would maximize his value now and say we need more help than he can provide, and that is to no fault of his own. So you do the right thing by him and say, we know things aren't great. We're going to even let you have some input in where you go even. We'll try to make it happen wherever you want to go and see, as long as it's not a rival, and preferably in the NFC if I'm the Bengals. But the reason it gets so messy for me and it leads to more of an overarching question mark is the money that they have invested outside of him in T. Higgins and Jamar Chase. Then they feel left in the dark, and they feel left behind too. So I know they wouldn't be thrilled.
Well, the good and terrible news for Joe Burrow is the betting odds say that the favorite to land him if he is moved is the New York Giants.
Gross.
Overreaction, which is confusing in and of itself. Overreaction or reality for you then, Jacob? It's time for the Bengals to trade Joe Burrow.
Man, I'll tell you what, if the Bengals can, I'm going to go reality also for fun because I want to propose a package. If the Bengals can find a way to get like 2 or 3 first-round picks along with Jackson Dart, I would probably do it, because the last thing you want in that trade is you don't want to be left in no man's land with a quarterback. You're going to need a young quarterback, whether it's like, I don't know, a trade to the Vikings. If you believe that you can turn J.J. McCarthy into a great player and you get him in return, that would be interesting. He would go from one really good LSU receiver to another, and I think it'd be a lot of fun to shake it up. As long as they don't trade him to my division, I'm all for it.
And they would. I mean, the Giants right now are in line to have the number 2 pick. So
yeah, they'd have that too.
Maybe they can make that happen. Maybe they'll love Dante Moore. Don't know. All right, overreaction or reality, the Giants should have tried to lose to the Raiders.
It's a reality. Again, it goes back to the idea that if you are a fan of the team, and really if you care about the long-term future of the team at all, you should not be winning games, especially in that one where it is essentially the toilet bowl, where it's the worst of the worst, and it has major implications on your draft position. I wouldn't have watched the game, but I would have totally respected it if both teams said starting quarterback out, number 1 receiver out, and basically any expensive player that they still have left on their team, you say, go ahead and collect a check, you're good. Wouldn't have watched the game, but I would have respected the hell out of both of them showing up and not trying.
I feel like the Raiders kind of not tried, but
they definitely did.
What say you, Jacob?
Well, I mean, the Raiders don't try even with all their starters in, so
point. Yep.
I don't know. I think the number 1 pick always comes down to the worst team in football, and I don't think that's the Giants. I think if they would have found a way to lose that game and get it, it would have been a steal. With that being said, I think it would have been a lot of fun to see what the Giants could have done, because it's not one of those Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels drafts where if you trade the top pick, you're going to get an absolute haul. Now, you might get a pretty respectable haul for Fernando Mendoza or, like you said, Dante Moore. But I think they would have. I think they would have kept the pick. Hot take. I think they would have kept the pick, and they would have taken Arvell Reese, and they would have made that defensive line even nastier.
Okay, bonus question then. Overreaction or reality? In the next 5 years, there will be some sort of NFL draft lottery.
Ooh.
This year feels particularly egregious, and maybe they're all just terrible. They're the Titans are breaking in young quarterback and everything like that, but
I'm going to go overreaction and say more like 10 years.
Okay, but you could see it on the horizon.
Yes, I think we are going to get to a point where I feel like teams are getting really bad about opening their mouths about certain things, too, and you're finding teams getting punished for stuff. The whole thing with the Giants, to bring them back up, Brian Dable running into the tent trying to save his quarterback from concussion protocol, and how they handled that, and the investigation found that, oh, yeah, they broke plenty of rules. But teams are just getting more and more undisciplined, and I think someone is going to get even worse than the Raiders this year at hiding it, because I think the Raiders do have that internal memo of we don't care what the result is at this point. It's new front office leadership. It's a coach that probably won't be there next year. We do not care. And I think we're going to get to a point where the league is going to say we're tired of teams not caring, and we're not going to reward them for not caring.
I think Alec brought up a really, really good point about it's going to get to a point, or when does it get to a point where teams are just really bad at hiding it? I think it's going to be really interesting what happens next year if Arch Manning balls out and wins the Heisman. I think you're going to see a lot of teams that are going to blatantly tank, and I mean, if they do a poor enough job hiding it, I think it's absolutely a reality.
One more. Overreaction or reality? I know I'm going to lose this fight. You now appreciate and respect the talents of Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold is the first quarterback in NFL history to have back-to-back 13-win seasons on 2 different teams. In fact, the only quarterbacks that have even done it are Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, and Brett Favre, all Hall of Famers. I'm not saying, obviously, that Sam Darnold is going to the Hall of Fame, but overreaction or reality, you now appreciate and respect the talents of Sam Darnold.
You know, Kevin, I appreciate the work that you do in gathering numbers and trying to force agendas. on me about quarterbacks, especially because I get very heated about quarterbacks and very pointed in my opinions. But shout out Dylan Gabriel, you still suck at football. I have to go overreaction here because I respect the body of work. I don't respect the talent. I think he's a product of a very good system that fits around him. You've seen it
two
before.
Different systems?
Yes, because I think that certain ideologies, it's a copycat league. I think that Seattle and their staff saw what worked with him in Minnesota and said, we can do that too.
Okay.
We can replicate that to some degree, and they're doing a great job of it. So I'm not even trying to diss the guy on a serious note. I think it's more credit to the staff. I think they've just handled him perfectly.
Jacob, it feels like I might be fighting a losing battle. Overreaction to reality. You appreciate and respect the talents of Sam Darnold.
Yeah, it's a losing battle. I'm going to go overreaction. I mean, we saw this movie last year. He's going to find a way to win 13 games and lose the last one, and he's going to be in a road playoff game as a team that's been one of the best teams in football all year, and prime Sam Darnold's going to show up and throw 5 interceptions to J.C. Horn and the Carolina Panthers defense and find a way to lose a game he should have won.
You know what? I think you guys have pushed me now to start rooting for the Seahawks in the playoffs, just so he can be like, in your face! But I get your point. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. It's time for the Combo Platter Present Edition. Give us a sports opinion, maybe about Sam Darnold. And then, what was the worst present you or someone in your family got for Christmas? And why was it a trampoline? Next on The Fan. K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm hoping we get some stars' opinions during this. It's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. This is going to be the present edition. Give us a sports opinion, and then what was the worst present you or someone in your family got for Christmas? And I mentioned the trampoline. Getting the trampoline as a gift is amazing. Putting the trampoline together is not amazing. Those gloves they give you to try to hook some of those things on, they don't work well enough. And it's a giant pain until maybe you get the one specific tool that you probably should have had to begin with and then put the trampoline together. I'm just saying theoretically. So getting a trampoline as a gift is awesome. Putting it together, the worst. Who would like to start? Alec? You? Jacob? Me? Would you like me to go to the fan text? What do you think?
You know what? I'll bat lead off here because I have a fresh new sports opinion that was formulated during the break. And no, I promise, Kevin, this is for you and only you. It's not about Dylan Gabriel's fiance. Yes, I was complaining about
you
her
really
in the
don't
break.
like Dylan
I
Gabriel.
just really don't. And half of it's not even his fault. Sports opinion. Gentlemen, after some information I saw online earlier during the break, I think the Mavericks might be playing this thing right with Anthony Davis. I think they might be. I saw Tim McMahon, friend of the morning show, on the Hoop Collective just minutes ago, was discussing the Anthony Davis future and what a timeline for a move could look like and all of that. And he did mention that the Mavericks are trying to work out a deal with the Atlanta Hawks. They are. But there's one holdup, and it was not the holdup that I expected. The Mavericks do not want Trae Young to be involved in the trade, which, yes, from a team structure point, I know that makes sense and everything. I didn't think Trae Young was ever in the conversation in a trade package for Anthony Davis. So he followed that up by saying that the Mavs are, or the Hawks rather, are looking for the exit ramp, quote unquote, for Trae Young after the extension issues that they had and everything. He said that was pretty telling about how the two sides feel about each other, and they don't want him on the team anymore. But you got Kyrie Irving, who is on the mend and going to rejoin the team at some point in 2026. So they want to stick with him. They want to continue building with him, which I agree 100%. I think Cooper Flag could learn a lot from Kyrie Irving, and I think he's the right guy for this situation. I do not want to add Trae Young into this mix. It makes the roster even uglier and weirder than it already is, even if you do remove Anthony Davis from the conversation. So, all that being said, I think the Mavs might be playing this thing out the right way right now after getting that information.
Yeah, spoiler alert, and we can dive more into this tomorrow. Reese Shea, 2 expiring contracts and a first-round pick. Now, it is true that one of those expiring contracts will be KP. I'm going to need you to just accept that for the next several months. It's means to a bigger end. It's going to be okay, but we can figure that out. But yes, Trae Young has long been one of my sports nemesis, and not having him here in Dallas would be tremendous because he's a really good passer, but he's not good at much of anything else. He's one of the worst defenders in the league, and for a so-called shooter, he's not good at shooting, which is a weird thing that I've never quite understood because Trae Young could make a three-pointer occasionally from almost half court. Well, you know what? He occasionally almost makes a three-pointer from a lot of places because he shoots 35% from three, below league average. He's a terrible shooter even inside the arc at 43%. He's a volume scorer he's the person who they're like, oh yeah, Trae Young had 27 points on 26 shots. Like, you don't need that here whatsoever. So I like that they're like, no. Good.
Then Christmas gift, the worst one. Honestly, and I'm saying this, I'm not covering for anybody. I think everybody in the family did very, very well this year, but my sister loves to run bits. Sometimes I wonder if me and her, like, switched college majors at some point because she does all the textbook, office work and stuff, and yet she runs all the pranks and all the bits and is unserious. So there's a backstory to this. Back when we were younger, there was a McDonald's Happy Meal toy thing that they were doing where it was little Beanie Babies, right?
Oh, yeah.
Of all the McDonald's characters. I had the full set except for one, Grimace. I was missing Grimace. And my sister got him the second she realized that I was missing Grimace, and she flaunted the fact that she had the Grimace Beanie Baby and I didn't. So I took matters into my own hands, and I stole it when she wasn't home.
Oh, my goodness.
And I hid it in my bedroom. And obviously, she realized because she was so proud of it, and I got in trouble, and I had to give it back. So for Christmas, she said, hey, this one right here, open this one last. And I was like, okay. I open it up, and it's a Funko Pop of Grimace. And she says, see, you finally have your own. It's not as cool as mine, though. I'm like, you're 27, and we're still doing this?
Oh, man, that is kind of a funny bit.
Yeah, so
I'm sorry for you, but that's a funny bit.
I look at it, and I just kind of clench my fist every time, Arthur. Like, every time I see it, I'm just like, it's funny, but it's not funny. Like, come on, you knew how much Grimace meant to me.
I want that as a drop. From the 407, the Dallas Stars are the most exciting team in the Metroplex. Co-sign. The worst gift I got were car mats for a Chevy, and I drive a Kia. Okay, man.
I love that.
I don't know. Because on the surface, you might think that you didn't love getting car mats, but that might be the one thing that you want. You're like, man, I'm feeling good about my ride. This will complete it, and it's not even for the right, so that's unfortunate. From the 321, I love it. Sports opinion, Sam Darnold will be the Super Bowl MVP.
What are you doing?
I didn't even send that in. And the worst present I got was my parents announcing their divorce on Christmas. Good night. That ratcheted up so much that from the wrong floor mats for your car. Man, we just all right. I wasn't prepared for that, but thank you very much for sharing. All right, Jake, would you like to go next?
Yeah, my sports take, and this actually stems from something that me, Alec, and Aiden spoke about in pre-show. So I saw a tweet the other day from a Washington Commanders fan that said, trade Jaden Daniels for 3 first-round picks and go sign Malik Willis, which led me to this train of thought. I know that Jaden Daniels in under 1 year went from the class of his draft class to the 4th best quarterback in his draft class.
Whoa!
Fiery!
I think he's been surpassed by clearly Drake May, Bo Nix, and now Caleb Williams.
Is that the order too?
Probably, yeah. I'd put Caleb. Caleb and Bo are probably tied talent-wise, but I think Bo's got more winning pedigree than Caleb does, so I'll give him the nod at number 2.
Woo! Spicy. I like it.
And then I'm gonna go with my own Christmas present. I don't want to be the entitled kid. My grandparents did not have to get me a Christmas gift. They didn't. It was very nice that they thought of me.
Oh no.
But popcorn seasoning was not the thing that I thought would be under the tree for me. Now, granted, it was Snickerdoodle popcorn seasoning.
Oh, that sounds good.
And my mother did just adopt the make her own popcorn with avocado oil because we don't do seed oils anymore.
Wow.
So, yeah, popcorn seasoning was my worst Christmas present.
Under the tree and not in the stocking. That sounds like a stocking stuffer there. Wow. And it was wrapped up. Was it in a box or was it just the bottle?
It wasn't even one of those big bottles, brutal. It fit in the palm of my hand. So it was I could get three or 4 bags of popcorn probably out of that. But yeah, I would have put it. And I love my grandmother. The wrapping was terrible.
Wow! Yes, keep going.
Holy crap!
It was bad.
You hate their clothes and the way they have their hair and stuff, right?
Yeah, this sounds like Euphoria. Jeez.
Whew. Okay, man, that was some fire right there.
I love that.
From the 972, the Super Bowl champion will be a surprise team. Now, I'm intrigued by this. Does that mean a surprise team like going back to the start of the season or from right now? Because there are some teams, like if you tell me the Patriots win the Super Bowl now, I'll be like, yeah, okay, I could see that. At the beginning of the year, I'd have been like, there is no way in hell. But I could definitely see a surprise team winning the Super Bowl. And then they got a Mavs beanie. It was the worst gift. Oh. I mean, it definitely sounds like Jacobs was worse.
Oh, yeah. I like how Jacob's gift is going to be the barometer for everything now. Like, hey, at least it wasn't snickerdoodle popcorn seasoning.
I mean, the only thing that's going to beat me out now is Cole, so.
Oh, well, you keep talking like that. We could get there. From the 956, Cavante Turpin won't be a Cowboy by the end of next season. Whoa.
Huh.
Oh, I feel this one. Worst gift, I got a t-shirt that was 2 sizes too small. Thanks for reminding me I got fat. Man. Aww. Yeah, it's tricky, even if it's somebody that you see every single day and spend your life with. It is tricky buying clothes for anybody because of the differences in sizes from merchant to merchant or manufacturer to manufacturer. That's tough.
I was always on the end of I would get clothes that were way too big for me. And, growing up, it was always, hold it up so we can see it, like what it looks like on you. And so I would just kind of, for a couple seconds, hold it up against me and be like, yeah, it's great. Thanks. Appreciate it. When I knew that I could fit it maybe in 8 years.
Yeah.
Maybe if we're being generous. But hey, a lot of that stuff fits now. So maybe it was just, they were never wrong.
Long game.
They were just early.
Yeah, you could play long game from the 858. Sports opinion, the Raiders will turn things around and win another Super Bowl before the Cowboys do. Look, I would be inclined to listen to any team in the NFL winning a Super Bowl before the Cowboys do. And then this one's tough. I got a Padres shirt for Christmas this year from my in-laws, but I'm not a Padres fan. I thanked her and gave it to my mom later. Hold on. I have follow-up questions. Is your mom a Padres fan then? And she was excited to get it? I have questions. From the 469, the Dallas Wings will get a number 1 pick again next year. Oh, my gosh.
Yes.
That would be 3 straight. And my worst gift is Kevin saying, I will see you next year. Here's a fun thing. I don't know if you know this about me, Jacob. If there is anybody in your life right now that you're going to see in like a week, and they go, hey, see you next year, your New Year's resolution should be cutting that person out of your life, all right? No, I've had enough of this, and I've already been barraged with this. The New Year starts on Thursday. What? So if you see somebody like now, and you're going to, look, if you're not going to see them again for a year, I get it. But if they're just doing a bit, which they probably are, and they'll see you next Wednesday, I will tell them that I'll see them next Tuesday. Except it will be you. You get what I'm saying. But actually, I won't, because I'll never see them again, because I want to cut that person out of my life.
So in theory, at the end of the show on Wednesday, when I tell you, see you next year.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the last time I produce this show? Or
yeah, or maybe any show. Watch those hours.
Wow.
As they anticipate. Okay.
That's
too far. That's too far. From the 682, this one's amazing. Jacksonville can make a real Super Bowl push. Actually, I do agree with that. We'll probably talk about Jacksonville a little bit more tomorrow. It wasn't my present, but my grandmother sent my 15-year-old son a Victoria's Secret gift card for $50.
That had to be a mistake, right?
Or your grandparents are really progressive.
You know what? 15-year-old Alec probably would have respected it.
Because, I don't want that if you're like, buy something for your little girlfriend. I'm like, no! Don't.
Yeah, this is about me.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
So, yeah. From the 254, sports opinion, Buddy got me an A&M hoodie after they lost against Miami. I wanted to burn it. I hope he got at least a discount or something. You know what? To really make that day the worst, you know what I did before that A&M Miami game?
Oh, no.
I went to a funeral, and I'm not kidding about that.
Jeez.
So, that day sucked.
So you watched 2 funerals?
Yes. pretty much. And then they said they'd put together 10 trampolines before having to put together their daughter's playset again. It had over 400 pieces, and that's not counting the good-sized box full of bolts, nuts, and screws, man. That is... We've lost the Christmas Eve of just enjoying. It's about building presents. Like I'm a freaking elf in the workshop or something.
Yeah, see, I don't have to worry about any of that because, Kevin, I don't know if you knew this. I don't have kids. So
I was aware of that.
Okay, good. You know me well.
Man, I really want to say what the Alec weather forecast is, though, but I feel like I will save that for off air, or if you come and see us at Taco Bueno off of Collins in Arlington on Friday, I will tell you my Alec weather forecast.
And you might see why he's making that joke on Friday, too.
Oh, man. I freaking love it. And so my sports opinion is the Mavericks will get a trade done for Anthony Davis to the Atlanta Hawks, especially now that we heard it will not include Trae Young. And then the worst present I think anybody in my family gets is Brandon gets Apple gift cards. Brandon does not use Apple products. And the same people always send it to him, but we waited too long to say something. Like, we should have said something after the first time and like, hey, this was nice. He's an Android person. He doesn't, but we forgot. And so the next year they sent it again. And I think at that point we were just too cowardly to bring it up. Yeah. And now it's been happening for like 6 years. So we can't go, he doesn't use Apple products and you've been wasting these gift cards. So usually what ends up happening is I make a trade with Brandon and we use it to pay for Apple TV. But I feel really bad because we always know that's going to be the gift card and we were too cowardly to say anything about it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we're going to switch what we're doing and fire up some baseball nuggets, everybody. Love that. Now, let's talk about Andrew Heaney. Andrew Heaney announced his retirement, and he probably holds a fond spot in a lot of Rangers fans' hearts. He had a 2-year stint with the Rangers, was a part of them winning the World Series. He had his first 10-win campaign during the regular season in 2023, and then also got the win in Game 4 of the World Series through 5 innings of 1-run ball, and that was the game that made it feel, I think, to a lot of the Metroplex that the series was over. I realize at 3-1, that most certainly did not mean the series was over, but that is kind of the vibe and feel I had after that game. So shout out to Andrew Heaney. He did a lot for this franchise.
He did, and he crossed the 10-year mark for service time, so he had a good run. And all I can think about when I see him is that game that you mentioned, and Creed. That's all I can think about when I see him. He is the founding father of our rallying cry
I think
of
I
higher.
forgot that, honestly.
Yeah, he was the founder of that being played in the clubhouse to rally the troops and get ready to win the franchise's first World Series. But on top of that, he's also an incredible dude. So enjoyed the very few conversations that I got to have with him. But again, like a few of those players on that team, a signing that you're like, oh, yeah, okay, cool. Yeah. They signed somebody. And then he ended up being one of the most consistent guys for you down the stretch and did anything you asked him to do. So he is forever great in my heart.
Now, the Rangers made a different pitching move. They picked up Nabil Krismat. He saw some time late in the season last year for the Diamondbacks. So the 31-year-old made 5 starts over the last half of the season and had a 2.61 ERA over 31 innings. So you're like, hey, that's not bad at all. Going into the final weekend of the season, then he got lit up by the Dodgers, 7 runs in 3 innings. And like I just told you, he didn't pitch a lot. So he finished the year with a 3.71 ERA. But the Rangers went ahead and signed him on to a minor league deal. We've talked about this a lot in the offseason. These are probably the continual kind of deals that you're going to see the Rangers dabble in. Let's go from that to the question was posed by MLB.com. Who is your number one bounce back candidate for the Rangers next season? And the reason why I think that's so important is because Chris Young has talked so much about how they got to improve from within. So is there a player that you're like, hey, this is my leading candidate if we're going to improve from within?
Ooh.
There are plenty of options.
Yeah, and that's why
unfortunately.
That's why I'm like, I could give you probably 4, but I'm trying to limit it to 1. I'd say Josh Young.
Okay.
Because he got sent back to the minors. Like, that was emblematic enough for me that something has to change, and maybe the leash that he has gotten a lot shorter than people may have realized, because we did see, again, going back to that 23 season, we saw some incredible things, and early on in his career, he flashed a lot defensively. It seemed like he was doing a lot more than we expected him to do.
Yes.
It seemed like he was answering to the big moment at the plate. His plate discipline was good early on, and he kind of strayed away from all of it.
Yeah.
And that trip to the minors seemed like it did kind of spark something in him, like a bit of a wake-up call. And I hope that he is, because remember, before the season started last year, he tried to be the leader of the team. And he had those little coolers filled with goodies and gifts at everybody's locker in the clubhouse. And he said, yeah, I'm doing that because I'm trying to take leadership of this team. And I'm trying to be the guy that people can lean on. So it's the same thing that we talked about with Marcus Semien. It's hard to be, I'm the leader when you're not producing.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping for his sake, and I'm hoping for the team chemistry's sake, that he ends up bouncing back, so people, maybe even within the clubhouse, kind of take him a little bit more seriously and say, hey, he's not the most experienced guy, he's not a well-traveled vet, but he knows what he's talking about, and he performs every night.
Well, MLB.com also selected Josh Young as their pick to click and most likely to turn around. But you do see multiple other suggestions from the 903, Kamar Rocker and Evan Carter. From the 817, Jock Peterson can't be worse than the way he started last year. Yes, one of the worst modern offensive seasons in baseball history. From the 361, Evan Carter. Jake Berger comes up as well, and I'll probably steer away from Jock Peterson because he would have to be a whole lot better, I think, for it to make a particularly positive impact on this team. So I think I'll go with you on Josh Young until I totally pivot on my opinion and say, you know what? I'm going Evan Carter. All right, so I really was going to say Josh Young, and Josh Young, if he can turn it around, that could be great for this team. But I keep thinking, because somebody goes, can we just go back to the 2023 season? I keep thinking about Evan Carter in the playoffs in that 2023 season, and that's probably what gets me in trouble, because that player might not exist over the span of an entire season. But I'm going to go with Evan Carter, but I totally understand and appreciate your vote for Josh Young, and obviously MLB.com does as well. Bryce Harper. Man, he is embracing the petty, and I got to admit, I appreciate this. He posted a video, I believe he posted it, to TikTok of him hitting in a shirt that said "Not Elite." Now, this, of course, goes back to the really perplexing statement that the Phillies president, Dave Dombrowski, made a few months ago. And it's not that I disagree with Dombrowski, saying he's a quality player, he's an all-star, he just didn't have an elite season like he has in the past, and then insinuating he doesn't know if he can be elite anymore. I'm not saying he's wrong, but as the president of that team, that feels like a really terrible thing to say out loud to the media. So Bryce Harper, he's embracing it, and maybe I'll have a hell of a year because of it.
I like it, and you know me, I love pettiness, and I love absurd levels of it, and I think this is borderline absurd. It's not quite absurd, but it's borderline, because the fact that he addressed it without addressing it, but he was really addressing it because it clearly bothered him. But it amazes me to no end when leadership figures like that in sports say the quiet part out loud and expect nothing to happen, nobody to talk about it, nobody to get offended in the process. It's like those are the things that you say in like arbitration hearings, right? That's where you say, these 14 players that make $2 million less than you were way better than you. Why should I give you that money? You say that in a closed room, in a private environment. You don't say that out loud and let the media get a hold of it, because you know what we like to do? We like to cause messes.
Yes.
So the noise gets louder and louder. That it still blows my mind that he said that.
So let's talk about a player that was formerly in the Texas Rangers organization, Nick Torres. He was with the Rangers in 2018 at the AAA level, but he has since been away from MLB-affiliated baseball. He was a fourth-round pick in 2014, but most recently, he's been starring in the Mexican League, where he was the 2025 MVP. Since 21. He has been hitting .343 with an OPS of 1.025, and that is the reason that Nick Torres has now been signed by the New York Yankees.
Ooh. I always love those turnaround stories.
For sure.
Because, you see people do that a lot. They fall out of the majors and they go play independent ball and whatever. And some of those players you can look at and say, dude, it's time. Give it up. But then guys like Nick Torres say, screw you, I know what I'm capable of, and I will show you, and I will claw my way back to the majors. I love stories like that because it shows just how incredible the game of baseball specifically is, how many avenues there are to show what you've got. So that's why at this point, it's hard for me to ever doubt anybody that does go play international ball or does fall out of the majors and say, no, I'm going to make it back, because, yes, you have a good chance, because these other organizations, they care enough to help you get back there. It's pretty cool.
He hasn't been with an MLB affiliate since he was 25, and now he's 32.
Wow.
It is incredible. And the last affiliate he was with, like I said, Texas Rangers, back in 2018. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we had to shuffle some things around, so it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus what would you describe as an overwhelming donut smell? Next on The Fan.
Baseball.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody, if you're planning ahead, Friday, we're going to be at Taco Bueno in Arlington off of Collins, and we might just have a special wrestling guest out there for that event. And then a week from now, it does in fact sound like Matt and Jeff, the Hardy Boys, will be in studio with us a week from today.
What?
So set your calendar accordingly. Right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. But then plus, what constitutes an overwhelming donut smell? We're going to get into the beef that exists between a Massachusetts town and Dunkin' Donuts.
They're suing the donut place?
We'll get to that here in a matter of moments. This is my favorite story of the year, and it's at the end of the year, closing it out strong. I love this. But now, we look at the National Day calendar, and there's some random holidays today. The Constitution of Ireland was signed today.
Oh.
So big day for my ancestors.
Yeah. How do you celebrate?
Probably have a beer.
If you wouldn't have looked at the calendar, would you have known that?
It is also International Cello Day. So to all the cello players, I've always wanted to say I can play cello just because it's one of those instruments that catches people off guard whenever you do say that you play it.
Was that the one that Bill Cosby endorsed?
Oh.
That was Jello. My bad.
I thought you said Jello too.
That was Jello. Thanks. It is Pepper Pot Day. Not Pepper Potts. Pepper Pot, the actual item. But we're going to focus in on Still Need to Do Day.
Oh.
So 877-881-1053. What is something you planned on doing this year or wanted to do in 2025 that you did not and you wish you would have? 877-881-1053. There's a couple different things that I can think of myself.
Teach Noah to read.
Yeah. That's a good start for you, Hagee. That's a great start because
we're lagging on that.
Yeah, that joke has existed for far too long. One that I can actually change, and I think I might. I'm thinking about pulling the trigger. I did not go to a single Stars game.
What?
In 2025. But they do have the Sabres at home on the 31st, so I can beat the clock.
Oh, I like it. And that New Year's Eve game is always so much fun because you got the hustle and bustle before and after downtown. I know it used to be a little bit different, but it's still super fun.
See, and I say this now, not knowing what could happen during or after the game. I got a host on New Year's Day, so I'm trying to...
That's right, you and Fred.
It's myself and Fred Davis, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on New Year's Day. So I'm trying to avoid the party scene and the bar scene.
Gotcha.
We will see how that goes. Find out, wake up with us at 10 a.m. on New Year's Day, and we'll see if I successfully achieve that. But I think another thing that, because it was supposed to happen and didn't, and it irks me to this day, but I do have plans on changing it next year. I did not travel this year.
Oh.
And I
went to Germany.
Yeah, we knew rehab,
For Jesus.
That's what you call it. We had plans, my friend Anthony and I, to go to the Cotton Bowl, or not the Cotton Bowl, the Rose Bowl. I'm thinking about college football playoffs.
I don't know if that's
college
really
football is running in my brain right now.
Arlington.
No, we were going to go to the Rose Bowl for a concert in January.
Yeah.
but the wildfires made it to where the city would not allow such a big open-air event like that to happen, so they had to cancel it, and it was a one-night only thing. It wasn't like part of a tour. So they just outright canceled it and got refunded and everything, had hotels. The last thing I was waiting on was a flight because I think I had some rewards points I was going to burn at the midnight hour. And I had it all planned. I was going to spend 3 days in LA and explore. I've never been to California, so it would just be cool to say I've finally gone to one of the big tourist destinations in the country. It didn't get to happen, so I'm still kind of bitter that didn't happen this year. I had no other real plans to travel outside of that. That was my big to-do, and I think I planned it in November of last year, so I waited a couple months. I was like, this is going to be awesome, and then it didn't happen.
Yeah, I do remember that. Stupid fires.
Yeah.
I also hope you get a chance to travel this year.
I plan on it. I just
beyond the Cotton Bowl.
I just got I think it's going to be here this week. I got one of those fancy credit cards that helps you build up travel points and stuff. So I'm like, I have no excuse. I have no excuse to not leave the state of Texas even for a couple of days this year because I have to. It's been too long since I've left the state. I love this place. And
How long has it been?
Ooh, that's a good question. 2021?
Oh, wow. So, yeah, coming up on several years.
Yeah, and I think that was for my sister's college graduation. So that it wasn't even more of like, it wasn't vacation. It was we have something to do and somewhere to be, and we were only there for 2 days. So, yeah, a lot of our time was taken up, and I can confirm that the Jacksonville Jaguars stadium is gross. It is ugly.
And isn't that the stadium that a couple of years ago they found like mouse droppings in the hot dogs and they had to revamp? There was some weird stuff happening.
Yeah, it's bad. Was it TIAA Bank Stadium?
Yeah,
not great. I was not a big fan of it.
That's where they did Stadium Stampede for AEW.
Yeah,
so.
that was pretty cool. I can't lie. All right, Kevin, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh man. Because we did accomplish the most important thing I think I had on the docket this year was get Noah potty trained. So it took a while, so we accomplished that. I want to get to Hawaii. That is the 50th state. I've been to 49 states, but I've never been to Hawaii. I would like to get that done. That's been lingering in the air for several years. Let me ask you this, though. If it came down to a choice of going to Hawaii or going back to Germany to help the kids with Jesus and baseball, and I picked Hawaii, does that make me a bad person?
No, because
the way you said it kind of makes it feel like
I mean, because anytime you involve Jesus, I feel like I can't go against it, but at the same time, you only live once. So I respect it. And as somebody who Hawaii is at the top of my list.
For sure.
I am like, please go. So then you can give me the scoop on all the right places to go and the right hotel to stay at and all of that, or the ones to avoid.
Ooh, good point. So maybe that. Maybe that.
I like it. Jacob?
Can you remind me of the question?
Thanks for listening.
Drowning in your answers.
Thanks for listening. Appreciate that, buddy. It is... What is the actual wording of the holiday? It is Still Need to Do Day. So what is something you didn't do in 2025 that you wish you would have or you just wanted to?
And this isn't going to get done before the end of the year because there's just no way. But I think my goal for 2025 was to move out and get my own place. And
Same.
just kind of didn't really get there. You know, the days kind of piled up, and I've been so busy, you know, working here that we just never got a chance. But I will say, I did tour 4 apartments on Friday.
Wow!
Yeah. And we got 4 more coming up tomorrow. So the ball's rolling, you know.
Okay.
We're getting there.
All right.
Just probably not by the end of the year, but maybe shortly into 2026 that'll be something that happens. So
you can afford that. You need to teach me a thing or two. I'm impressed. 877-881-1053.
Is that going to be your new goal to get in an apartment before he does?
Ooh, I don't think he will because my current plan, which we'll see if I can figure out a way to pull this off the way I'm set up, is I'm hoping for summer or fall of next year. And hey, if you have any recommendations, I'm looking for the far north Dallas area. Anything in that range. If you want to give me some suggestions in the DMs, Alec on the radio, I am more than open because that is a serious possibility. But good for you, Jacob. Doing some.
There's some nice places. The main place we've been looking is up by the Star, and they've got some nice affordable stuff up there.
That's the area I'm kind of hoping for. I've got a couple friends out there, which Kevin knows very well, and unexpectedly ran into a couple Fridays ago. And that would be
tell
great.
That story on there.
Maybe one day. Maybe Friday. Because, it is my day off on Friday, but I'm doing something in the area of that Taco Bueno, so I plan on stopping by. No, I promise you, it's family related. It's not. It's not anything crazy. It's not raining, as you would say, Kevin. It's not raining. That's an inside joke that you can find out at Taco Bueno on Friday by AT&T Stadium. 877-881-1053. Still need to do day. Something that you didn't get to in 2025 that you wish you would have. And I like this from the 469. I'm pretty sure Jesus lives in Hawaii too, Kevin. I don't know that for a fact. From the 817, blowing hookers before 2025 ends. Good luck, I guess. But let's see. From the 469, save money. Somehow my savings are down almost half since last year. I feel like...
Oh, no.
I just feel like as a population, we can all be better at saving. Because
this is not the best time of year to reflect on that either.
Yes, because those credit card statements come in and I start overthinking the hell out of it. And I'm like, it's Christmas time.
Yeah.
Level yourself out, and in January, you're going to go back to normal numbers, and you're going to be budgeting the way that you planned, and hopefully some trips involved in that as well. From the 214, I played cello for 4 years in school. Teach me. I want to be able to tell people.
That would be neat.
Yeah, that would be cool. 877-881-1053 for National Need to Do Day. Appreciate you guys getting involved in the conversation and keep those coming in. Things that you wish you would have done in 2025 but did not. Now, Kevin, I know you've been waiting for this.
Tell me.
And I'm sorry, Corey. I hope you're listening and not Tolo going. Not during my segment.
Don't do that.
You could do it any other time. Just not during AM on the FM. And don't let me know if you're doing that at 877-881-1053. Just don't. I don't want to know. But
they'll let you know.
I'm going to read this headline. Massachusetts town is at war with Dunkin' Donuts factory.
Pause. Do you need to rethink your town charter or whatever you're doing if you're at war with a Dunkin' Donuts factory? Well, it feels like you need to revisit some stuff and be like,
probably. The rest of that headline, the Dunkin' factory responsible for, quote, overwhelming donut smell. So, Dunkin'...
quantify that.
And this is where it gets interesting, at least in my mind. This is where I take it. Dunkin' is owned by Inspired Brands, which oversees other companies like Sonic and Buffalo Wild Wings. So,
is that right?
Yes. So it relies on a franchise model where licensees are tasked with overseeing the bulk of day-to-day operations. So they have a 93,500 square foot factory in this city in Massachusetts, constructed in effort to streamline its supply to stores. And basically, this is them saying the franchisees are getting a little too antsy and stuff. We need to find a way to get stuff to them quicker.
Okay.
So they built this factory, and according to CBS Boston, some people who live near the facility have begun to complain about the lingering smell of donuts in the area, with Haverhill resident Sean Wilson saying, quote, my house smells like donuts all the time for the last 2 months.
Pause. Can you give us that quote again? But could you approximate it for what you think that person sounds like that gave that quote? That's what I would really like.
I could do the anger. I can't do a Boston accent.
Look here, wicked smart guy. Let me tell. No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
He said, my house smells like donuts all the time for the last 2 months. It's distracting and heavy. End quote. A city councilman said that he was contacted by someone else who complained about a, quote, carnival smell that they equated to the scent of fried dough. And it certainly appears that it's correlated to this factory. A representative for the company argued that the plant meets all regulatory standards while appearing at a city council meeting. They dragged him into the city council meeting, but health inspectors were instructed by the city to pay a visit and report their findings.
Oh, so this is a story we're going to get an update on?
Yes, and I love it. Part 2 of the overwhelming donut smell coming soon.
I mean, and that feels like, I guess for 2 months, that would probably annoy me. But also if you're trying to lose weight and you're just like, stupid donut place. I get that.
I didn't even think about that part.
Yeah.
That must be tough.
No, that actually makes quite a bit of sense. All right, I look forward to the eventual update on the donut smell story. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best at being the worst this weekend, and was it still the Mavs? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear?
or truck wreck. Call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3 on the play clock. Rodgers out of the gun, looking to the end zone, and it is incomplete. Incomplete and no flag. The Browns have pulled off the upset.
Yeah, good job, Steelers. It's time for Wanker of the Weekend, 877-881-1053. Who was the best at being the worst this weekend? And can't help but wonder if the Steelers top that list. Myles Garrett said that he didn't break the single-season sack record this past weekend, or I guess yesterday. And he said Pittsburgh had his pursuit of history at the forefront and winning the game secondarily, which was a huge mistake because now they're in a winner-take-all situation against the Ravens, where if they would have beat the crap-tastical Browns, they would clinch the division and be in the playoffs. Is it the Steelers that potentially top your list for Wanker of the Weekend?
Yes, because they just elicited one of the best quotes of the 2025 football season. I loved that when I saw that because I 100% agree with him. And you know why I agree with him? Because Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback of that team. And I feel like even if it wasn't him directly saying, y'all can't let him get the record on me, maybe he had a couple of jokes where it's like, ha ha ha, funny. I'm not kidding. You know, like, don't let him break that record. I fully believe that was talked about in meetings and it was game plan. That we will do everything we can to keep him away from Aaron Rodgers, which led to him still having the biggest impact on that game in my mind. The pressure he was creating and the looks it gave other people gave Aaron Rodgers absolute hell all day. And that defense looked really, really good, like it has numerous times at points throughout this season. The pressure was getting home. The coverage on the back end was good. They looked like the really good defense that they are.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. Still can't believe that was the freaking outcome, though. If it's not them, is it the Colts? The Colts became the first NFL team in 30 years to start 8-2 and then miss the playoffs. Is that okay? Because that potentially feels more egregious than the Steelers. They should have closed out against a team that's not very good, clinched the division. But the Colts just had a fall worse than any team in the last 30 years, and I realized that their quarterback got hurt. I feel like maybe the wheels are starting to come off even before that. Is it potentially the Colts who were worse this weekend than the Steelers?
I would say it's a bad number that you give, and that's the wrong side of history, but I will lend myself to the idea that we would not have known what would have happened because we didn't see what happened with Daniel Jones finishing the season. I do agree with you. I think it was starting to spiral just a little bit. And then the Sauce Gardner injury, that slowed things down right after giving up the whole house to get him. I do think that it's a bad look, but I got to give them credit for staying competitive in that AFC because I do think the AFC is just... it's weird this year. It is so incredibly weird anyways that I thought it was going to be tough for them no matter how successful they looked early on in the season.
Now, you would think you have 2 NFL candidates, so probably move to other sports. Not so fast, my friends. Let's stick with the NFL and the New York Football Jets.
Oh.
Now, there's updates to this story and further updates. Maybe you guys had already talked about this last week, is the Jets withdrew the opportunity from Ashley Castaño-Gervasi from their Kick for Cash competition. She's a season ticket holder. She was going to get a chance to kick for $100,000, and they're like, nah, you don't get that opportunity anymore. But what's really amazing about this is what they tried to offer her as a replacement.
Oh, no.
Did you see their offer? All right.
I didn't.
You get a chance to kick for $100,000. It's amazing. And they said, no, because she had done soccer coaching or is coaching soccer. And she was like, I already told you I played soccer in college. You dropped the ball on that. So they offered her a $100 Visa gift card and a donation to a cancer education foundation. Now, that part is important, as she was hoping to donate part of the winnings to the foundation in honor of her dad, who died of cancer in 2011. So I don't want to downgrade that part, but the other part was, here's your $100 Visa gift card. I know you were going to kick for $100,000, but bleh. So is it the Jets for doing that to begin with, or the Jets for going back on their word, or is it Ashley herself? Because she got the opportunity to kick on Sunday, and she failed to make a kick from 30 yards, when in fact she had to make a field goal from 40 yards to win the money. One Jets fan shouted out, give us something to cheer about, because obviously that team sucks, and they were in the midst of getting their heads kicked in by the Patriots. So is it the Jets the first time, the Jets the second time, or the woman for not even getting the first part of it?
Well,
it's complicated.
I feel like PJ Washington would have a good vote here, but I would say the Jets the first time.
For taking it away.
Because you know what they did? They literally iced the kicker.
Oh,
they literally iced the kicker.
It got way more attention because of this.
Yes, so a lot of people, because I saw the initial, hey, they took it away. I didn't see the offer or the fact that she did kick.
By the way, did you see what day that story came out?
No.
Christmas Day.
Wow!
So, just good job, Jets. Really firing on all cylinders here.
That organization is miserable. So I will always blame them first before I blame anybody involved with them, because I think they just generally stink. But they iced the kicker. The lights got too bright. It got national attention. So she was like, I have to make this kick, or it's all for nothing.
Yeah.
She was in her own head. She got the yips. And it didn't work.
Yeah, she did. That is tough. Now, unfortunately, go ahead and give me cut 3. I think we're going to have to go back to this. Are the Dallas Mavericks up for Wanker of the Weekend? Sorry.
Group of players on the Mavericks bench. Early foul on Nembhard. And here's a pass that's broken up by Christie, as again they were looking for Maxime Reinel. And running the floor, and Gafford.
So it could be somebody sent in Anthony Davis because he got hurt again. It's time to move on. Or it could be that you lost to the Kings. The Kings are 8-23 with that win. That was just their third win in their last 13 games. You turned the ball over 16 million times. It was actually 21. But you lost to the freaking Kings. Do the Mavericks warrant consideration in Wanker of the Weekend?
Yes, they will, until they trade Anthony Davis, and then I say any loss is warranted and expected at that point to any team, no matter how bad, because I will mail it in and I will say I cannot wait for next year.
Okay.
But Patrick Dumont apparently wants to see this thing through, and he saw that it does not look great. So, yeah, don't lose to bad teams if you're trying to act like you're competitive, and don't let Russell Westbrook at 67 years old, turn back the clock and absolutely dominate a game. That's no. And whenever you give up he has passed this person on the all-time leading list for any stat, I just get mad. Because why us?
I can see that.
I don't want to be in the same sentence as history.
From the 817, is it the Bills coach for going for 2 when they clearly had all the momentum and the Eagles offense couldn't do anything in the second half? I appreciate that they went for the win, but I understand the counter argument of the Eagles have passed for 0 yards in the second half. Maybe we should just go to overtime.
Yeah, I get it.
I'm not going to put them in Wanker of the Weekend, but I do understand that line of thinking.
I'm not going to either, because Jerry joked about it with me and Will on Friday. He was like, I never thought we would get to a place in football where a team in a game is running 6 fourth-down plays.
Yes.
And so the aggressive nature, especially when you have the reigning MVP, Josh Allen, and you do have some really creative play designing in Buffalo. I really like their scheme, and a bunch of nobodies to throw to, but Josh Allen is probably the number one healthy guy in the league right now that I'm saying give him the ball to win that game. So I understand why they did it, and the way the Eagles defense was playing, I don't want to go against them again. I know you beat them on that drive.
Right.
I don't want to test them again.
Somebody asked if there's a wanker of the year. I feel like Nico Harrison would win that in a runaway, but we could potentially go for second place, and which is a weird
participation trophy for how much you suck.
Now, this one, I'm not sure how to feel about this. It feels wrong to say. Are all the players, including running back Caleb Hawkins, who are leaving North Texas, the wankers of the weekend? You were one win away from being in the college football playoff, but at the same point, they might have a better chance to live out their dream at another school. So I'm conflicted on this because they also took the Mean Green to one of the greatest seasons ever and their best season in 60 years.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be because I understand trying to maximize your potential and trying to maximize your future. But I just hate the state of college football where you can't build anything that hasn't already been built. It has to have already existed for it to even be a conversation. Now, you hope that maybe people say the leadership at the very, very top of North Texas knows what they're doing. They're bringing in the right guys. They're just going to cycle through a bunch of people when it comes to head coaches and whatnot if they continue this tradition of excellence that has been instilled this year. But hey, it is nice to see the outrage of all the North Texas fans out there on social media about this.
Yeah.
I haven't seen any. They're already back to being fair weather, and it's amazing. Choppy was right.
Teaming up with Choppy.
Choppy was right.
So, by the way, North Texas lost 3 All-Americans to the transfer portal, and I'm pretty sure I don't think he's officially said it yet, but I believe everyone expects Mestamaker to be in the portal and potentially end up with the 2 I've heard straight away are Oklahoma State. I think we all understand the connection there.
Yep.
And then potentially Indiana, which, man, how bizarre would the world we live in be if it's like, well, the defending national champion Indiana Hoosiers have brought in the quarterback from North Texas after their previous quarterback went number 1 in the draft. You'd be like, what the crap in hell is going on here?
I would love it. That would be so cool. And the trajectory, I know it's the same tired story, just like, Clayton Kershaw and Matthew Stafford were best friends growing up. Did you know that? Like it's the same it's the same thing that you hear like, Mestamaker barely played quarterback in his life and but that story going from barely ever playing the position to playing and absolutely instilling a franchise and a program as a mainstay and making them relevant, and then going to the place that everybody fears.
Right.
That would be incredible, and I would love it for them.
Now, you said you love pettiness, so I'm going to take you to Amari Niblack. He played in 22 and 23 at Alabama, 24 at Texas, 25 at Texas A&M. He posted up on Instagram that he was declaring for the NFL draft. He said, first and foremost, I thank God. I am everything I am, and everything ahead is because of him. And then he said, listen carefully. I'm grateful to the University of Alabama and Texas A&M University for the opportunity to compete, grow, and represent those programs at the highest collegiate level. Do you love the pettiness of, I would assume, purposely leaving out Texas? Or do you think that makes him the wanker of the weekend?
No,
or a candidate?
I love the pettiness. I'm always here for it, and especially when it is warranted, or heck, sometimes even when it's not, when you know you're in the wrong, it can still be funny. But as a perpetual hater of the University of Texas, I love it, and anytime we can just avoid mentioning them, it's great. It's like, anytime I mention that too, that I dislike that program, I get attacked on social media, through the text line, on the YouTube. You're not a real Texan, blah, blah, blah. Oh. I grew up a TCU fan, okay? Like, I have to dislike them. So I feel like it's warranted, but they're just like Joe Hendry. If you say their name, they appear.
Oh, yes.
The Texans fans come in droves.
See, I think all of these are worthy, but I'm going to go with the Pittsburgh Steelers. How the crap in hell do you lose to one of the worst teams in the NFL when you have an opportunity to clinch a playoff spot? And I am kind of preemptively saying this because I think they're going to lose to the Ravens. And they're going to look back at that game and they'll be like, oh, good job, stupid. And that's why they didn't make the playoffs.
Could it be a mistake letting the Ravens sneak in?
You were reading my mind. Tomorrow, NFL overreaction or reality, I think that just might come up.
Boom!
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Sorry, UNT and James Madison. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Next, right here on The Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We'll ask Greta at 7:40, and Atolo may have discovered some evidence that forces Bobby to shave his head. It's a Tolo Tuesday on The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. How's it going, Brad?
It's going great, Babe. It's time to close out the year for business owners, and it's time to close out our race to finish the year as #1 Chevy dealer in the world for the third year in a row.
It all comes down to this. A strong close is the key to every winning drive. We going Hail Mary with these savings?
You got it. Shop closeout pricing when you upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado medium-duty work truck, $40,000 in total savings. Plus, 100% bonus depreciation is back. But it's your last chance to get all the tax benefits of full write-offs before December 31st.
Visit ClassicFleet.com to secure year-end savings. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy Business Elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial, driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 and 2024 new Chevrolet deliveries, stock number PH653439, MSRP $77,552, $185,029, dealer added equipment accessories, $40,000 classic discount, $222,581 sales price plus tax title license, and $225 dealer dock fee. Expires 1/2/26.
Download to see if you qualify for Albert Instant Advance. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription is required for Instant Advance. Please see the Albert app or albert.com for subscription pricing. Subscriptions can be canceled at any time.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? You can get up to a $1,000 advance fast to pay for car repairs, bills, rent, groceries, whatever you need. Plus, Albert can help you find ways to save and give you a custom budget to actually grow your money.
Albert can get me up to $1,000?
Exactly. But they do more than get you up to $1,000. Albert is your financial assistant, helping you budget, save, and spotting you money in a pinch.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000 for your bills, rent, groceries, and more. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code CASH to get up to $1,000. Use code CASH to get up to $1,000.
Mark, I've heard you guys say don't get hurt twice. What does that mean?
Don't get hurt twice means you've already been in a car wreck. You've been hurt once. Don't make a decision where you're going to get hurt again. And that decision could be going at it on your own without a lawyer. It could be choosing the wrong lawyer. It could be going too long without getting health care. Give us a call. Don't get hurt twice. When you get a call from the insurance company, just tell them your lawyers are Frankel and Frankel. They've got my number.
That's 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin Frankel, attorneys you can trust. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Are you a business owner or self-employed? Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Pay close attention. Do not ignore this message. The IRS has unmatched power. They can freeze your bank account, garnish your paycheck, seize your assets, and even shut down your business. If you've received a notice or think one is coming, the clock is already ticking. Every day you wait, penalties grow, and the problem gets worse. Call Federated Tax today. We'll connect you with an experienced tax professional who will negotiate directly with the IRS on your behalf. You may qualify for IRS hardship programs like the Fresh Start Initiative or many other programs that can stop garnishments, stop bank account seizures, reduce or even eliminate penalties, and lower your settlement amount. The
Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Hagee. How are you doing?
I love it, man. I'm doing very good. I'm glad to be back in the loop. I had a question about this game specifically. Do you feel like we're in the time where an NFL game can only be hailed as an instant classic if like 80-plus points are scored? Because the Bills-Eagles game came down to the final play. It was win or lose. It was defending Super Bowl champion against defending MVP, but it was 13-12, and that game was never going to get hailed as a classic. But if you score lots of points, classic.
Yeah, I think that's what it takes. You want to see two offenses and two quarterbacks dueling and giving you the barn burner, and it's highlight reels all over the place, not like sluggish. Here we go punting the ball again. Here's Josh Allen running around taking another 20-yard sack again. There's a fumble.
The point where it's just elite defensive players making elite defensive plays, and it's like 17-14, and people are like, "Oh, that was a classic," because Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons or whoever was like all over the place doing stuff.
That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, what do you, Broadus? I feel like just we generally as fans, we look at a low-scoring game and be like, gosh, those quarterbacks suck today. Or, man, they couldn't run the ball at all. It's not like, wow, the run defense was incredible.
Yeah.
It's, wow, why can't Saquon Barkley do anything?
It was part of a game that was at Baton Rouge. LSU played Auburn. It was 7-6.
Whoa.
And neither team, and it came down. It's the famous game where in Baton Rouge, the earthquake, we scored a touchdown.
Oh, and you got so loud.
It got so loud in the stadium that it read on the seismograph. So it was actually like a
Category 3.
Yeah, it was 1988 against Auburn.
October 8th.
Yeah, and it was that game right there was like, it came down to like teams fighting for inches, like the old, the Any Given Sunday thing.
And Tom Brady told us yesterday, like, it only takes 2 inches.
Yeah, but it was one of those things. Left. Yeah, that's what he. Yeah, she's married the jiu-jitsu guy.
He's heartbroken about it too. He's in his
very
feels.
Heartbroken. Hey, we figured out why Tom Brady wears one glove while he's doing the broadcast and stuff.
Wait, you did figure it out, or are you asking? Because I noticed that too.
He still thinks he's going to get called in and he's going to run down.
And Phil I wonder if he's not confident using the telestrator pen with a glove hand.
Oh. That's my guess.
Yeah.
I think he hates writing with the glove, which I understand.
I think he's worried about using the glove hand not being able to write.
And then we just dunk on his penmanship.
Yeah. Or he's not being able to hit the buttons or do what he needs to do. But yeah, we were part of it. I thought was a classic that it came down to the very last drive of the game, and it was so hard for both teams to move the ball, but all of a sudden you kind of figured, you could say I think the Texas A&M Miami game. Not going to call it an instant classic or anything, but
didn't score enough.
Look what A&M did at the very end, though, to move the ball to get in position to try and win the game there.
Yeah, and there was an ESPN headline that I was a little insulted by. If I was the A&M defense, it said Miami defense dominates in victories, and I was like, I don't know, man. I feel like the A&M defense is pretty damn good too.
Those are games that, if you get a team that. You get two teams that are playing great defense and neither offense. I mean, I appreciate those more. It's like baseball. Give me the 1-0 game every once in a while. It lasts 1 hour and 48 minutes. And I'm okay with that sometimes.
Weird question about that A&M game. If somebody needs medical attention to get off the field, you cannot call them for targeting, right? Because, man, that Miami defender sure looked like he launched himself into the other player, into the A&M receiver. But then he was down, and I feel like, man, if you throw a flag now, it's
punishment enough.
Yeah, that feels like
insult to injury.
Yeah, you probably should not.
What a play by that guy too!
It was
season on the line.
Yeah.
That should have been the touchdown right there to tie it. Maybe they go for 2 and win it. I mean, who knows? But yeah, that game did get a little bit crazy there at the end. Old Marsa. What's your confidence meter in Marcel Reed? Like, are you guaranteed, surefire, I want him as our starting quarterback, or knowing that you have the transfer portal, would you be like, no, I'd like to see who's out there?
I think I'm good with sticking with Marcel Reed because up until the last 3 games, he was a legitimate Heisman Trophy candidate. He was probably 3rd or 4th in that mix, but he was a legitimate Heisman Trophy candidate. And that's the thing is, like, I've had a lot of people today, and I get it, that's the nature of sports rivalry and fandom, trying to dunk on me about the game.
It's your first game or your first show back.
I was really sad that A&M lost, but I also have a different filter for these things. Just being in that game was incredible, and that might be a loser mentality, but like that is not what the history of Texas A&M football gets us. And so going 11-0, being in the playoffs, I was super pumped. I mean, that day I was crushed,
right?
But I still view this as a very successful season.
I was fooled by your football team. I was fooled. I thought you guys one of the teams that could go and beat Ohio State.
Yeah.
And you really aren't. You really aren't. And, and a lot of it has to, and maybe some of it has to do with the coaches all leaving, all the upheaval.
That hurts, man. That does hurt.
And when guys close their door and they're not working on the game plan or working on getting staffs together or whatever, that affects. But I really did believe that Texas A&M could have competed in this thing. I mean, I thought they would beat Miami. I thought they'd be a tough out. I mean, I've been watching them on tape. Been watching Concepcion, been watching Howell, been watching all these players.
Yeah, Howell
and I'm thinking, like, man, this is a legitimate football team. I was fooled by that. I did. I really did believe that you guys could be in the finals of this thing. And in actuality, I don't have a great answer why.
Yeah.
But maybe, like I say, the one thing that I do know is when your coaching staff is in upheaval a little bit, it's never good for the program.
Did you complete your prospect study on Howell? And
oh yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I got him as a 2nd-round player. I mean, on my stack the way it is.
I got you.
I'm going to have probably 16 first-round grades. He's going to be somewhere between 17, 18, 19.
Okay.
He's probably going to get selected in the first round. If you want a guy that legitimately, Dallas needs a guy that is a legitimate pass rusher, not just a run player. I think he could do both. But this guy can bend. He causes problems at the point of attack. You can see him dip around people. You can see him get to the edge. You can see him play with power. You can see him play with his hands. It's amazing he does it from a 2-point stance, too. He plays almost like a stand-up linebacker.
Yeah.
But his ability to rush the passer, he's my third best edge rusher in this draft.
Do you like him better than you liked Ezeraku last year?
Oh, much better, yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
nice.
Absolutely, yeah. Ezeraku was right around 40-something when it came to the stack. This guy will be somewhere in that probably for me, somewhere between 1 and 20 when it's overall. Best players on my board.
Yeah. And he'll potentially maybe
he's
be available for the second pick.
Dallas doesn't need somebody that's just going to be
edge setter guy.
Yeah, edge setter guy. You need a legitimate bendable player that can rush off the edge. That's going to be a problem for people to deal with. One of the things you don't have one. You just don't have it. And with Donovan, he got better. It's what's amazing about Donovan Ezeraku is he got sacks against better offensive tackles in college than he played in the NFL, and did not take advantage of having some compromised rushes this year against guys he clearly defeated in when he was at Boston College. Mm-hmm. That's the disappointment. When you start to talk about the coaching situation with flus and everything else, Aaron Whitecott needs to look in the mirror on this one too. I don't think you got better there. I really don't.
It seems like he got worse at every level. Like nobody got better at all. Quinnen Williams and Jadeveon Clowney are two guys that are like, I pretty much did what I thought I was going to do, or perhaps exceeded. Everyone else on the entire defense did not meet even to what they had been before. Pretty sad.
Yeah, but you got the cornerstones you wanted, so everything is fine.
I'm thinking of a different C word, and it's called confusion, and I heard Stephen Jones say that with you guys earlier.
Would you? And I know
just some confusion. It's only week 17. We're just confused.
And I know he might want a more veteran, defensive-laden team, but would you try to give all the money to Brian Flores, or not so much?
Josina Anderson has come out, and I think Josina is really connected to a lot of players and coaches and stuff. And I think she probably knows Brian Flores pretty well because she's pushing for him to get the Giants job. So her question is, folks, Brian Flores is not going to take a lateral job with anybody. and he's going to be a head coach. And if in fact that he's given an offer, we'll see if Minnesota. She says they will probably match. I think she's probably getting some of this from Brian Flores himself.
Do you think the NFL would try to stop him from being a head coach in this moment, seeing as there's pending?
I don't think so. You're not going to. Don't open yourself up to more lawsuit.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I guess is how we got here to begin with.
Just double down.
Yeah. I hope Brian Flores is like, I'll take that judge job. I hope you try to stop me.
Please.
I would love to get Brian Flores. I need to see what's going to happen at some of these places. With some of these teams and potentially, I'll tell you what, the guy down out in Arizona, I would look at him if he
gets fired, if Gannon?
Jonathan Gannon gets fired, I would surely look at him. I'd look at Todd Bowles if things don't work out well in Tampa. I'd look at Jim Schwartz up in Cleveland. There's going to be plenty of defensive coordinators to take a stab at here when this thing gets done.
What do you find fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure gold, as always. Hagee, thanks so much for asking. Of course, we have at 4 o'clock, broadest booking, college football's Ian Fitzsimmons.
Ooh.
He will be at the Rose Bowl, and we'll be talking all things college football playoff with him. John Machota of The Athletic at 5 o'clock, and we party from 2 to 7.
Man, I don't know if it's on your list of questions, but if you could get Machota to recap what's going to happen this Cowboys offseason.
That was the plan.
Yeah, I was going to say, he has a really bleak outlook for Cowboys.
He's confident.
I don't think it's wrong either.
I think he nailed it.
All right, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Presented by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. The AFC better not let the Ravens into the playoffs. Game 272 will determine their fate Sunday night. And if they beat the Steelers, the inexperienced teams at the top of the AFC may have a short playoff run. I'm John Lund.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
What if your instincts could pay off? With Robinhood Prediction Markets, you could put your knowledge to work on the events that matter to you. Prediction Markets isn't just sports. It's the Fed rate decision, your favorite award show, and so much more beyond the playing field. Trade events with Robinhood. Visit Robinhood.com/predict. That's Robinhood.com/predict. Futures and cleared swaps trading involves significant risk and is not appropriate for everyone. Event contracts are offered by Robinhood Derivatives LLC, a registered futures commission merchant and swap firm.
Fast break. Andrew, use an underdog. It's easy. Just pick whether your favorite team will win or if you're
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Happy Monday, boys and girls. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation, rocking and rolling for the next 5 hours. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion Brian Broaddus. We got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup holding it down as we inch closer and closer to a brand new year. Ultimate mail-it-in week, right? I can't imagine there's a ton being accomplished from one end to the next here until, I guess what, you wake up on Friday? It's weird how it starts. Like you get the New Year's Day on Thursday, and then Friday, all of a sudden, it's January 2nd. Everybody's got to get back in the saddle. It's nice you get that one work day, and then boom, you go right into the weekend. Yeah. Kind of flows pretty nicely, right? Like I think, maybe we get Dawson back on Friday, 5 hours, say hello, and then get right back to the weekend. That's kind of a nice way to do it.
Yeah, it's a good way to do it.
They set it up.
Yeah. Thank you
to the schedule makers.
Thank you to the schedule makers for sure. But then we get a situation coming up where it's all these holidays, like Christmas was on Thursday this year, right?
Yeah.
So then you got New Year's Day on Thursday again this week coming up. So that means next year you got so you got 3-day weekends.
It's going to be Friday parties for next year?
Yeah, Friday party for sure. So you get people probably take Friday through Monday off, kind of a thing. It's kind of weird how these schedules work. I know the situation like last week. I was looking at the just our work schedule, and because of that Thursday game, being Christmas, I'm working on that day. So it was just like a normal week for me.
Yeah, you just kept it.
I just kept going.
Creature of habit.
Yeah, well,
like the best athletes are.
Yeah, like we always talked about, we signed up for these things now. 17 of them. So, yeah, it was no different. We missed you in the pregame show, for sure.
Yeah, listen, I miss you guys. I hate to say I had a little bit of Christmas morning FOMO not being with you.
You shouldn't lie to your teammates like that.
But at the same time,
you should not lie about. You should not. You should not be lying about not being a part of a meaningless.
You know how much I want to talk to Brad Shim and Babe Laufenberg and get the scoop from Christy Scales before a meaningless football game. You know how much that means to me.
You'll get back at it this week.
Yes, I will.
We'll figure out. We'll have Bob Papa on, probably talking Giants, and you'll ask him, well, Bob, what's it like to just kind of for back-to-back years have the number one pick in your hand and just decide you want to win a game?
The win was the loss there for the Giants yesterday. The number one pick bowl and the Raiders.
It's back-to-back years they've done this now.
They've done it, man.
Back-to-back years they've had the opportunity to get the first overall pick, and they, lo and behold, they decided not to do it. I did hear on Friday though that Dallas is in a mode of trying to win these games. By the way.
They keep reiterating it. They don't care. We just saw Dad get hit 1 million times by Johnny Newton or whoever the heck it was for the Commanders, and we're going to run him out there, let Brian Burns tee off on him at Death Life Stadium for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
all in the name of going 8-8-1. That's just great.
But do you think this is any indication then that the Cowboys might have made a mistake moving Tyler Smith out there to tackle?
Because you saw he was, because now you're compromised in different spots.
Well, let me say this though: 4 sacks came over Booker though too.
Yeah, the right side really got tore up.
The right side got tore up, but you kind of wonder if
it's throwing things off a little bit.
They throw some things off. Did Dak get hit at an alarming rate because of some of the things you've been doing at the left tackle spot now?
Yeah, and that's why I think the move here is because there's really no great answers when it comes to that left tackle spot. Like Tyler Smith probably is the best of the answers right now.
Yeah.
If you don't want to throw a Denegi or whoever it is you got out there, you're going, no way.
Thomas.
But the answer, I think, would just be, okay, we should probably go ahead and rest Dak. Now, he seems like he's going to put up a bit of a fight on that.
Mm-hmm.
Max Crosby style. I don't know that he'll just leave the building and then go put up jumpers at his indoor basketball court.
That's a beautiful court he has, man.
It is. What a spot he's got.
Yeah.
That's one of the no-brainer moves if you're just multi-millionaire kind of dude. Just the ability to just get up out of bed and walk down to the hardwood and just go get some shots up, put the music on, and just that's therapeutic, Lucius.
It 100% is, and the place had its own advertisements on the side.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Oh, I don't even know if I caught
had
that.
advertisements advertisements, fam.
He's got his
help me build my own joint, and I'll go viral online and get you a little advertisement.
Yeah, man, we'll video putting up shots, having a good time. I thought that was great from Max Crosby. That's going to open up a bunch of worms for the Raiders.
Let me ask you this though, Lucius and Chief, when you get to the point though where you want to sell the house, somebody going to come along and want to buy all that, buy all the gym and stuff like that? It seems like Michael Jordan.
Shaq and those had a hard time selling those Superman houses.
Michael Jordan, yeah, Michael Jordan had problems. He had that whole that basketball court outside Chicago and stuff. He had that house that had everything. He had the gym and all that. Those pro athlete homes don't seem to sell pretty well. I wonder why. Is it just so? Like, who's going to want to have all that space for a gym and all?
It's too custom.
Yeah.
It's way too custom, bro.
Yeah, it's like, man, that shoe, I love the shoe. It just doesn't quite fit my foot. What am I supposed to do? I can't wear it.
All right, how about this? How about when they put in the theater thing? Is that something you're interested in having at your own home?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
How often are you moseying on down there to the
As
theater?
much as I possibly can. I'm falling asleep in there. I'm staying there a lot.
That's right. Lucius is the don't bother me. I'm closing the door, leaving
my blanket and stuff down there like a little kid, and I'm staying in that little old room. I have my old cot area.
I like that. So you have it going down. You're going kind of like an underground theater.
Underground, yeah. It could be up top too, but either way, I'm closing the door. You're not coming in here unless you keep it down because I'm watching TV.
See, I always wonder about the theater situation. How many people really use that?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair question. Just like anything, you get something, you're using it, and then next thing you know,
yeah, you don't watch like the games in the theater when you have like a get together or whatnot. I mean,
see, I would think even if I don't have
rich to do that,
even if I don't have the get together, why would I not? If I have the option to watch any game on a huge theater like screen, and obviously you're wealthy enough at that point to make sure you got the comfiest of chairs, reclining, and
you don't even have to be up to do that. You just got to focus in on it one time and bite the bullet.
Yeah,
you have to be up, really.
Wow, dang! I can keep my options open then down the line.
Popcorn makers are $150 nowadays. It looks fly.
Come on.
People don't know when they walk in,
and it smells good too.
Smells great.
The smell of popcorn walking in the house when you know you got a big game on deck. Yeah, I think the theater room is one of the things that would get used at a high level.
Pool or theater room?
Wow.
Pool.
That's tough.
That's definitely pool. Living here in Texas is pool.
Yeah. I mean, summertime. Hopefully you got a heated situation that
could
you
have
can
used
still
it 2
rock
days
with
ago.
Yeah, seriously.
That was amazing. Yeah, standing outside. I was over at the studio, over at my Crown Global Media Studios, and I was standing outside. I had a short sleeve shirt on, in shorts. I was watching tape until about 7 o'clock last night. I walked outside, and I'm like, what just happened?
It's over.
Yeah, dude. By 5, 6 o'clock last night.
Yeah, that was crazy. It's like Dorothy came, Toto, it's not Kansas anymore.
Yeah, bro.
Feels like Kansas.
Yeah.
So you guys would take the pool over but you guys were selling me on this theater thing.
I love the theater, but you said either or. I'm definitely going with the pool. You can do a lot more with the pool. I mean, theaters inside, but this is Texas.
Okay.
Get the families together. We're jumping in the pool, we splashing. That's a good thing. 4th of July, Labor Days.
Yeah, it's hard to beat the pool situation, but that's a good would you rather because, man, I got a lot of respect for the theater.
Outdoor stainless steel kitchen or pool?
I still go pool there.
I still go pool. I can pull up some grills.
Yeah,
I can buy grills.
Right. I can get it done. I can still get it done. Without all the Sean Sharif fly back.
Bill Brothers is trying to get us, man.
He wants us to say.
You guys are not agreeing. You're not following me here.
Outdoor stainless steel kitchen, or I was going to say fire pit area, but it doesn't work here that well in Texas. I'll go with the home studio, the area where you watch TV. That area, the man cave area.
Yeah.
What are you going to go with? You're going to go with the kitchen, outdoor kitchen, and you could have the pool.
Okay. Yeah, that's a no-brainer then. I'll do that.
But you're going to the studio. How about the studio? You're
trying your best to throw that theater away, fam.
I am.
Yeah, I know you are.
It's great. Like as much film as you watch, I can't believe that you don't sit in there and just run back and forth with a remote control and those big old screens.
Yeah, bro. I have the clicker going.
Yeah.
Because you just watch it on the laptop?
Yeah.
No, I got a 60-inch monitor I watch it on. So I got it plugged in with the cable to the from the laptop.
Okay.
Yeah. So
gotcha.
I got it plugged in.
A lot of people are going with the bowling alley right now. A lot of people texting in they want that bowling alley.
I can't do that daily. Like, that's something that happens rarely.
Yeah, like I'm getting more use out of the theater and the pool.
I like the bowling alley idea, too.
How about bowling alley or basketball court, Crosby style?
Basketball court.
Bowling alley. Even though I suck at bowling, I'm worse at basketball.
Well, the crawfish shoulder's throwing you off on both.
No, I was awful to begin with. How about this? How about the basketball court or full on like Dave and Buster's game room thing?
Ooh,
I think I gotta go
game room all day.
Yeah, I gotta go Dave and Buster's on that
because you can have the little basketball game in there. Then,
yeah, the pop
shot. Yeah, you can still get the shots up, and you just get the variety of a million different things that you can play. And talk about you having kids. I mean, they'll get lost in the sauce down there. That's a babysitter.
You know, it's something I would absolutely not want. One of those pools that has like it has the flow, the stream, like you
the lazy river.
Oh, the lazy. Yeah.
No.
Oh, okay,
like the thing you jump in and you stay in one place and you're swimming.
Yes. You can turn those on and turn those off though, right? The lap pool.
The current deal.
Yeah, the lap pool.
Yeah.
Bro, I had a blast on one of those. I went to a friend's house years ago that had one because it was like a big swimmer dude.
I guarantee I get pinned up against the wall and I'm drowning. I get tired and I'm like right into the wall and I'm drowning.
It is dangerous. It can get you. You got to be pretty sharp.
You like to be able to swim.
Yeah, you got to be able to swim at a pretty high level.
If it's that, you just stand up, bro. That's right. It's only like 3 to 4 feet, right? If it's the little lap pool with the currents,
I think it's pretty little. I could stand up because I'm 6'3". I get it, but I.
Not to brag.
Yeah. Well, no, I'm just saying though.
Can't bowl, but I'm 6'3". That's on my dating app profile.
I'll tell you what, man. I hit my ankle bowling one time. I slid. I'm right-handed, so like the ball. I
hit it with the ball.
Yeah, like your left foot slides forward,
Clumsy ass.
and that ball went right into my ankle. My gosh, that was the end of my day.
That's bad.
I
dude.
was just sitting. I just started drinking beer. Just sit up there with like my ankle. It was like literally threw the ball into my ankle. That's what happened.
Wow, that is an all-time father time.
Yeah, embarrassing.
That is pretty embarrassing. I mean, you see the people slipping around all the time. You know, the ball kind of throws.
See,
them
you
a
guys
little
don't
bit,
play golf either, so
we get a lot of golf simulators coming in here too.
I was thinking about if you had a chipping. All right, Jim Nantz has the 7th hole at Pebble Beach,
Yeah,
like
he
that
does.
that par 3. So he's got a par 3 hole with like chipping putting area.
That's one of the sickest things ever. Like, I don't think he'll have a problem selling that if he ever wants to sell it one day.
No, hell no.
That'll friggin' fly.
Yeah, but I'm just telling you, man, if you have that chipping putting area, that might be, you're right.
That's cool. That's another thing, like getting up shots, just shooting around by
have
yourself.
your own NBA half-court vibe, you know what I mean? Yeah, you're on fire. Real NBA life goals, when they dunk, they bend a little bit.
Yeah.
Net look good, no double rim.
No double rim, no worrying about the wind blowing. That used to always suck about the driveway basketball hoop. It was like for half the year, it's too dang windy to even get out there. You're throwing off your shot because you're trying to account for the wind factor. So having the indoor stuff, I mean, the golf simulators are flying off here. They're loving it, getting some saunas going. I know the home saunas are taking off. Everybody's trying to get one of those.
I'm so nervous from those things. I see it. I feel like it's an accident waiting to happen.
That is
like I'm gonna get locked in, or something's gonna collapse in on me.
Some Final
They look
Destination.
scary to me.
Or no, you're sitting in there and just pass out.
Yeah, and that's it.
How old were you when you did the bowling ball? Do you remember?
Oh God, it was probably last time I bowled. Last time I bowled, I hit my ankle. It was probably 20 years ago. I was probably in my early 40s.
214 says broadest injury report out 3 to 4 weeks, ankle injury. Parentheses bowling.
You guys, I was rolling around on the ground,
just writhing in pain.
I mean, people are looking at me like, "What's this weirdo up to?" Seriously,
At Brunswick, you got the ambulance showing up.
You're sitting here. It's at Don Carter's All-Star Lanes. But like. Somehow you slide your front foot to get, and then so I took it back, and then I took it right into my ankle. Like instead of being
just clumsy,
it really is.
It went dead left into my ankle, and that was it. I'd never bowled again after that. Seriously, we had a deal at the Cowboys where they took us all bowling. I sat there and said no. They're like, "Oh, bro, you want to know?" No, I'm not bowling.
That was your Tosh.0 web redemption opportunity, man.
Oh, God.
Go ahead and sail off into the sunset feeling like, okay, I still have a little bit of respect.
As much purple as I wear, my ankle was completely purple.
Matching with your LSU gear.
Yeah, I took that 12-pound ball and put it right into my ankle.
That's incredible, man.
I'm the worst athlete ever, seriously. I don't know how I got...
You're the SEC.
I know.
SEC athlete.
I know. I was in the Southeastern Conference, yes, but athlete, no, not at all.
Brian Lebowski says the 682. I love it. All right, we're off to the races here on a Mail It In Monday. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. Chiafalo, Broadus, and Lucius hanging out with you for the next 5 hours. And we are loaded, man. Shout out to Broadus. He got Machota in the building at 5 o'clock talking Cowboys. Ian Fitzsimmons talking college football. ESPN's own at 4 o'clock. So we're loaded, ready to have a fantastic day. We got the G-Bag of the Day champion on the other side, the Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day, and we will make fun of some sports franchises with the top 10 list next year in the nation.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece.
Rudd. He's going to be happy to see you and take care of you because he loves Atolos. And the price you see online is the price you're going to pay. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation here on a Monday. Let's get you the G-Bag of the Day champion, Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day. Segment here in the nation brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, go ahead and call the Frankels first. 214-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Best of the weekend coming up in about 20 minutes, but into the Pimp Cup we go.
They don't dance no more. They don't dance no more. Whoa. Hey, G-Bag of the Day. We do it every week down the Fan. 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. And our champion so far is a man that's probably had a little too much. They had themselves a good time that night. Good time. And we all know the game. It's time to go home. But before we go home, we got to stop by the drive-thru and get us some food after we've had a good time.
We do.
We do. Now, it's all about who orders that food. This man was in the back seat. He was not driving. He was in the back passenger seat on the driver's side, but they decided he was going to be the guy that ordered through the drive-thru that day.
With hash browns, and what you say you want to drink?
Just 2 hash browns.
I want a Sprite. So what you want? You want a Sprite?
Yes.
Okay, so one of the hills with a hash brown and bacon. I'm sorry. With spanking.
Bacon.
With
Please, bro.
Ain't nobody better equipped to take this order.
I don't even know what you're saying.
Carl Anthony Towns in the drive-thru right there.
Yeah.
With what y'all want?
Lucius, you think they picked this guy up? You think he was a guy that kind of was riding with them?
No.
Yeah, like they got him for the club. Like he's
You coming with us?
Yeah, you're coming with us, guy.
I would hope not.
They probably thought he was a funny guy. You know,
You hang out with us and make us laugh until he falls asleep.
Exactly, and then he's kind of doing what he needs to do. He's making up orders. He's trying to get a Sprite order. He can't get that done. Hash browns can't get those done.
Doing the best he can.
He asked if somebody was better equipped to do the order.
The answer was unequivocally yes, by the way.
Yes, not you, sir.
Now, Broadus, I know in that scenario you would be a Jack in the Box stumbling through your order.
Yes, we were a Jack in the Box squad, and like I told you last week when we were doing this,
you had it down.
We hung out. Our crew hung out enough that we knew what to order for each other if it got to that point.
That's awesome, bro.
I mean, like he would say, and I told you about
That's paying attention to each other. I don't even know what my old lady wants when we get to some places.
Like,
let me get
Does your girl, like when you guys sit down at a restaurant, does she like it when you order for her?
No,
and she'll want. No, she wants to handle that.
Hey, you know what's funny? Michelle, she's cool with it because we talk about it. We talk about what
she feeds you the order that she wants, and then you relay it.
I'll tell you what her situation is. We go to these places where she always orders like hot tea. She likes like black, like black tea is with dinner. So we go to these places. I got to the point where I now carry a tea bag in my wallet.
Wow, bro.
He pays attention, bro.
He is detail oriented.
Right here.
I got a
romantic
tea bag.
as all hell.
I got
you carry a tea bag with you at any moment your lady might want to sip.
Here, I got one for you right here. Right.
I'm like, why didn't you Google the place first to see if they had tea? Oh my God.
Yeah, like this. It's Lady Grey tea. It's from the Earl Grey. It's from the Earl Grey tea.
Keep that thing on you.
Yeah, and I keep it because if they don't have it, like I order then hot water, and then
then you just make it happen.
But yeah, she's cool with me ordering because we talk about it. See, when you get old, that's what you talk about. We look forward to like date night. Like, hey, what are you going to have? Well, I think I'm going to try this time, that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's exciting.
But we get there.
Be adventurous and try something new.
But I do order for her,
Yeah, that was something my mom always said, like, hey, you should do that. she'll like it.
Yeah.
And I, mixed reviews over the years, but I think my wife likes it.
Do you get it wrong? Are you saying
No, just mixed reviews. Some girls are like, yo, I got this. I'm an adult. You know what I mean? And other times they're like, ooh, that was kind of cool.
Do you guys ever have problems ordering appetizers?
Oh, that's where the fights can happen.
Yeah. You turned me on to that, by the way, that place. I haven't been yet.
Pacific Table?
Yeah, you were telling me all about that.
Gotta get that fire shrimp. Unbelievable.
But Lucius, you guys struggle with the order?
No. Everything over there, that side of the game is great. I hate when she asks me about what I'm about to eat.
Yeah.
So where are you going to get? Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You'll find out when I do the big reveal.
What's going on here? You going to cook it? What are we doing?
I will say this, though.
Judging my order?
When I take my mom and dad to dinner, and they're 86, 82. But my dad asks a million questions.
That's tough.
And I'm sitting there and I'm just kind of like, Dad, it says it on the menu. It says it right there. Just read it.
Yeah, just take the extra step to read the words that they've provided for free.
He has to ask a couple of questions along the way, and then another question. I'm like, oh.
What are we doing?
Well,
they closed down. It looks like Jack in the Box is reshuffling some things. So that's why I brought up your Jack in the Box. It looks like they're shutting down more than 70 stores.
Why?
And more expected.
Because it's not like they're not making the money. They're 100% making the money.
What are we doing, man? I mean,
some days they're the only thing open. They're the only action in town.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, I can't remember how many times I've worked a 1 a.m. post-game show with you and circle in over there.
They say that they're seeing fewer customers and beef prices have risen to a point that they're carrying significantly more debt than it generates in annual
It's starting
earnings.
to hit our CEO's pockets and all of our brass's pockets, so we have to rearrange some things and fire some people so we can make sure we make those summer vacations.
That's right. You pretty much hit the nail on the head right there, Lucius. So just if you see your Jack in the Box get boarded up, you know why.
That CEO of Red Lobster, he's got me convinced he's got things turned around at Red Lobster, but I'm not going to let him trick me again. But he's convincing me that they might be better now.
Might be getting that plan back off the ground.
They used to be like their advertisements were much better than what they were in real life. When you showed up, you're like, man, this.
The commercials.
This doesn't look like what you.
Well, food in general. You seen all these my algorithm will feed me the behind the scenes of how they put together these food commercials and ads.
Oh God, it's amazing.
It is artistry.
Yeah, there's a real life photographer with a water gun, spraying things on there to make it look a certain way.
They got a little steamer underneath it, so you see the smoke coming off it and stuff. I mean, they are just ball sacking people.
Some of the meat is clay. You're like, it's really a game, bro.
False advertising at the highest level with all this food stuff. And you eat with your eyes first. So then you show up to the menu or you get the actual meal and you're going, they totally pull the fast one on you.
One final thing, and I know you got to get in this top 10.
Oh, we don't have to. It's Melon Monday.
Who's more likely to send something back?
In the G-Bag Nation?
No, you or your significant other.
Oh, probably it would be my significant
100% her.
Yeah, it'd be her.
And I hope she does it nicely.
Yeah,
they made a mistake. Please, let's not murder these people tonight.
Yeah, I am not.
Mickey and Mallory all of a sudden is that Jack in the Box.
I am not interested in sending stuff back. I will battle through some stuff.
Yeah,
this is an exact.
Me too. I'll battle
through, but Michelle. She would think about it. I'm like, baby, you don't want to do that. Really? You don't want to do that.
No, they take it personal.
I'm like,
they do.
She looks at me, Brian, I'm just telling you, right? I'm like, no, babe, you really don't want to do this. You don't.
It's all good.
Don't send it back. Well, I'll take you somewhere else. We'll go somewhere else.
Let's hit Jack in the Box on the way home before they get closed up. Yeah, I mean, 817 Christmas night, the line at Jack in the Box was 22 cars deep.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's when you can really take advantage there because you're sitting around, you're like, what else am I going to do?
They don't play, man.
Places like Jack in the Box are open at a time like that.
Sourdough Jack. Ooh, I be so addicted to the sourdough Jack and the egg rolls.
I know the egg rolls. Everybody's talking about the egg rolls.
Let me tell you what those.
Shout out to the 469, big egg roll guy.
The little tacos in the Chinese to-go box.
Yeah, that's where it's at.
That's fire too.
They're
all smashed in there, and you don't even care.
Nope. I'll eat 2 at a time if I have to. Just stick them all together.
You need to, yeah.
All right, the top 10 most hopeless franchises in American sports. 877-881-1053. Wolchuk sent me this, and I thought, okay, he's kind of nudging me. This is a true Wooly Bully kind of list right now. This is what he would be doing today.
Yeah, sure.
So I thought, why not?
Okay. Because you just felt like, why not?
Why would I go scouring the internet for a better list when you just fed me this one?
Why would you do a little work?
What are the top 10 most hopeless franchises in U.S. sports? Okay. So
I think the Arizona Cardinals have got to be up there somewhere.
Yeah, we could play the guessing game here because you nailed number 8. The Arizona Cardinals, their win percentage since 2020 is .392, and they have gone 78 years without a title.
Cleveland Browns
come in strong at number 3. They are their win percentage since 2020 is a .443, and it's 61 years without a title. And that's honestly given them a little bit more credit just going back to 2020 because we know just how much of a disaster the franchise has been, winless seasons and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, the Cleveland Browns have to be right up there, and they are number 3 on this list.
The Washington Wizards,
they didn't. Oh, yes, number 6.
Okay.
Number 6. 334 win percentage since 2020, 47 years without a title. There is, 2 more NBA teams on this list. There's one more NFL team, and then you got a couple of MLB
the New
and
York
NHL.
Jets, J-E-T Jets.
Way to go, Lucius.
Winner!
Lucius hit it right on the head.
That's your number 1. What an awful season they've had.
Yeah. New coach, everything. Wow.
Everything's just been flushed. Their win percentage since 2020 is a .289.
Ugh.
And it's been 57 years without a title for the New York Jets. And they continue to embarrass themselves. I mean, Woody Johnson, Brick Johnson, making player acquisitions based on Madden ratings. They just did the thing with that lady. Did you see the kicking story?
No. What was going on there?
They were doing like a Pat McAfee. Fans kicked the ball to win $100,000. This lady, her dad has been a season ticket holder for forever, and he's passed away. And so at the beginning of the season, she was one of the people that was going to get to be a part of the kicking contest. It went down on Sunday, but on Friday, we got the breaking news that because the lady is a high school soccer coach, they were like, she's not going to be allowed to do it. So then the story went so viral and people were so frustrated, they ended up last minute buzzer beater. They let the lady kick.
And she made it?
Unfortunately, she didn't make the one that most mattered. I think she nailed the 25-yarder.
Okay.
But then they just keep backing you up until one person makes it.
She won like a sofa or something like that.
I mean, with it being the Jets, they probably said, hey, high five, thanks for trying. And they didn't really give her any consolation prize.
Yeah.
So she ended up getting to kick, but it was just another installment of the Jets being a terrible franchise with just bad people. You know, it's not even like, oh my gosh, you suck, but you're endearing because we all want you to win.
Right.
Nobody wants the Jets to win. They're number 1. They're the most hopeless franchise in American sports.
You said there's a couple
to Athlon Sports.
You said there's a couple of a couple of NBA teams, or there's one more NBA team?
Yeah, you got 2 more NBA teams. At 10, you have your New Orleans Pelicans.
Murder Birds.
The Murder Birds. At .427 is their win percentage since 2020, and they've never won a title.
Yeah.
At 9, you have the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Whoa.
They are .423 win percentage since 2020, and never had a title.
Yeah.
Then you had the Cardinals at 8. Pittsburgh Pirates at 7.
Oh, no.
Poor Paul Skeens.
Yeah.
Ticking time bomb before he's out of there.
In the 70s and 80s, the Pirates were pretty
they were
good.
Legit.
They were really good, yeah.
And they still got one of the best ball caps in sports.
Yeah. The uniform combinations are the best.
Yeah, they look great.
They do a great job.
Yeah, that P is strong.
That P is very strong.
On that black, it looks nice.
Yeah, it looks great. Unfortunately, they should change that P to an L right there on that hat. Win percentage since 2020 is a .420. And their years without a title is 46.
Yeah.
The Wizards, as you said, are at 6. Colorado Rockies.
I was going to name the Rockies. The Rockies at one time, though, kind of had something going, didn't
It's the ebbs and flows of a franchise. They're just on a really, really bad run right now. 381 win percentage since 2020.
Yeah. Since 2020, yeah.
No titles.
Yeah.
Buffalo Sabres at 4.
They've been out of the playoffs now. What is it? How many straight years? Did they have it on there?
I don't see their playoff drought here.
No.
It's funny, though, because they've actually been, I think they're on like an 8-game winning streak right now.
Yeah.
And they're above 500 on the season. I think they've won close to 20 games already. And they got some dudes that are that are playing. I mean, that Tage Thompson's getting it done for sure. So they're kind of on the up and up as it stands in this very moment. But of course, over the long haul, they've been really bad. 446
Have been the same since the Stars took them down in '99, right?
Amen. The Browns were at 3. You have the Charlotte Hornets at 2.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
That's a disaster class. 354 win percentage since 2020, and no titles. And then, of course, number 1 is the New York Jets, the all-time American sports disaster right now. It's tough to unseat the Browns just in the NFL. That's a tough thing to do. But the Jets have found a way.
Jets are finding ways.
So kudos to them. All right, best of the weekend. I have my favorite play of the NFL weekend. We'll give you that sound. And how old were you when you learned this cuss word? Next in the nation.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones live at 8:30.
So is Texas Rangers Fan Fest. Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets are just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
All right, we got a little best of the weekend for you here in the nation. And coming up next in the C-Note, I'm curious as we wind down the football year and the calendar year, what was the dumbest take you had about the Dallas Cowboys? Could have been during the season, could have been before the season. Go ahead and brainstorm. I've written down like 4 or 5 here that I have personally. The dumbest thing that you allowed your brain to think and your mouth to speak about the Cowboys at any point as it regards to this Cowboys season. 877-881-1053. We do that in 15 minutes, but a little best of the weekend for you. Hope everybody had a good one. Maybe, I guess, the final nice weather weekend that we were going to be getting here for the near future. But I think my favorite play of the football weekend comes in Cincinnati, where we have the offensive lineman, Cody Ford, as the far boundary wide receiver. An offense that has Jamar Chase, who was unbelievable yesterday. Yeah. He had a touchdown where he hit the B button on somebody on the sidelines and finds pay dirt. That'll be TD Tuesday. T. Higgins was making plays, but they flex out one of their wide receivers, and it's Cody Ford, and they throw him the football. Here's how it sounded.
Offensive lineman is split out to the bottom of your screen. Burrow looking that direction. It's Ford. Big man on the run. Rumbling down the sidelines and inside the 5.
Okay, they are on the 23-yard line going in. And he ends up, now it's his birthday, by the way. So this is like sort of a birthday gift for him. Yeah. They flex him out. The funniest part about this is that the
no motion, it was just. Was it like he was tight and then motioned him out or something?
No, like he's just lined up as a traditional wide receiver would at 300-plus pounds. It looks really funny. And then you have the corner who's playing like 7 or 8 yards off of him. Like he's worried he's going to take the top off. Like, oh, no, this is a Randy Moss-type speed. We gotta give a little cushion here so he doesn't burn me. Mm-hmm. But he just really walks off the line of scrimmage like 3 yards down the field and turns around, and Burrow throws it to him. And then the corner just has a hell of a time trying to get him down. It ends up taking 3 dudes to get him down inside the 5-yard line. It was fantastic. There was a lot of awesome games, a lot of awesome plays over the weekend. Last night's game was ridiculous. The absolute barn burner. And Brock Purdy, he's now looking healthy. I know he had been in and out of the lineup plenty. You saw a bunch of Mac Jones throughout the season.
Yeah.
And
Mac Jones kept the season alive.
Mac Jones kept the season alive, no question.
Nine straight wins for this team.
We'll see what type of team wants to maybe make a move for Mac Jones. I think Malik Willis has now played himself into an opportunity where a team's going to want to take a chance on him. Saturday night, it was all about Derrick Henry and the Ravens, but Malik Willis
looked like the guy that played at Liberty there for a while. That's what he did. So.
Yeah, I mean, second-round pick, right?
Yeah. What's amazing is you look at Green Bay and their situation. They're in the playoffs and won 9 games. You know, all you're gonna have to, if you just found a way not to play with your food, if you'd have found a way, the Carolina game, Chicago early in the year, I know Chicago was 0-2. It really hadn't found itself at all. That probably could have been an early season victory for you.
That was their get-right game for the season.
Yeah. All of a sudden,
it's the Cardinals game, too.
Cardinals game, say Minnesota. You think about
Minnesota
that?
For sure.
You think about that. I mean,
allowing J.J. McCarthy
how many
to do
games
what he
did it just spit up, that they just did not get it done. But think about that. You would be like, if you're probably playing for the 7th seed and you're a chance to go play at Chicago. Now, maybe you don't want to go play at Chicago now, But, the way that they're playing.
Hey, you just want to get around the rim if you're the Joneses, man.
Yeah, well,
once you get into the dance, everybody's got a chance.
Just so many bad losses this year.
When your defense is that bad,
historically bad,
every game is losable.
Yeah.
So whether it's Jacoby Brissett or J.J. McCarthy or Bryce Young, I mean, they can totally pick you apart, and that's what happened. All right, C-Note coming up here in a few minutes. I had something happen to me this weekend. I get home on Friday night. My kids have been playing with the neighbor kids that live right behind us, so we really can't get away from them. Like, they can just climb up on the fence and be like, yo, it's time to play. Younger brother's like 4 years old. Apparently he said a bad word.
Okay.
All right. And this is not a word that I probably heard or certainly didn't even really know the existence of until I would say 4th grade. My 5.5-year-old daughter comes up to me. She wants to whisper. She's like, Dad, I got to talk to you.
Yeah.
She's like, I won't say his name, but the little kid, he called us mother effers. And she said the word.
What did you just say?
She literally said the word. And like, I was jarred. I'm like, what? I can't believe my 5.5-year-old just said MFer to me.
Yeah.
And
she had no clue, right?
She had no clue. I mean, she knew. I guess it's one of those words that you hear and you just know is a bad word. But she's like, what does this mean? And I'm like, oh gosh, here we go. So I'm like,
She talked with the parents of their team?
I don't know. I think my wife just probably, called the kid out like, hey, we don't say that. I don't think she approached mom and dad about it necessarily.
So,
but I'm like,
Mrs. didn't look at her and open the door and walk next door and knock on the door and say something. It seems very surprising, and I'm saying that in a nice way. I'm not saying that that she's mean-spirited or anything like that, but it seems like your wife would be, let's handle this right now.
For sure. And I would imagine my wife has since said something to the parent, but it's like, dad's not really doing much. Mom's totally out of the picture. Grandma's taking care. It's like so
we're in a fractured family.
Yeah, there's an interesting dynamic with the way that all goes.
Dad likes Samuel L. Jackson movies.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. Sitting in his theater.
Yeah. Y'all watch the Richard Pryor while I cook y'all some food real quick.
Yeah. So I'm like, oh my gosh. So I didn't know what to say. I'm like when a daddy loves a mommy. No, I'm not going to say that. So I was just like, hey, listen, here's the deal. I'm glad you came to me about it. But that's just not something. That's just not something that
when a daddy loves a mommy is what it means.
But I'm like, I can't actually tell you what this means. All right, thank you for coming to me. Just know that we don't say that. And I'm like, I don't think I learned that word until like probably 3rd or 4th grade, and then it became one of the greatest discoveries
words
of all time.
Yeah, it's one of the first words I ever heard because they played card games and stuff at my dad's house during holidays, so I heard it a lot.
You can let that thing fly.
Yeah, but you got me Googling the origin because I want to know the origin of things, where they come from. But
please,
I'm not feeling it yet.
You're not seeing that?
Not really. I don't know because you don't know what to believe in out here. People can make their own narratives and then just put a website on it and you're like, maybe that's true, but you don't know.
No, that's true. That's true. But I was just curious, how old were you when you heard that word, when you learned that word? Because I now and she's asked me about it multiple times since.
Oh.
I'm like, hey, please just try and.
It's a fantastic word.
Forget that ever happened. Yeah, I think she understands. Without knowing anything about it, just knowing that there's something really fun about saying it.
Person, place, or thing. You can describe anything.
It really is the most versatile word in the English language.
Well, sometimes it could serve as a severe insult. And occasionally a term of endearment.
Absolutely. He's a real mother effer, that dude. We're gonna have to try to
bad MF right there. I tell you what. That's what I say about fish. I pulled out. Well, that was a bad MF, boy.
Yeah, and it's
jumped on that lure.
Highest of compliments.
Actually, here we go. Okay.
That's what I said. I was like, man,
I didn't even consider that. Maybe the kid was being complimentary.
They're talking about the earliest known written evidence comes from a Texas court record. In 1888, a local justice of the peace named J.M. Joyner used the phrase GDMF-er.
Somebody got a whole lot of years after that.
Yeah. And then he used to insult a political opponent In 1889, the hyphenated term MFer appeared in a murder trial testimony.
Wow. Okay. All right. So
Sound
maybe
like they did a lot more than murdering.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was quite a bit going on.
It appears in the term in 1917, a letter from an African American soldier to his draft board.
Look what you MFers got me into.
Yeah, the Oxford English Dictionary officially cites its first appearance as a noun in 1918.
All right. So there's a history lesson. We have the 817. What word? Mofo, MFer, is what we're talking about. As my 5.5-year-old daughter has officially heard that word for the first time, and now she's got questions. All right. So yeah, that took place this weekend.
Okay, real quick.
Yep.
Lucis, you'll appreciate this one. Mainstream breakthrough. Comedians Lenny Bruce, 1964, and George Carlin in 1972 were famously arrested for using the word during their routines.
They surely were together.
Yeah.
Lenny Bruce didn't know who that guy was.
Yeah.
That was George Carlin getting arrested with him.
Yeah.
Was that the start of his bit about all the words you can't say?
Oh, the 7 dirty words?
Yeah.
I thought that was a little bit later.
Yeah. A little bit later.
Yeah, but yes.
This was Bruce.
Clearly got under his crawl, you know what I'm saying? I'll be back.
And then, it was. It's also in a song they were talking about by the band Jefferson Airplane used it in 1967.
Made that thing mainstream.
Up against the wall, MFer.
All right, how about that?
Yeah, it was a battle cry in 1967.
All right, okay.
I was 4 years old when that was happening.
That's a fantastic history lesson. Broadus, how old were you when you heard that word?
Oh, it was. I was probably past 5th grade. I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah. I don't think
hadn't really popped yet.
No, it hadn't popped. I know my dad a couple of times. My dad was one of those gamblers. I'm sure he said it when Tim Mazzetti missed a field goal for the Atlanta Falcons.
He was in the sports gambling.
My dad. Oh yeah. I told you that time. My dad told me I went downstairs and I was asking for money for spring break for a ski trip, and he goes, "Well, if this kicker makes this field goal, you're going. If not, you're out of luck." And so the guy made the field goal. He goes, "I guess you're going skiing."
That's fantastic. All right, best of the weekend here in the G-Bag Nation. Let's get you the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening. What's the dumbest take you had about the Cowboys this year? 877-881-1053. That's next in the nation.
Tolo means turn it on and leave it on. Thank you for making 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app part of your day every
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
What's the dumbest Cowboys take you had this year? 877-881-1053. Could go back to the offseason. Could be at some point in the middle of the season. Could be in the last couple of weeks as we close down the season and the calendar year. What is the dumbest Cowboys take you had? 877-881-1053. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation here on a Monday as we inch closer and closer to the new year. Brian Broaddus, Super Bowl champion. I'm Eric Chiafalo, and we got Lucius Alexander hanging out. We'll have Ian Fitzsimmons talking college football at 4 o'clock. Looking forward to that. Broaddus, anything coming to mind?
Absolutely, yeah. I said I would play Miles Sanders and Blue over Williams because I just didn't think that Williams had the explosiveness to play. I thought the pass blocking stuff has turned out really good.
Yes.
But I thought he would just be like a third down back only. So I would have played Sanders and Blue over him is what I was thinking initially this summer. I'm going to have to say that any kind of positivity and I guess there's some of that with anything I said about Matt Eberflus. I think about him.
Any good syllable that left
remember,
your mouth
remember
about
when
Eberflus.
Matt Eberflus, we were broadcasting at the Star when Matt Eberflus, and I ran into Matt, and I was happy that he was here. And I
got
thought,
his number. You gave him a hug. I thought you gave him an attaboy butt slap on the way back in.
All that stuff, and everything that I thought about Matt Eberflus actually was not good. It just didn't work out. So, sorry it didn't work out for him. I think that he, much like Mike Nolan, he's probably going to be shown the door 3 or 4 days after the last game this weekend.
Should have been 3 or 4 games ago. Should be 3 or 4 seconds after the clock expires in the fourth quarter on Sunday. He should have to fly commercially home on his own dime from New York. And I think there's probably plenty of people that were maybe excited about the Eberflus hire, and it didn't take long for that to really go sideways. I'm with you on the Javonte Williams stuff. I thought Jaden Blue would have emerged at some point this year. And I didn't think when they signed Javonte Williams, I'm like, okay, really? Like, I thought it was a monster downgrade just from Rico Dowdle. Mm-hmm. And shout out to Javonte Williams for proving every single one of us wrong.
He did.
Who doubted him, because he's been really solid this year. Really solid. I know that the rushing attack in general wasn't as consistent as I thought it was going to be, because you had some really nice highs and you're going, okay, Clayton Adams, young offensive line, and the way Javonte Williams is running, it kind of started to peter out on you a little bit, which is disappointing. But overall, the season that Javonte Williams has had has been outstanding. Yeah. And we'll see what happens with him in the offseason. I'm sure they're going to effort to bring him back, but he's really earned the right to go ahead and get a long-term kind of deal here in free agency when his career was kind of hanging in the balance.
Yeah, I was kind of feeling too. Another one I thought about, and I was wrong about this, is Turpin as a wide receiver.
Me too.
I kind of felt like
I got that on the list.
I kind of felt like that maybe that Turpin would be a guy that use him as a wide receiver, do this, do that. Well, it's really affected him as a returner, which I need him for more, because we're in a situation right now. Good job by Ryan Flanoy. I didn't have any confidence in Tolbert. Didn't know Mingo. Still don't. There's 2 players I really don't know great. I don't know Mingo, and I don't know Logan Wilson. I don't know if either one of those guys could play. Maybe I know a little bit more that Mingo can't. Mm-hmm. But they're both going to be back, and here we are, another season went a whole year with Mingo, and he was really inactive. Well, not inactive. He was on that injured list, and it was slow to bring him back. But he hasn't done anything to make me feel really great about his about his his roster spot right now.
No. This is Lamb, Pickens, and Flanoy.
Yeah.
And then everything after that. I mean, Turpin, I think there is some level of a place for him in your offense, but I overestimated the type of impact he could really have when it comes to your offense. Like in training camp, he was one of the stars of camp.
Yeah.
If you go back to some of those Oxnard reports, a lot of it was, well, there was Turpin again today.
Yeah.
There was Turpin again today. And he's I don't know. He's a frustrating player because it's not like he's useless in all regards. You can see, I mean, the speed element, the explosive element, it's nice to mix that in a little bit. I just think we all wanted a little bit more. I expected a little bit more. So I'm with you on Turpin. I'm with you on the Javonte Williams situation and the running back room in general. 877-881-1053. Our buddy Churd, his dumb takes. He thought they might sit some starters in meaningless games and position themselves a little better for the draft. Yeah, we are in the midst of that being wrong right now. We can all be hopeful about that, but that is clearly not the case. They are desperate to get that 8-8-1 banner that they can hang somewhere around the star so that they can all feel a little bit better about themselves as they go into the offseason, despite hurting their ability to get the best possible player
They've
in
let
the
Tampa
draft.
jump in front of them now.
Tampa's jumped in front.
Yeah, Tampa's now they got the 13th
and
pick.
Tampa still has a chance to make the playoffs.
Win the division.
Yeah. They haven't won a game since Halloween.
Yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
They haven't won a game since Halloween, and they still have a chance to win the division and host a playoff game.
Yeah.
That's where the Bucs stand right now. He also thought the rushing attack, Churd thought the rushing attack would be better this year. Certainly wasn't terrible. There was some really bright moments, but yeah, you were hoping for a little bit more. And had Jaden Blue been able to get on the field, you would have had an extra element of explosiveness, but you just never got a chance to see that. Now we'll all be wondering all throughout the offseason as we get into training camp and preseason next year, what do we even have in this dude?
Anything that I said about the pass rush, I feel like I was wrong coming out of camp. And that's even, I mean, with the Micah Parsons stuff, we all had questions, but this pass rush has been non-existent.
Mm-hmm.
So anything anything I said that, oh no, they'll be fine. And I don't know if I said much of that, but not having Micah Parsons has really hurt this pass rush.
Yeah, for sure. You have the 3-2-1. My dumbest take is I didn't think they would have the balls to trade Micah. And, of course, they did. They got their hand forced. It took Jerry being basically just ticked off and feeling disrespected at the highest level in order to do it. So you weren't totally wrong from that standpoint. But, yeah, they made that happen right before the season. We'll never forget it, man. That was crazy. I thought in the preseason, I thought the offensive line – by this time of the year, we'd be talking about it being a surefire top 10 offensive line.
Yeah.
Thought they had put, a lot of resources into it. I love the offensive line coach they brought in, Clayton Adams, his offensive line history. And it hasn't been like an unmitigated failure, but in no way do you talk about the Cowboys offensive line right now being top 10.
It's funny because last week, remember I told you I felt that Tyler Booker was the best, playing the best of all the linemen. And he goes out and gets 4 sacks.
Has his worst game.
Has the worst game of his day. Yeah, it was just bad. Every time you talk about somebody like that, they end up playing like ass.
Yeah, you kind of jinx him a little bit. Man, this guy's on fire, playing great football. Next thing you know,
he can't block.
Johnny Newton's out here having a career day.
Yeah, Johnny Newton's looking like the best defensive tackle in the draft.
What a Christmas for the Newton family.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, we'll never forget this. And he'll probably never have a day like that again. Let's see. I also thought in preseason conversations, looking ahead to the offseason, which is now rapidly approaching, and we were talking about, okay, if you have the decision between paying Deron Bland or George Pickens, I went Bland.
Yeah.
Now, of course, that's before we knew Pickens was going to be this much of a monster, and before we knew that Deron Bland was just going to be terrible. But I was going, hey, you already got CeeDee Lamb.
Yeah.
You can find receivers much easier than you can find corners, but that has been a monster flop. In no world would anybody take Deron Bland over George Pickens right now.
Let me ask you this.
That's my one seed for awful takes.
How long are you interested in signing George Pickens for?
I would say.
Are you worried? Are you worried that you got the best?
It'll start to combust on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there is some of that concern. You saw elements of it this year. Like you're not going to get 17 games of him just being a total horse and locked in. But I still think that what you are getting from him is worth signing him to a deal. And
but are you worried about a 5-year deal or something like that?
Yeah, I don't know that I would want to go the 5-year route. But you can always get out of these contracts. It kind of depends on how you structure it. Because Bland, what'd they give Bland? A 5-year deal, 4-year deal?
Right.
And after next season, Bland's probably not a Cowboy unless he has a total turnaround. Yeah. So you could structure it in interesting ways. But I'm looking at this Dak window right now. Mm-hmm. So what are we thinking about? 3 seasons?
Probably so.
So a 3-year deal for George Pickens. Hey, George, you get back into the market and you're still like 27, 28 years old. Yeah. I think he'd probably get on board with that. But does that make it harder to kind of manipulate the cap hits and things? So I guess I'm good either way on that because I want him back and I'm really trying to go all in over the course of the next couple 2-3 years and win in this Dak window, and I think George Pickens helps you do that. So, but yeah, Bland over Pickens was a giant preseason total miss for me. And then Jack Sanborn.
Yeah,
I knew Kenneth Murray was not good. I'm like, why are we trading? Why are we going to pay $7 million for Kenneth Murray?
Yep.
But Jack Sanborn thought, hey, on the cheap here.
Mm-hmm.
This could. He knows the Eberflus defense. Think he's solid. That kind of fell flat on our face here as well.
Yeah.
So that's my personal list. 877-881-1053. Getting a lot of Turpin up in here in the 682 in the 901. We also have Jack Sanborn in the 972. Everybody kind of thought he was going to be rocking and rolling there. Getting some Elam. How about Elam?
Elam, yeah. There was some thought about Elam maybe coming in and maybe change of scenery would be good for him. But, man, they moved on from him. They
don't have the capacity. Kaiir Elam at corner did not work out.
No, not at all.
OTAs and mini camps, the reports like, man, he's looking pretty good.
He was everywhere. Yeah.
A lot of people got bit by the Elam snake. There's no doubt about it. Let's see here. We also have Jaden Blue. Plenty of Jaden Blue thinking, I mean, I thought he was going to be, by this point in the season, he was going to be your best back.
Could maybe be the number one back.
Yeah, thought that was going to happen. And now we don't even know what his status is moving into next season. So that's certainly disappointing. Now, we also heard from Stephen Jones today with KNC. He wants to bring Clowney back.
Mm-hmm.
You on board? I wonder what that's going to command.
Yeah.
He's had a pretty good season.
Yeah, I would like to believe that they will talk about it, but I don't think they'll get that done. Unless Clowney,
he's almost never with the same team 2 years in a row.
Clowney gave you everything he had to try and get a better deal somewhere else. It might be a good spot for him. You know, depending on too, if you completely change out, say you move on from Aaron White, Cotton, and others like that, is another coach going to want Clowney as the guy?
Yeah, that's the other thing. I guess, like, hey, what does the new defensive coordinator have to say about this? Yeah. But when you watch the Cowboys and you start looking at guys of like, who would I still want? Who do I feel like I can get some use out of here? Who can be somewhat productive for me?
Mm-hmm.
He would be one of the first guys you say after Quinnen Williams. I think you would say Jadeveon Clowney.
Yep.
As sad as it is. So Stephen Jones was talking about that today, maybe wanting to bring him back. And we'll just see what the money looks like. I mean, that's always the case, and that's one of those cases where you can understand, like, you're not just going to give this dude the checkbook.
No.
At this stage in his career, but he has been pretty solid. What have you learned about the Brian Flores stuff, with reports coming out about how, I mean, you had Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, saying in league circles the Cowboys' name has been floated around as being a team that's definitely going to be interested in the Vikings defensive coordinator Brian Flores, who is going to be a free agent himself.
Yeah.
So does he want to re-up with the Vikings as the defensive coordinator? We'll see what type of head coach opportunities he gets. Of course, he would jump at one of those if given the opportunity. But do you like the idea in a world where he doesn't get a head coaching job? Do you like the idea of Brian Flores, Cowboys defensive coordinator? Would that fire you up?
I'd like to, you know what? I'd like for them to at least, if the possibility, I say this, Josina Anderson, she's got a lot of player connections. She's got a lot of coaching connections. if you go through her Twitter account, she was really, really pushing for the Giants to take a look at Brian Flores, as a head coach possibility.
Mm-hmm.
So that tells me that there's a relationship, with the reporter and the coach. And she was saying that there's no way that Brian Flores would leave for a lateral job to go somewhere else and be a coordinator. She's saying also that Minnesota would match. So you might be negotiating.
But they don't just get like, hey, we match, so you have to take the deal. It's not like a rule like that, right? He could still make the choice.
Oh, no, he could absolutely make the choice.
Okay.
But in Voch Lombardi, he and I were doing a show on DallasCowboys.com and then our show on Crown Global Media. The point he made was, if you're Brian Flores, are you going to hitch your wagon to Dak Prescott, or are you going to hitch your wagon to J.J. McCarthy? That's the point you have to look at. Like, okay,
that's a great point.
Yeah, all of a sudden, if you're in a situation where like you're thinking like, okay, I've got to do. They scored 30 points a game with Dak Prescott, basically. With J.J. McCarthy, I scored 19. How many of these games am I going to be in where I have to completely shut somebody down?
Yeah, it's like to win with the Vikings right now, I feel like I got to have a top 5 defense for sure. With the Cowboys, I could be top 15.
Yeah, if you look at, now people might say, well, Dallas's defense is not very good. Why would you go there and do that? Well, I think the thing that you have to look at is who's my quarterback and what does my offense look like? I'll figure out everything else. But Josina Anderson seemed very adamant that Brian Flores was not going to leave for a lateral job. That's her opinion. But I think that, like I said, I think Voch makes an excellent point of like, if I'm looking at these teams as a defensive coordinator, who's got the best offense to help me, and go from there.
214, my dumb mistake was believing Bobby Belt that the Cowboys would run the table after the Quinnen Williams trade. That's Tolo Saul. We also have the 817. My dumbest take of the year was the thinking the defense was fixed after the trade deadline. I think plenty of us could join that party. 214, my dumb take, thought the defense was going to be top 5 this year. 903, I thought Blue and Sam Williams would have breakout years. Yeah. But that did not happen. 972, my bad take, I thought Tank Lawrence would be burnt out in Seattle, but he's been elite this year.
Elite.
Yeah, he's been awesome this year. But there's a handful of Cowboys defenders. I mean, Jordan Lewis being one of those guys, playing like the best version of himself until he just got injured with the Jags, which is unfortunate for him and for them. But he had a great year. Tank had a great year. Micah had a great year before being injured. So unfortunately, you just can't say that about really any Dallas Cowboys defenders, and that's why Eberflus will be shown the door. All right, there it is, your C-Note here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in on a Monday. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 3:40, but let's get you that football fix. Winners and losers from the NFL weekend next year in the nation.
The more time you give, the more our crush grows. Together we continue to build something special. Keep
this right now. It's so good.
That is the last combination I would ever think would be tasting good.
It is on fire right now. Really appreciate the cold banana. Cold banana out of the fridge with the hot coffee.
I would appreciate an ice machine if we could get one in this place.
Yeah, I know you would. I
think there's a listener, and he reached out to me and said, "Hey, I tried to deliver you guys an ice machine and I couldn't get it there. I couldn't. Nobody
was here or something.
Nobody would pick up to
That's
a
bummer, bro.
Yeah, he had an ice machine.
That's not something you try twice either. It's like it tried.
See,
didn't
that's
work.
what I'm saying. We used to have one of the best ice machines in the league over there at the other place, and now it's
you had that almost that Sonic feel to
but
that.
we
ice.
got a lot of stuff going on in our kitchen. Don't get me wrong,
but no ice.
At
all.
And I'm not a coffee drinker or hot tea, banana, whatever you got working over there. That's weird. That's just such a weird. Your food combinations. I do appreciate the Slim Jims you eat though.
Hey, those things are on point, aren't they?
That was a great. That was
probably crushed that bag already.
No, I got several in my bag left still. But it is when you forget to eat.
Yeah, it's a
having
nice
one of those are not bad.
little Slim Jim in the pocket.
Yeah. But I wanted to call it something else, and I was afraid it would, when you call it that, it always...
Oh, you were about to go meat stick on me, weren't you?
Beef stick.
Beef stick.
I was gonna
Beef stick's better than meat stick.
Yeah.
All right, let's get you a football fix. Krusty's Corner in about 12 minutes. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, go ahead and call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Now it is time for the fix.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side! Left side! Wrong side! Left side!
I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for? Intimidation.
You know I gotta get my fix, man.
Oh, where do we start? Couple teams still alive with the Steelers going into Cleveland and finding a way to put up a measly 6 points. And they lose 13-6. Shedeur Sanders, $186 and a touchdown, and the Steelers' offense was just constipated. Couldn't do anything. The DK Metcalf not being on the field.
That hurt a lot.
That hurt.
Yeah, it hurt a lot.
That hurt. And the game plan. Everyone was talking about how the Steelers' main goal was not to wrap up the division and secure the playoff spot. No. Their goal was to make sure that Myles Garrett did not break the NFL sack record versus Aaron Rodgers and the Steelers.
Not on their watch, huh?
Not on their watch. Just like the Cowboys want to have that 8-8-1 banner somewhere, the Steelers want the we didn't give up the all-time sack record banner more than they want the division win banner. So they sit at 9-7 right now, and it'll be an all the marbles win or go home game. Steelers and Ravens Sunday Night Football. That's what we will be getting. Will Lamar Jackson play? We'll find out. We will find out. But Tyler Huntley looks like he can step in and get it done. Now, this was Myles Garrett after the game, and he lent voice to it. He was like, "Man, they didn't really want to win. They just wanted to stop me."
To an extent, I feel like they were more worried about keeping me away from Aaron than getting the win. And I think that's what came back to bite them. So they'll have to fight it out with Baltimore next week. But I'm just proud of the guys for fighting and getting this win. That's the main thing, and I'm always going to keep it that.
Always going to keep it the main thing.
Yep.
Go to Cleveland to win. That's what we always say. Now, the insane stat that I see from Doug Clawson here: the Steelers are winless. They are 0-4-1 in their past 5 games versus teams entering 8 or more games below 500. That ties the longest streak in NFL history. This goes back to 2020, where they lost to the 2-10-1 Bengals. They tied in 2021 to the winless Lions. In 2023, they lost to the 2-10 Cardinals. They also lost to the 2-10 Patriots that year, and now they have lost to the 3-12 Browns. So really inexcusable. And there was a all-time punt decision that is being ridiculed right now, where Mike Tomlin was just he was not interested in going for 4th and 5 on the Cleveland 46-yard line with under 10 minutes to go in the game. They were trailing 6-10. The surrender index ranks in the 99.5th percentile of cowardly punts of the season, and the 98th percentile of all punts since 1999.
So you're saying 4th and 5 on the Cleveland 46? Is that what you said?
Yeah, with under 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, 9:51 left in the 4th. Go for it by 3.6%. He elected to punt. Yeah, go for it was 31.9. Field goal actually was 21.4 on that one. But, yeah, he elected to punt it.
You just went and just punted that thing away.
Yeah.
We're not going to give Myles Garrett another chance on 4th down, obvious passing situation, to go ahead and get the sack record. So now we'll see who will win that division.
Well, he was in a situation. Jeez, he was in a situation where he went for it, 4th and 1, fail. He went for it on 4th and 10. That was a fail.
Was that at the end of the game?
Yeah, that was into the game.
When you have no choice.
He went for it on 4th and.
See, that's what happens. You get scared of 4th and 5, and then you're forced into a 4th and 10 later on in the game.
Yeah,
that's what happens.
Every 4th down situation, I believe he had a punt, he had a punt, he had a go for it and a fail. He had a. Well, yeah, I could say he had several of these where they were punts, but he went for it and failed, like 3 of those, where they went for it and failed. So maybe he got a little.
Couldn't trust the offense.
Couldn't trust the offense at all.
Yeah, I mean they couldn't do much yesterday. The Browns' defense is good, we know that, but putting up 6 points in a game that can go ahead and secure your spot in the postseason, really, really unfortunate stuff right there from the Steelers' standpoint. Same neck of the woods. Get the Eagles getting the victory. How unlikable is Nick Sirianni?
Very.
After the game, screaming in the tunnel.
He's always
screaming in the tunnel.
After the fact. He's always screaming after the fact.
And you can see A.J. Brown just kind of giving him the eye roll, like, really? Right. You're going to do this right now? Yeah, you know how lucky we just got? We almost surrendered a 13-0 lead.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't for Josh Allen just inexplicably missing the wide-open receiver, they go for 2 and they make it. Or, heck, if they just don't get the extra point block, situation, they go ahead and win that thing at the end of the game.
Philadelphia's been lucky all year.
Yeah,
well, they've been in a lot of these games. You know, like we go back to the Rams game. They blocked not 1 field goal, blocked 2 field goals. You know, they've had a lot of these games where they should have come away with a loss and they haven't. So
the 2025 Philadelphia Eagles are the first team since 1987. To win multiple games in a season in which they didn't complete a second half pass.
Yeah. Huh.
I mean, all they were doing in the second half was just run, 3rd and 7. Jalen Hurts, can you make a play?
Yeah.
And he couldn't. 0 for 7. I mean, Hurts is the first quarterback in the play-by-play era to go 0 for 7 or worse in multiple games in a season. And, I mean, 10 games this year where a team had fewer than 5 passing yards and a half, and the Eagles have 3 of them. And they won all 3 of those games. I tell you, the Eagles' defense was flying around yesterday, though. I know Josh Allen's a little banged up, but man, they are that Jalen Phillips trade. That is really paying off.
Yeah, Jalen Phillips.
And that'll be a guy we'll see. Maybe. I mean, we talk about Trey Hendrickson as a free agent edge rusher. If Jalen Phillips is not going to get tagged in filthy, I'd be looking at that dude.
Yeah. How about this one? Hurts was 6 of 16 versus no blitz yesterday for 47 yards, average of 2.9 per completion. He was. How about this one? He was 5 of 17 when he had to hold the ball more than 2.5 seconds.
Wow. Yeah, it was ugly, and the weather was nasty. There's no question about it. But if I'm an Eagles fan, I am stressing about how this offense looks.
1 of 7 outside the tackle box, 5 of 11 on outbreaking routes, 2 of 8 under pressure. It was amazing. He had 5 throwaways in the game yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really ugly performance. How about the 214? Please tell me you guys don't really believe the Steelers' main goal was to keep Garrett from breaking the record against them instead of trying to win. I mean, we're being a little bit tongue-in-cheek here, but the proof is pretty much in the pudding. If you want to look at the numbers and the way they went about their offense in a game where they scored 6 points, it's pretty damning. I mean, they chipped Myles Garrett on 41% of his pass rush snaps. It's the 8th highest rate for an edge in a game this season.
Yeah.
And Garrett on the snaps that he wasn't. There was 23 pass rush snaps where he wasn't chipped. The Steelers either ran quick game or rolled away from Garrett on 17 of those 23 snaps. So they dropped back 6 times without chipping him or rolling away from him or just throwing basically a screen.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the game plan. And I get it. Like I understand, hey, we don't want Myles Garrett to wreck the game for us. I understand that. But it clearly doesn't work when you're scoring 6 points. Just it's not working. So at what point do you maybe pivot from that and try something a little bit different? Even Myles Garrett, we just played the sound of him there. So yeah, they clearly just wanted to make sure that I wasn't going to do anything, and it made the rest of their offense awful. They could do nothing yesterday. All right, there's your football fix here in the G-Bag Nation. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, I got some questions for Eric about this Dallas Cowboys team. We'll do them next.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Jerry Jones live at 8:30. We'll ask Reddit at 7:40.
podcast, Spits and Suds, presented by the On Time Experts, keeping Stars fans comfortable all season long. Check out the latest Spits and Suds episode wherever your favorite podcasts are found.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in an all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. All right, we will talk college football playoff with Ian Fitzsimmons of ESPN coming up in 15 minutes. But right now, it's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That's greystone-roofing.com.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Appreciate that. Thank you to Greystone as well. Just got a text from Ian. He's with the Alabama coaches right now, so he's looking at maybe a 420 with us, if that's okay. I know we got. I know it's on the schedule is a big board report with me and stuff. We got some draft talk we can do there.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do a Brian Broaddus big board report, a.k.a. Ask Broaddus all the draft questions.
At 4 o'clock?
We will do that at 4 o'clock, okay? 877-881-1053. Then we'll hit college football with Ian Fitzsimmons at 4:20.
There you go. That'd be great. Well, he's without the Alabama coaches right now, and he's having trouble getting away from them. So
no problem, dude.
Here we
Get
are.
on the board. Do that to you.
Here we are. Yeah, that's it's going to be nice to talk to Ian. Like I say, he's been doing the sideline, the radio and they've been doing some TV work too. They've been putting him on some of these broadcasts. So
I love talking with Ian, man.
Looking forward to getting back with Ian. I had a Tolo ask me this question, Eric, and I was interested if you were interested in it. Well, and I'm interested if the people would text in, and it's one of those sign, tag, let walk questions. And it was interesting because I asked Vach this question this morning, and his answer surprised me, what he said. But I'm going to ask you this question. I'm going to give you 3 players.
Okay.
It's going to be the sign, tag, or walk.
Okay, so this is like the Mary F. Kill.
Yeah, exactly. The 3 players are Pickens, Williams, Aubrey.
Okay.
So it was sign, tag, walk. It's Williams, our runner.
Yeah.
Pickens, our receiver, and Aubrey, the kicker.
Okay, so I think.
And by the way, the tag for a kicker.
Yeah, what is that?
$6.4 million.
Okay, that's good to know because I was wondering about that.
Yeah.
All right, that's the tag for Aubrey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna sign Pickens.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna tag Aubrey.
Uh-huh.
And I'll let Williams walk.
All right, let me ask you this. Are you letting Williams walk because you feel good about the offensive line and the scheme and the coaches, and that you can maybe plug somebody else in and get 1,200 yards rushing? Or is it that you have that kind of disdain, I'll use the word disdain, for running backs and paying running backs?
Yeah, I mean,
this wasn't a hard one for you then because of the running back.
Yeah, I think that's just the ultimate. That's the easiest way to go for me is, can I find a running back that can do similar to what Javonte Williams just did? I think I can. And the wear and tear on these guys is legit. So that's why I would let Williams walk. Now, there's a part of me that would maybe do it with Aubrey, because let's not fool ourselves. It's still a kicker.
Okay,
and he didn't prove to just be totally nails time and time again. Like he started to miss a fair share.
Okay.
So I mean, that would be the other one. Would be basically tag Javonte and let Aubrey walk. But I'm signing Pickens because Pickens is He's a bona fide super beast.
Okay. See, and Vach did the same thing. He was
letting Aubrey walk.
He let Aubrey walk, and I'm wondering, is the let Aubrey walk because maybe the last several weeks you've seen Aubrey miss field goals? Are we up to that now?
I mean, that plays into it. It's not like, hey, dude, you're talking about a guy that just literally never misses. He's missed some, and it's not just, it was 65 yards, you're going to miss some of those. He's missed some that were a little bit surprising. And there's also some element to the play calling and the crutch of Aubrey where it's like too much of a security blanket, I think, for Schottenheimer. You get around midfield, and the offense starts to sputter a little bit. Oh, we're fine. We can kick a 59-yard field goal.
Right.
And you get too in love with that. Now, there is a weapon element to Aubrey when you're using it the right way. But I don't think it's, oh, my gosh, you can't live without a kicker. There's almost never an instance where I will feel about a kicker like you just can't let this guy go.
Yeah.
Now, don't get me wrong. It's not fun when we're sitting there in Oxnard and balls are ricocheting off the crowd's heads. We've been there before.
We have been there.
So you can't just neglect it. Same with running back. Like, I can say all I want about how it's relatively easy to find a running back.
Right.
But we've seen this team not have any.
Yeah.
Because they just didn't. They misevaluated at a high level. But still, when you look at all the other positions, I can relatively easier find a running back. I can relatively easier find a kicker, but you don't just find a George Pickens.
Yeah. I agree with you about the George Pickens part. I had more of a pause about the kicker because I was from an era here in Dallas where Steve Hoffman was a coach, and I always used to say this, I never had to evaluate a kicker in 6 years when I was here. Hoffman would go to like Home Depot or Lowe's or you go and
he just had an eye for it.
He'd have like 10 guys he'd see walking around with orange aprons on or whatever, and he would say, "Hey, we're having a tryout at Texas Stadium. Why don't you come on out?" And then that guy was Billy Cundiff or Tim Cedar. It was crazy how he'd always go and find a kicker in that. But I wonder if that. See, the thing about it is, and Vach made this point. He was saying that that you have Aubrey there to kick like potentially the 70-yard field goal, but you don't kick the 70-yard field goal. It's that kind of that, and you're talking about a crutch, but like you would keep him around. I argued with him that like, what about the Giants game, bro? What about
the Giants game?
What about that ability to get to the midfield stripe and go win a football game?
Right.
Or tie a football game. And
isn't
that's
there's value there. But there's definitely value there.
But not $6.4 million worth of value for you? You wasted, no, I shouldn't say waste. You committed $7 million to Murray.
Yeah, but look how that handicapped you.
Yeah,
look how you're.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I would much rather give.
I'd rather have Brandon Aubrey for $7 million than Kenneth Murray.
Yeah,
I get that totally.
Yeah,
I get that totally. But yeah, I feel like, man, how about you build a better team so that you can just handle the Giants as you should have been able to.
Right.
Like you like the idea of Aubrey hitting a walk-off field goal in Denver versus the Broncos. It's a grinded out game, a legit team.
Right.
You needed Brandon Aubrey to beat the Giants. Yeah. You have so many freaking holes, dude.
That's true.
That's true. So I'm not going to prioritize him when I have the worst defense in football.
Mm-hmm.
So, but again, even in this conversation, I'm still letting the running back walk, and I'm keeping Aubrey.
Next question I have for you in the last couple minutes here. I mentioned Aaron Whitecotton as a coach, and I kind of feel like that he's getting a little bit of a pass.
Yeah, Eberflus is the meat shield.
Yeah, he's the guy that's taking all the arrows right now. Should there be some concern about Aaron Whitecotton? And I will say, and I'll ask you this as the question, like, who are you most disappointed in between like Sam Williams and Dante Fowler? And you can even put Donovan Ezeraku in there if you want.
Yeah. I would say,
James Houston as well. You look at is it the edge problem, a talent problem, or a coaching problem?
There's a mix here, but I would say, like, if you still have Micah Parsons, we're probably not talking near as much about the edge.
See, they went a whole training camp without Micah Parsons ever taking a rep. But you know what? We got fooled at training camp.
We did.
We got fooled by pass rush that we thought against tackles that are kind of right below average to below average right now.
Right. That's what happened.
We got fooled. And I wonder if they got fooled by it as well. I wonder if they got fooled with the defensive end's pass rush ability.
Yeah, they're beating Nate Thomas.
Yeah.
They're beating Guyton and Steele.
Yeah.
And those are
Adeniji.
Adeniji.
Yeah.
Like that's not what you're seeing on a Sunday to Sunday basis for the most part. But that's the thing though, is then you get to like that team like the Chargers, and that's who you are. You're facing Adeniji basically when you're facing the Chargers, and you still could do nothing.
There's this year, the Dallas Cowboys defense, I'm going to say this, they faced Dallas's offensive line at times has been bad, but never as bad as some of the teams that they've played.
Right.
When you look at like compromised offensive lines.
Yeah.
And I wonder, is that talent or is that coaching?
Well, there's certainly a mix there. I mean, by and large, the defense there's a lack of talent.
Yeah.
And there is some big-time issues with the coaching for sure.
Yeah.
Looking at the edge stuff, I'd probably be more disappointed with the Ezeraku stuff.
Yeah.
Fowler, sure. I mean, he should have been a better pass rusher this year. Sam Williams was a total hope. We've seen Sam Williams for a long time now. He's coming off the injury.
Right.
There wasn't. And James Houston, that's you don't have expectations for these guys.
Yeah.
For Ezeraku, you do. You're a second-round pick.
Yeah.
And in training camp, you looked worthy of that.
You did.
As a pass rusher.
You did.
And now you only look worthy of that as a run defender.
Yeah, and you're not winning against guys that were these offensive tackles in the National Football League. You played better offensive tackles at college and wore them out.
Yeah.
You can't win against a compromised offensive lineman. That's a little bit that's concerning.
It's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
All right, there it is. Krusty's Corner here on a Monday in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. We will talk with Ian Fitzsimmons, all things college football playoff at 420. But right now, let's get you a big board report. 877-881-1053. Ask Broadus all the draft questions. We do it next right here on The Fan. But Tolos, it's time to go ahead and take control of your financial future. Just like me and Wolchuk did, you can look no further than Trajan Wealth. That is our trusted partner for all of our financial needs. And they have offices conveniently located in Frisco, Arlington,
studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. Let's go ahead and lock in the big board report for the day. We'll get to Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN, talking all things college football playoff here in about 15 minutes. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. 877-881-1053. Any draft questions you got, Broadus is the man. You know that. I'm Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broadus. We got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup. John Machota, 1 hour from now, talking Cowboys from The Athletic. But let's get that big board report going right now. How many dudes have you scouted? What's the number at right now?
55.
55. Double nickels right now. That's the perfect linebacker number, which is exactly what this defense needs.
Yeah.
We need some defenders, and we need, of course, a new defensive coordinator is going to help tell the story on what type of players we're looking for. But right now, we're just doing generic, the best players. You know, what guys do you like? Who's got what it takes to put the star on the helmet and go out there and actually perform like a professional? That's what we need to see right now at every single level. Broadus has the big board report. So we start, good question here in the 3-4-6. Is there any possible way that we could come away with the Ohio State safety, Caleb Downs, and the linebacker, Jacob Rodriguez from Texas Tech?
Yeah, I think that, to me, the thing with what's going to happen with Downs is people are going to look at him like they look at a Brian Branch, that his ability to
be versatile.
You watch him, and you'll see here he'll be playing in the Cotton Bowl here Wednesday night. Very excited to see the college football playoff stuff with Miami. I know you'll be out at the game yourself.
Going to the game, dude. I'm going to be leaving the show a little bit early.
Yeah.
And
who's filling in for you?
I'll call in and do some.
Have we figured out who's filling in for you yet?
I think my guy Bob.
Bob Belt? Bob Belt's going to make the trip.
Trying to get a little love of the star 1.0.
1.0. Yeah, but I think that with Downs, this is a guy that really checks all the boxes. The leadership, the ability to tackle, the way that he communicates, his ability to cover. He doesn't get fooled. This is a complete package type of a player.
Where's he at in your stack?
Right now, what I have him as I have 14 first round grades.
He's definitely one of those.
He's one of the 14. So right now, he's definitely, like I said, haven't done any quarterbacks yet. Might have one quarterback, might have two, but I think overall my number is going to be somewhere between 15, 16 maybe on first round grades.
Okay.
I would have to say that he is probably going to be in my top 5 when it comes to overall players, yeah.
Okay, and right now the Cowboys, as it stands today, will be picking 14th overall.
Yeah.
With their own pick.
Yeah.
And then with the Green Bay pick, that is at 21 right now. Yeah. So 14 and 21 are your spots. Now, Caleb Downs getting to 14 is it's borderline impossible.
No, I don't think that's going to happen. I was talking to some Ohio State people. How about this? I was talking to some Ohio State people about their team, and they were making mention of like, well, give me your guys of who you really, really like. And right off the jump, Smith is the wide receiver, number 1. Downs is number 2, and that's even with Arvell Reese being on that field. Yeah, they've talked about Reese. They talked about McDonald, the defensive tackle. They talked about Styles. There's a lot of guys on that Ohio State bunch but Downs is like, they feel like the second most important player that they have on their team.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's been all world. I'll never forget watching him last year, like in that Texas game, the Cotton Bowl last year.
He was a freshman. He was a transfer from Alabama, and he led Alabama in tackles his freshman year playing there. So that just tells you what kind of player this guy is.
Okay, so that is, I mean, you're talking about probably having to trade up for a guy like that.
Yeah.
Now, is there any other safeties that you've seen at this point?
Well, the only other one I've watched is Halsey from LSU, and he's a double transfer. He went to Mexico, Houston, and then to LSU. He's in a little bit of that mode, the same safety, kind of like when you, as a strong safety, 6'1", 222 pounds.
Oh, wow.
Really around the ball a ton. He reminds me very much, and I'm going to date myself, but he was a Hall of Fame safety for us as Leroy Butler, kind of a guy that was a corner, then moved to safety, kind of the same type of build, kind of a thicker built guy. The problem with Halsey is great around the ball, willing tackler. He's not the fastest guy. He's going to be a 4.55 guy. I have him in the 3rd round right now. So those are the only 2 safeties that I've seen so far.
Almost like an undersized linebacker a little bit.
Yeah, he is an LSU guy. I mean, like I say, the ball goes towards him. Like interceptions, the ability to read, to react. He's just not the fastest, nor is the quickest. So he's not going to blow you away with explosiveness that way.
Okay, now what'd you see following up on that question there? The Texas Tech linebacker Jacob Rodriguez had an unbelievable season. Can't wait to watch him in Miami at the Orange Bowl.
Zach is really, really high on Rodriguez.
He's got the Red Raider. He's got Red Raider family members.
And this guy is. You're talking about a 6'1", a 235-pound guy. You're talking about a guy that moves extremely well.
How much credit do you give for him for having the prototype linebacker jaw?
Oh, no.
He's got the linebacker jaw.
He does look like a linebacker.
He'll eat your face
squared
off.
Super squared off, like Sergeant Slaughter's.
Yeah.
If you just only got to see his jaw, you'd say, and like a little bit of the neck, you're like, yeah, this is a thumper.
Yeah.
This is a real linebacker.
He's related to Bill Cowher.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. You don't want him snarling in your face.
Yeah, this guy, though, what I find fascinating about him is his ability to work towards the football. Sometimes there's these guys linebackers that don't have the instincts to be able to like read a play and go. Sean Lee was one of the best I'd ever been around.
No question.
Kind of a Luke Kuechly when you know the formation, you know the play, and now you're running. Rodriguez has got that kind of ability. He's a little bit of a lighter guy. So when he gets hooked up, it's a little bit of a problem for him.
And the linemen get on him.
Yeah, but he's moving at a high rate of speed. The thing that's really cool about him is his ability to cover and how he plays. I've seen him in games against BYU where he's dropping. He's more than what we call that spot drop guy, where all of a sudden you're just dropping to an area and kind of hoping for the best.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that knows how to get to an area or work to an area, turn, and then
identify a receiver that's coming his way.
And then go again. I've seen him drop, turn to get to a football. So
I love that.
He's got some of that that ability.
Because so many linebackers you see, they just go cover grass.
They're
just standing around, and it's like, bro, find a threat.
Yeah.
There's got to be a receiver coming some direction here that you can maybe get in front of.
Yeah. Well, he's very much a not just go to an area and stop. He is a go and then move and keep moving, reading the route, reading the quarterback. He's a really good tackler too. I just, like I say, I just wonder how much people are going to worry about him being 6'1", 235.
Right.
We've seen guys like the Schlesinger, those kind of players.
He's been great this year.
He's been great, but a lighter guy. People were having some questions about him. This guy could very well be like that. Second-round pick type guy.
Okay, you got him the second-round grade?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I would love him in the second round. And it is interesting to see where the league is going, though, where it becomes so cyclical. For a while, it was like, sure, you could be a 225-pound linebacker. We're spreading you out. We're trying to stop the pass. And now things are coming back. You look at what the Rams are doing. You look at some of the best offenses in the league this year and how they'll go heavier on you.
Right.
And that then all of a sudden calls for, okay, we might need to be a little bit beefier there when it comes to being in the box on the D-line and at the second level with the linebackers. But I do think when you talk about the instincts, the ability to cover, all that, like he's a three-down player. He's a three-down player. I love what I've seen from him this year.
Him and Hill from Texas, very, very similar.
Anthony Hill.
Hill's a little bit bigger, a little bit more of a thumper kind of a guy. But when you start to talk about the coverage, the ability to finish, to tackle, to be around the ball, the thing with Rodriguez, he's really good at creating turnovers too.
Yes.
You can watch him tackle, and you see
Splash
him
plays,
punching at the ball and things like that. So
this is a pretty good linebacker class, right?
Yeah. So far, what I've seen with Reese. I have Reese as an outside linebacker. He's kind of an edge outside linebacker. I mentioned Styles. That's another teammate of his. C.J. Allen I've seen from Georgia, Rodriguez from Tech, and then Hill from Texas, or the five guys that I've looked at so far.
Okay. 877-881-1053. Big Board Report with the draft boss, Brian Broaddus. 432 says, Brian, I feel that drafting a left tackle and letting Guyton go to his natural right tackle position would be best for the O-line. Any options from that standpoint? He mentions Caden Proctor from Alabama, who I don't think lived up to some of the hype that everybody had for him. He's a huge body.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he is like the top 15 pick that many people were thinking he might be coming into the season. But how much are you prioritizing one of your tackle spots here?
Well, I think there's a couple of different guys. We'll see with Fanu at Utah, and then Maui Noah, who is at Miami.
Yeah.
The right tackle. I'm thinking more that they might keep. See, the thing with Guyton's played more snaps now at left tackle than he is at right tackle.
Right, he only played one season at OU, right tackle.
I think to me that maybe he's going to stay at the left tackle spot, I believe. And now you got to find one of these guys. Proctor could be a guy. Proctor's 366 pounds, so 6'7", 366. I mean, he is a monster. The thing about it is, there's some of these guys that Maui Noah is like a 315-pound guy, a little bit more sturdier, a little bit more stout. Fano and then Lomu is
wow, they're going to make you work this draft cycle.
Yeah, and so those are the two Utah tackles. So they're like 306 and 308. You know me, I'm not the biggest fan of the lighter offensive tackle, but these guys are really, really, really good athletes. And Maui Noah is like a really good athlete for a right tackle. So you could see him get off the football. He gets a lot of movement. He's outstanding, like playing out of a 2-point stance. He's really good at kicking to the outside, to setting up. So yeah, there's I've looked at 7 offensive tackles. I've got 4 of them in the first 2 rounds.
Okay. All right. So there's some options there.
Yeah, there are some options.
When are you looking at maybe trying to, if let's say they don't get Javonte Williams back, 214.
Yeah.
Vontae's asking about the running back group.
Yeah. Right now, I think the best avenue would be Love would be from Notre Dame. Coleman is another guy that I've seen. I have him more as kind of a third-round guy. You don't see the burst and all that with him, the way he plays. But Love will be the best running back in this draft. I'm kind of bouncing around right now, trying to do the Pro Football Focus, take their list, and so they don't have that many running backs. So I've only seen 2 so far. But if you want the best one, and that's why I would ask you the question about this, you wouldn't even consider drafting a running back at 4 or 14 unless you had everything else kind of buttoned up, right?
Yeah, which I think, if we're being honest and realistic, there's no way you go into the draft buttoned up at all the holes that you have and feel like, oh, we can take more of the luxury pick and make that a running back.
Right.
At 14 or 21. I just don't see how that is plausible.
Yeah.
You do have guys in free agency. And so if you weren't bringing back Javonte Williams, there's a handful of guys in free agency. Kenneth Walker's going to be out there. But, I mean, if you're not bringing back Javonte Williams and it's because of money, then you're probably not bringing in a Kenneth Walker or one of those guys.
Right.
But there are a handful of veteran backs that are going to be out there that maybe you could make a play on.
Yeah.
And hopefully,
the guys like Breece Hall, and those are going to
Kenneth Walker,
they're going to cost you
ETN, Gainwell,
10 plus. Yeah.
So hopefully, once you get deeper into this draft season, you'll find some middle round running backs that you're like, hey, we feel good. We can go take one in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round, and be all right with it. Rico Dowdle maybe is a guy that you want to bring back because he's going to be a free agent as well. So you'll have some options there, but I just think your holes are way too big right now defensively to take a first-round running back. I think that would be pretty ridiculous. All right, 877-881-1053. There is your Monday Big Board Report. We'll be back with more tomorrow, so we'll read your text, get your questions into Brian Broaddus. Let's go ahead and talk some college football playoff with one of our favorite college football buddies. Ian Fitzsimmons of ESPN joins us next right here on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do
Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Let's talk college football playoff with our buddy Ian Fitzsimmons of ESPN here in the G-Bag Nation segment, brought to you by the Frankels. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, go ahead and call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. And now, via the D&M Leasing Hotline, we welcome in our buddy ESPN's Ian Fitzsimmons here in the nation. Ian, thanks for the time, man. How you doing?
Merry New Year, man. Beef jerky time. How we doing, boys?
We're doing great, man. We're doing great. Can't thank you enough for giving us some time today. So what do you got?
By the way, hold on. Name the movie.
With the beef jerky?
Merry New Year. Beef jerky time. Come on. Who's got it? I mean, I'm dating myself. I'm old.
Well, I'm old too, Ian. And you've got to remember, my life is spent watching college football tape, not watching like Home Alone and all these other movies that I'm sure you.
That would be Trading Places, folks. There you go, right
Places.
there. With Eddie Murphy, Dan
Eddie
Aykroyd.
Murphy. All right.
There you go.
Yeah, I remember we're trying to corner the market in orange juice, right? Was that what was that one all about? Mortimer,
100%.
They broke us.
Wow, 1983.
Yeah, it was a
son of a gun. I should have nailed that.
That was.
Well, Ian,
you weren't even born. You weren't even born in '83.
That's true. True. I had about a decade left to cook in the oven there before I popped on out. But well, man, this is great. This is an exciting time. We got the Cotton Bowl here in our backyard. But which game are you covering right now?
I've got the Rose. I'm flying out here in about an hour and a half, and I can't wait because Indiana is a team that. Man, a lot of people don't understand. Forget the name, right? And this is something that, again, you being born after 1983, Broadus and I understand that. Look, Indiana is not a football school.
Yeah,
it's basketball.
Yeah.
But now basketball sucks at Indiana.
Yeah.
Football is legit at Indiana. What in the hell are we dealing with, right? I mean, here in 2025, where football is a brand now for the Hoosiers and not basketball. And when I say they're a brand, man, and Broadus, I'm sure you've gone and watched the film, and Gavin, you also, when they went out to Autzen and they went man up against a Dan Lanning, Tosh Lupoy, Will Stein team, which Dan Lanning has built Oregon in an SEC style. It's all from the guts out. It's O-line, D-line. And this Indiana squad goes to Autzen and wins in convincing fashion in a physical manner. Man, when I talked to Lanning after, he goes, look, man, I'm telling you, forget the brand name. Kurt Signetti has built an SEC-style team there at Indiana. And then they go into the Big Ten title game and out physical. Now, I understand with $1:27 to go, Ohio State yokes a 27-yard field goal to tie it and put it to overtime. Don't care. That's a 13-10 game. That is a physical, hard-nosed football game. Indiana is a physical, top-notch football team built by Kurt Signetti. And, man, they will knock the snot out of you. They are impressive to watch. When you beat Oregon and Ohio State, come on, man. They're good.
Yeah, Ian, I was trying to explain to Eric one time how bad Indiana football was, that the fact that Lee Corso recruited me at Indiana. So obviously they had I got a letter from Bloomington, Indiana, and it was like
team full of half stars.
And I was like going,
Hey, Broadus, you made the right decision, right? You went boudin and crawfish, right?
Exactly. My two favorite
skyline chili in 3 ways, right?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was kind of thinking I was trying to tell Eric, I'm like, listen, Indiana was bad at one time. They're so bad Lee Corso was recruiting me. But yeah, you mentioned that about Indiana though, and I kind of wonder, when you look at the overall, do you feel like all the teams that are now left in the playoffs, is Indiana the toughest team physically? I know Ohio State has all the talent. Eric and I just went through that, talking about our big board report of the guys you have to look at. But is Indiana the most physical team of the ones left?
Man, that's a great question. I would still put Ohio State up there, Broadus, because Just look at the talent they have, right?
Yeah.
And Matt Patricia, by the way, I've said this a million times, and I'll say it again. My brother coached under Patricia for 2 years with the Lions before going on to the Arizona Cardinals, and now he's with the Seahawks.
Yeah.
But Patricia is a very physically demanding coach. Now, was he a great head coach? Hell no.
Yeah.
Is he an outstanding defensive coordinator? Hell yes. Hand him the Broyles Award right now as the top assistant, because what he's done with Caleb Downs, Sonny Styles, and all those guys that are coming to play at the AT&T, here in Arlington.
Yeah.
Man, Patricia's got these boys hunting. And when I say hunting, they're stalk and prey.
Yeah.
They are legit. I would say Ohio State, to me, Brian, is the most physical football team that I've seen. I only had them once this year, but they'll just get after your ass. And they don't make mistakes on the offensive side, but Patricia has these guys. Whatever you do well, he's going to take it away from you and make you beat him when he doesn't do well. But when you have Caleb Downs as your quarterback in that secondary, Broadus, I know you, man. You've gone start, stop.
Oh, no, I have.
On everything.
I have.
And Caleb Downs, to me, he should have won the Heisman Trophy. He's the best player in college football.
Yeah.
And that safety is a quarterback for Ohio State's defense. Matt Patricia has got it's almost to the point where Patricia doesn't even have to send in a call.
Yeah.
Downs knows it. And he's lining up everybody. He reminds me of, the safety for Alabama who played 10 years in the league, brought us Johnson. It's just going to kill me. But anyway, Saban had a guy like this, right?
Yeah.
Last name Johnson, was amazing. And he was a quarterback of that defense. That's what Caleb Downs is right now. And that's why I believe Caleb Downs is the best player in college football. And that is a guy, everybody, if you're at AT&T on when do they play? Friday? Well, I don't even know what day of the
Wednesday.
week it is.
I think they play Wednesday this week.
I don't even know.
Yeah.
I don't even know. I mean, what day is today? I know the date. I know today is the 20 minutes. I'm catching a flight here in an hour and a half.
Yeah,
I know that
you're
part.
on a Monday. You're on a Monday schedule right now.
There we go. Yeah. Thank you, brother. He knows, right? Yeah. I mean, I've done 4 bowl games already. So we're at this point in the year where I know the date. I don't know the day, but I'll tell you this: when you're watching Caleb Downs, if your NFL team takes that guy, you're getting a boy dog warrior and a brilliant safety that will knock the snot out of you, but also as a quarterback of the defense.
Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How about Tech in Oregon? And Jacob Rodriguez was a guy defensively who was getting some Heisman love there.
The Mustache Gang, man.
Yeah.
I love those guys, dude. And I was talking to Joey McGuire 2 days ago, just getting ready for the Texas Bowl. And Joey Mack, man, is one of my favorite people. Not coaches, people.
Oh, yeah, no
in
question.
all of football.
Yeah.
Just a great human, and he demands excellence from everyone. But if he has that Bear Bryant type philosophy, and Eric, I don't know if you know this story about Bear Bryant, which when Bruce Arians was on his staff, and then Broadus and I have talked about this, but he said when you have players that have more in them, you coach them hard. You hug them harder.
Yeah.
And Bruce Arians took that to the NFL level. Well, that's what Joey McGuire has done at Texas Tech. He coaches these guys hard, man. And I mean hard, but he hugs them harder. It's that Bear Bryant mentality. And this Texas Tech bunch is damn good. But when I say Oregon and Dan Lanning, that is an SEC-built team.
Yeah.
As is Texas Tech. This is going to be awesome because when you look at the trenches, man, there's NFL draft picks and draftable grades up and down both offensive and defensive lines for both these teams. Yeah. It is going to be remarkable to watch. And full disclaimer, my daughter, Rowan, is a very low-level intern in recruiting and personnel on Dan Lanning's staff. My money and my kid, yes, go to Oregon. But, man, Joey Mack is a remarkable coach. I can't wait to watch this game because this is going to be forget all the glitz and glamour, right? And Bear Morton and Dante Moore. Forget the quarterbacks. This game will be decided in the trenches between these two teams.
Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN, with us here in the nation. Okay, so you talk about Indiana and their physicality. How much is it going to hurt them with the very unfortunate injury to Stephen Daly getting banged up after that Big Ten championship game versus Ohio State? How much of a loss is that for Indiana here moving forward?
It hurts. 8 is a baller, man, to say the least. But also is Kamara, 6 on the other side. And Pons, as a boundary corner, is a baller. But, of course it's going to hurt. And I have not been told officially that he's out, unless you guys have seen something.
Nope.
But Kamara is a remarkable spot on the opposite side at 6. He's one of those dudes, Broadus, when you're scouting.
Yeah.
And you look at, who's a pick to click as a late round pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of those guys. Like, remember when you and I were working together at ESPN Dallas for Randy Galloway?
Yeah.
Barry Church was our guy.
Yeah,
you and I were like, Barry Church is a dude out of Toledo that is a pick to click, right? As an undrafted free agent. And what did he spend? 12 years in the league, 10 in Dallas,
he was great.
2 in Jacksonville. So Kamara is a guy opposite Daly where he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And then another guy for Indiana is Pons. Man, number 5 as a corner. Another guy is going to be a late-round pick that is going to be a problem for anybody. But I'll tell you this. It's not like Indiana has a bunch of dudes who are going to play in the NFL. They just play together. When I talked to one of my NFL scouts, he said, and this is a great quote, and Broadus, I'm curious to get your thoughts on this. He says they're not, quote, a manufactured team with a bunch of stars. They just play together as a group on the defensive side. Offensively, it all goes through Mendoza.
Yeah.
But on the defensive side, it's not, quote, not a manufactured team with star players. They just have a bunch of good players that play together. What's that mean to you?
Well, I mean, he's got, to me, that's when you look at, though, that everybody is on the same page. That's the number one thing is when you start to talk about, when you watch them play, you could see that. You could tell how coordinated they are with the way their scheme is, the way they cover for each other. They're not, to me, that's not a flashy defense. That is a defense that's very much in tune to what the coordinator.
They held Ohio State to 10 points,
yeah.
Broadus.
No, they're a good team to watch when you watch them already in cross-check stuff. When I'm watching film of these college players, if you throw on Indiana and you throw on that defense like that, that's kind of where they're at. That's where they're at.
Now let's go this route, right? We haven't talked about this one, and I'm sorry, guys. I got about 3 more minutes, and I got to go catch a plane.
No problem.
But Ole Miss, Georgia.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, folks. If you're not pulling for Ole Miss after Lane Kiffin abandoned his team,
sure,
and left, if you have a pulse, Ole Miss is the feel-good story of the college football playoff.
Yeah,
they are. I mean, what Pete Golding and the pride of Hammond, Louisiana, there brought us, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean,
right.
He to go from defensive coordinator to now head coach. And to destroy Tulane and John Sumrall, who is a outstanding coach, going to Florida. Man, look, I don't know what's going to happen between Ole Miss and Georgia, but I know this. Pete Golding is going to have his boys ready to roll. And Charlie Weiss Jr. is now turning it loose and being able to call whatever the hell he wants to call. This is awesome. So that to me is a feel-good story of the entire college football playoff going forward here in the quarters. Miami, Ohio State, hey, Dallas-Fort Worth, you have a hell of a game. But I truly believe that Vegas is begging you to take Miami, having Ohio State as a 10-point favorite. I expect Ohio State to win that game. But going back to Ole Miss really quickly, Broadus, I mean, you played in the SEC. You know what it means. Dude, is Ole Miss not the feel-good story of the entire college football playoff?
Yeah, I'm grateful we stole their coach. To be honest with you, I'm really happy about that. I'll tell you, I'm excited about Charlie Weiss Jr. I really am. That is a team that I feel like, though, I could pull. And it's Ole Miss, so you know me, I can't pull for Ole Miss at all because of my SEC allegiance.
Come on, get him in line, bro.
No. I can't do that. My son just graduated from Texas. You know, he's in that master's program. It's hard for me to even think about pulling for Texas in some of these things. But yeah, no. Ole Miss. I tell you what, you go down there and what Lane Kiffin and that crew did. I mean, they did a great job of putting together a football team. They really, really did.
They're good.
They are good.
And they're damn good. And I think they're going to give Georgia all they can handle. So I can't wait for it. And you know what I really want is the college football calendar to be moved up a week.
That's
from Dan Lanning, the head coach at Oregon, to Tyson Helton, who I talked to when I did the New Orleans Bowl for Western Kentucky. Every level of head coach says we have to move it up a week and then have signing day in the portal after everything is done.
Yep.
And that's the only way to get this thing right, in my opinion. But, boys, we're going to have a hell of a damn weekend, man, and let's go get it.
Let's do it. You're the man, Ian. Thanks so much for the time.
Boys, I appreciate it. And remember, beef jerky time. Happy New Year. Merry New Year.
Merry New Year to you, Ian Fitzsimmons, ESPN, with us here in the G-Bag Nation. Now my body's ready, dude.
Yeah.
College football playoff time. Let's go. All right, John Machota talking Cowboys at the top of the hour. Let's hit you with a little football's finest, where the Giants miss out on more than just the number one pick. We have your stats of the day and some Max Crosby odds for you next year in the nation.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine with sales manager Joey Wilhart. Joey, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. It's time to close out the year and time to close out our race to finish the year as the number
on Saturday, January 24th. You'll have a chance to get autographs from Rangers players and alumni. There'll be a baseball card show, run the bases, enjoy Q&A sessions, and much more. Tickets just $10 for kids, $20 for adults, and parking is free. For more information, go to rangers.com/fanfest.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024, y'all.
All right, we'll talk some Cowboys with John Machota of The Athletic coming up at 5 o'clock. Then we get into the commercial-free Expressway G-Bag of the Day, LA Live, rocking and rolling here in the G-Bag Nation on a Monday. Great to have you in. Right now, though, it's time for this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
So you got 3 games that really, really matter for the Week 18 NFL slate. Saturday, you'll get Panthers and Bucks. That is a winner-go-home game for the division right there in the NFC South. You'll have the NFC West, the fight for the division title, the fight for the #1 seed in the NFC. That's Saturday night. So 2 big games on Saturday. That's the Seahawks and the Niners. And then Sunday night, you get Baltimore and Pittsburgh. That is also for the division and for an opportunity at the postseason. So now you have the Giants. They win the game versus the Raiders, which means they lose out once again on the #1 overall pick.
Back-to-back years they've done this.
Back-to-back years they've done it. Pretty incredible. And they also apparently lose out on the head coach that they most desired.
Notre Dame's coach?
Notre Dame's Marcus Freeman announced that he is staying at Notre Dame. Multiple NFL teams were reportedly interested in him. The Giants were the one that we've been hearing for weeks and weeks that they would have loved an opportunity to name Marcus Freeman as their head coach. Apparently, he agreed to a restructured contract, puts him in the top tier in terms of compensation among all college coaches. So they miss out on the #1 overall pick, and they miss out on the head coach that they most wanted. And we'll see which direction they try and go there. Now, elsewhere in the NFL, you do have the interesting story about Max Crosby. And we know that he stormed out of the facility late last week because they were putting him on IR. They were going for the tank. He had been allegedly banged up for most of the season, but then he posted a video of himself shooting hoops in his at-home indoor basketball court. I did go back and look at that video. He's got the Papa John's on there. I think he's got
advertisements, bro.
Yeah, he's got advertisements in there, which is pretty incredible. He's a local legend, and now you have the odds if he wants to get up out of there, and we'll see how much hell he raises to try and get out of Vegas. But right now, the Cowboys are the odds-on favorite to be Max Crosby's next team, and then it's the Eagles and the Patriots. That's how it goes right now.
You moving 14 and 21 for him?
14 and 21, that's going to be tough. I mean, that is going to be tough. Is there a part of you that would rather give up one of the picks this year and then the other first-round pick that you have next year?
Well, you've already given one of them to the Jets.
Right. So next year you would have no first-round picks instead of this year.
Yeah. I would think that you would maybe try to do that, but maybe the Raiders need the fix now. Maybe they think they need the players now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, they're going to have their own first-round pick, which is the first overall pick right now. I think I saw there was an 80% chance that they were going to have the first overall pick, the Raiders.
Yeah.
So that would give them 3 first-round picks. That'd be very reminiscent of the Khalil Mack draft, when they were trading with the Bears and stuff like that, and making all that work. And where Gruden and Mike Mayock completely just botched that thing to all hell.
Cleveland Farrell in the top 5 or whatever.
It was awful. But, I mean, you'd like to try and talk him out of it. You'd like to try and talk him out of, if you have a first-round pick, for sure you're going to have to give them, you have to give them your probably 14. But if you were to keep 21, you get him 21. You've already traded a third-round pick for George Pickens. You've got Quinnen Williams for another first-round pick. I would say you're doing a pretty decent job there. But, man, they might ask for both those first-round picks. I'd be interested to see what the text said.
Yeah, and I'd also, you would think that you could get a little bit into the offseason before making this trade, so perhaps you can get through some of free agency and see like what you've accomplished there.
Yeah.
To feel like, okay, we actually did spend money. We filled plenty of holes.
Yeah.
And now we feel a little bit better about moving on from multiple picks. But moving on from 2 first-round picks right now in an offseason where you just have so many holes, it would be tough to stomach. But Crosby and Quinnen Williams together is next level.
You're in a situation, though, too, that if you made the trade early enough, that you would know that you have to go spend money in free agency.
Okay, there you go. That lights the fire under you a little bit.
So what you've done is you've basically said, okay, we've done a Les Snead and we're going to F these picks, but we're going to go out and get players. And I think that's kind of how this would work. It might get you off your hands is what it might do if you go ahead and make the trade early enough. And then you say, okay, here's the.
We did that knowing that we're going to go heavy here in free agency.
Yeah, you know that, and then you got the money. You know now what you have to do with Pickens. You know now what the money's on your books for Crosby, and now you can go out and spend once you do it early enough.
Pretty tradable contract there.
Very tradable
with Max Crosby.
Very tradable.
From a salary cap standpoint, it wouldn't be too much of a burden, but giving up multiple first-round picks. That's going to be you're going to have quite the back and forth with the decision makers making that choice.
Likely you're looking at something like maybe Styles, the Ohio State linebacker, maybe Howell, the defensive end from Texas A&M. That's kind of what you'd be thinking about.
Losing out on Sonny Styles and Cassius Howell, or David Bailey and whatever linebacker or corner.
C.J. Allen, or one of the corners. Yeah, you could definitely lose out. Delane from LSU. People like him as much as they like McCoy from Tennessee. You gotta do. Listen. Having Max Crosby on your team is better than any player I just named in this draft.
Sure. It just becomes how short-sighted do you want to be? Like, do you want to have cornerstone young pieces to build around, or do you want to punt on that for 2 awesome years of Crosby and Quinnen Williams?
Got an 82-year-old general manager. I think he'll punt.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he'll punt to try and win now is what he would do.
You have the Giants as the odds-on favorite right now to be Joe Burrow's next team. How about that?
So trading the second overall pick?
Second overall pick and plenty more.
Yeah.
Maybe you throw Dart in there as well.
Uh-huh.
And then that's what the Bengals get, and then the Giants end up with Joe Burrow. You have the Dolphins and then the Raiders next there in the odds for him. Lamar Jackson's next team, the Raiders, then the Cardinals, then the Jets.
See, I could see the Raiders making the trade. With Max Crosby, getting Dallas's picks, and then trading those for a quarterback. I could see him doing that.
Yeah, that could make some sense. That's an Al Davis special right there.
Yeah.
Speed at quarterback. Let's go.
Or like you say, that way you can kind of open yourself up to be whoever you want to take at 1. If you don't like the quarterback, then you could take one of the 2 ones you have and move it to somebody else to try and get another quarterback.
Okay, John Machota of The Athletic. He will answer questions about Brian Flores, what Brian Schottenheimer had to say about the coaching staff and the Logan Wilson confusion, and his thoughts on the upcoming offseason for the Dallas Cowboys. It's the G-Bag Nation. John Machota of The Athletic joins us next year.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say,
I-71, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Let's go ahead and have a football conversation with our good buddy John Machota of The Athletic here in the G-Bag Nation. Great to have you in. Eric Chiafalo, the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander. Warming up for some G-Bag of the Day at 5:30. LA Live, 5:40, commercial free, all throughout the 5 o'clock hour here, starting in about 15 minutes. But right now we head to the D&M Leasing Hotline and welcome in our buddy John Machota. How we doing, John?
Doing great, boys. Thanks for having me on.
Of course, dude. Thanks for the time. Crazy time here, obviously, in Cowboys land. I couldn't believe we had some Logan Wilson confusion here. I mean, what is Brian Schottenheimer talking about? Stephen Jones referenced it with K&C earlier today. I mean, what is that perfectly epitomizes this defensive staff?
Yeah, that's a bad look. After we left the press conference, we were back in the writer's workroom at the Star. We were making some jokes about that. Like I was saying, can you imagine them getting to the third quarter and being like, why haven't we played George Pickens yet? Oh, that's right. Somebody get Pickens in the game. Like, how does that even happen? It blows my mind. So, but it is just another one of those things where you do at the end of the year a look back on what went wrong for the Cowboys. And when you talk about the defense, that's just another thing that you'll mention is just stuff like that where I don't know that I necessarily even believe it. It seems like if you're a defensive coordinator, you took him off the sideline to put him up in the coaching booth, you would think that you wouldn't even have oversights like that would be something that would be, there's no distractions of the sideline. You're up in that booth and everything. So I don't know that I buy that excuse, but it doesn't sound like a great one either.
Hey, Johnny, okay, you made a lot of I caused a lot of waves, put it this way, with your podcast and stuff. And I love, by the way, I love your podcast and work. I think it's outstanding. I need to get you on Crown Global Media for sure. The thing I wanted to ask you about that, you went in kind of a rant about the off season. And is this just one of those things that you're like, are you just projecting this, or is this something that someone kind of told you was potentially going to happen?
A little bit of projecting, but also a lot of just being around Jerry, listening to Jerry on your guys' station.
Yeah.
There's just some certain things about this offseason that I'm in a very I'll believe it when I see it, because I'm not hearing enough from him to make me think that there's this big, massive change. And, like, for example, like, you could easily throw back in my face, well, you never would have expected them to trade for Quinnen Williams. Nah, but I also wouldn't have expected them to trade Micah Parsons. I've always felt like the Quinnen Williams was kind of an answer to the Micah Parsons thing. And so if they don't do the Quinnen Williams trade and they're sitting there and it's clear they need another, like, a guy you can build the defense around, I'd feel a little bit differently. But I don't get the sense that that's the way they feel. They feel that Quinnen Williams is that guy to make up for the loss of Micah Parsons. Obviously not apples to apples, but that's the guy they're now going to build around. And to be honest with you, you can hear it in Jerry's voice when he talks about his disappointment in the defense because of the fact that since the trade for Quinnen, he saw those 3 games of where, okay, the defense is turning a corner. And now what you've seen ever since those 3 games is, okay, this defense looks like it was at the beginning of the year. And that's the part that I think really bothers Jerry, because he's like, no. We added Quinnen Williams to then give you one of these type of game-changing type players in the middle of the defense. And now we're still playing the same type of defense that we were before. And I think that bothers him a lot about it. And so because of that, I think that they will find ways to keep Pickens and bring back Javonte. And if not Javonte, get another running back, that type of thing. I just don't believe in that they're going to get another Quinnen Williams type player to add to that defense. I think that they will look at the draft, and then I think that they will make some calculated decisions to fix some holes at linebacker and in the secondary. But ultimately, I think that the thing that will be sold to all of us at this point will be whoever the new DC is. And it will be, but this DC is going to do these things, and that's what it's going to make this defense better, especially if they swing big and get a notable defensive coordinator. That will be the thing that Jerry will sell to us, going into training camp.
John, what if 82-year-old Jerry Jones says, the hell with all you, I'm trading these 2 ones, I'm going to go get Max Crosby, and I don't care about young players right now?
I personally would have no problem with it, and I would probably love it more than even if they drafted. The only reason I say that is because And I've been down here now for 15 years, and it seems like a long time for me. And I'm only at the halfway point of the 30-year drought.
Yeah.
And so if that's the move, I think that's a lot. I don't think they'll do that. But if they were, I'd be one of the last people to be critical of it. Just like I was not critical at all of Quinn and Williams when there were people that were saying,
sure,
yeah, a 1 and that's just too much for a guy that, he's in his late 20s already. Nah, they have behind-the-scenes info on Quinnen with the white cotton stuff and things like that. So I was fine with that. And just what Max Crosby could bring, and really from, my background in being in Detroit, what I see from Max Crosby right now reminds me a lot of Barry Sanders and Calvin Johnson and really Matthew Stafford, where you're like, yeah, if you got that guy on a winning team, the type of plays he could make for a big-time organization, and we didn't get to see it with Barry, and we didn't get to see it with Calvin, but we're certainly seeing it right now with Matthew Stafford. We saw it immediately when he went to the Rams, and so if it's not the Cowboys, I would like to see Max Crosby get on a team that's a quality team because you hate to be wasting a guy like that. So, yeah, I know Jerry's got a good relationship with Mark Davis, so I would never say never on something like that.
See, I just say that in a way because Jerry always kind of realizing that how many more campaigns does he have? And, if he moves on from these picks and say it doesn't work, then you know what? That's Steven's problem. That's not my problem anymore, kind of thing. I wonder about that. I wonder if Jerry knows that, he's got to do something from this fan base perspective. I think he honestly hears from all the reporting that you do and the talks that we have about the number that you just mentioned, the 30 years. I think he honestly hears that from the fan base.
And you could definitely be right about that, and I'm sure he does. I mean, I know he reads everything and he listens to you guys. I mean, he definitely hears it. There's no question about that. And going back to your draft pick point too, even if it isn't Steven can deal with that. And it can also be I need impact right now.
Yeah.
We could draft a great, D end at 18 and come back and get a great corner at 22, 24, something like that.
Yeah.
But they might not be great for another 2 or 3 years.
Exactly.
Where I know Max Crosby is great right now.
Right.
John Machado of The Athletic with us here in the G-Bag Nation. How much are you buying, if at all, the Brian Flores reports and the Cowboys being interested in him as the DC?
That one's a little tough for me just because I don't know why he would leave a situation in Minnesota where he's already got his thing in place unless they were trying to go cheap on him or something along those lines, and that he just wanted to come to Dallas. I just find it hard to believe when something's working that you would walk away from that.
Well,
but
can I give you a reason? Can I give you a reason?
Yeah.
J.J. McCarthy or Dak Prescott. Those are his reasons. That's you think about being a defensive coordinator and having like a legitimate offense as opposed to being in an offense where you're not too sure the quarterback's even worth a damn.
Okay, I didn't think you were going to say that one, but I will give you that. I will definitely give you that. That makes a lot of sense. I'll also say that even with that bad quarterback, the Vikings have exceeded my expectations this year. I think they're very well coached.
Oh, no, they are. They're absolutely well coached. I was just thinking the quarterback gives up 19 points. He gives up a certain amount of points. His offense scores 19 points a game. You know what I'm saying? The quarterback, he's here scoring 30 points a game. Maybe it's a little different that way.
There's that. But the other thing I was thinking of that I thought you were going to mention, too, is the Dan Quinn effect of when you come in.
Got a head coaching job?
Well, and when you come in for a defense that is in the basement and can only go up,
right,
and you'll be looked at as the savior that fixed the Dallas Cowboys defense,
right,
that certainly would carry more weight around the league than, hey, this is the Vikings guy that's been killing it. Like,
right,
if you fix that defense and flip it around, yeah, you're probably the following year's head coaching cycle at the top of the list.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know that Jerry would even be willing to spend the requisite money to money whip a big time coordinator.
He told us he'd write a check for a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
He told us. We should hold his feet to the fire for that.
We should. I mean, he hasn't really walked that walk, has he?
I think
for me to really believe that, though, guys, you had to bring in Mike Vrabel and Ben Johnson, at least for interviews.
Right.
I just needed interviews. That's all I needed. I just needed interviews. For me to believe that talk, I need some walking, and that would have been at least some interviews. That's all I wanted.
I think Vrabel wanted this job. I think he wanted the head coaching job before they hired Shoddy. I think he was really interested in this. I don't know.
Aaron, I have no reason to believe this, but this is something I've talked about just over the last few weeks.
Yeah.
Just because obviously New England's success. People always say, I get asked this a lot, I'm sure you guys do too, it's not going to be any different under Steven. It's going to be and I always push back on that. I'm like, yes, it will.
Yeah.
One, he'll talk all the time, but not as much as Jerry. And when he talks, he won't talk just to stir some stuff up like Jerry will openly do.
Right.
But the Vrabel one keeps coming back to me, where I do think that would have been his guy. They were close on the competition committee.
Yeah.
And it just seems like it would be the guy that if this was Steven's game right now, or it was last year going in, everything lines up that I think Vrabel would have been the hire. And I also think that Steven will. I could still see him being GM and owner, but I don't think he'll be as involved on the every you got to hire my DC and you got to do these things like that. There are things that will be different. So anybody that just thinks it's just going to be carryover, I strongly disagree with that.
John, okay, I'm going to be reckless here. I've heard that Schottenheimer really didn't like Al Harris. And that's one of the reasons why. And I know that they'll tell you that Al Harris was involved in some of the coddling and things like that. But I heard this, and I haven't heard nobody's texted me yet to say I'm wrong, because I've said on a couple different platforms. So am I being really, really reckless here?
I don't think you're being reckless. I will say I have never heard that. But now when you're saying that, are you saying that to then get bumped to be in D.C. or that he would have stayed in the same role?
I just think that he didn't like him to potentially bring him back as a DC.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, no, I can't disagree with you. I haven't heard anything along those lines.
That's reckless on my part, but I'd had a couple of people tell me that because everybody asked me about Al Harris. And I say, man, I'm not hearing that he and the head coach got along, and nobody's correcting me on it yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I hear the Al Harris stuff, I always hear that as DC. Yeah. And I didn't think that he was a no-brainer jump to DC. Maybe he is now. I mean, obviously they're having success in Chicago, but I just thought that of him as more of he would be you maybe have him up his title or whatever like that. But I don't know if I don't know if he even wanted to call the defense right away.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe he did. I don't know that enough. But I do, obviously, I see his name being brought up with fans a lot because, there's no question. They had success on the defensive backfield when he was here. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
John, how much say do you think Shoddy will get in this next DC hire?
A lot. I think it'll be very.
I agree, John.
I think it'll be. I don't think he'll be able to go the route of and not to say that Clayton Adams was an unknown, but a lot of his staff hires were ones where you're just like, oh, okay, that's not like a guy that maybe you'd think whatever. I think that they go for a former NFL head coach type guy, like they did with Dan Quinn. Now, obviously, that's Matt Eberflus too. Don't get me wrong, but it's just I think that will be the only part where I think Jerry will prefer that when his head coach is also the offensive play caller. I think he's going to want that previous head coaching experience on that side of the defense. And let's just be honest, when's the last time it wasn't that? Yeah. Monty Kiffin and Rob Ryan. I mean, ever since then, Rob Marinelli had been a head coach. Mike Nolan had been a head coach. Obviously, Dan Quinn. Obviously, Mike Zimmer. Obviously, Matt Eberflus. I don't think they'll go away from that trend, but I do think that Shoddy will have the ultimate say at the end.
All right, John. I'm going to open up some old Detroit wounds then on you.
Oh,
what about?
Yeah.
What about?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. What about Todd Bowles then?
Were you going to say
Bowles.
Patricia?
Oh.
No,
I knew you were going to already go. I know he's in town right now for the bowl game. No, I think that I get him being a candidate. Matt Patricia, Ohio State's DC.
Yeah.
But Brian, let me just say this.
Let me give you Jim Schwartz then. Jim Schwartz.
Schwartz would love it.
Okay, that's where I was going. I wasn't going Patricia. I was going Jim Schwartz.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Schwartz, absolutely. Oh my God, yeah, no question. Schwartz, Brian Flores. You could interest me in Jonathan Gannon if they go in another direction.
That's another one. Jonathan Gannon. That's another one.
Yeah, no. The Patricia thing for me, just so I can be honest with you, I'm not saying Ryan Day and the rest of the coaching staff isn't good at Ohio State. I just know what Ohio State's roster is, and it's loaded. And so that's why I just think some things might get a little overblown sometimes.
I wouldn't leave
they're
if I
playing
was
on a
him.
different level in Columbus.
Yeah. I wouldn't leave. I mean, I'm coaching. No, I ain't. You want me to come here? No, I'm staying here.
Yeah,
Ohio
he's
State.
in such a perfect position.
Yeah.
Why would you punt on that?
Yeah.
Well, John, what about the Tyler Smith stuff at left tackle? What do you think the approach is going to be there?
I think the approach is going to be to try and talk him into doing that. I'll tell you, from being around him the last couple of weeks, he does not seem super interested in that idea because, I mean, let's be honest, it's very similar to the Zach Martin situation. Zach Martin could have been a very good right tackle. Zach Martin is, go ahead and put my name and number in the Ring of Honor, and in Canton, right guard. And I get that, and that's the way, Tyler Smith looks at himself. He's an all-pro left guard where he could be a very good left tackle, but he could be my name and number is in the Ring of Honor, and I'm in Canton, Ohio, because of what I do at guard. And so it's probably going to take some massaging there. I will say from my perspective, I would love for him to play left tackle because I really am not that interested in another draft where they have to use another first-round pick on an offensive lineman. I just think there's too much that has to be addressed on defense. So if that's your stopgap, then I would be all for it. But I think it's going to take some real massaging in the offseason because he doesn't seem super interested in it.
Well, how do you think the Pickens stuff plays out? Do you think they go franchise tag, or do you think they try and get a deal?
Oh, I do think they'll try and get a deal. I just think that him having, obviously a career year and then an agent that is going to want to get him paid top dollar among the wide receiver market. And then just knowing the way things went with Micah, and obviously it's the same agent, I think Jerry's going to be real dug in, and I think they put the tag on him. They'll talk about negotiating all the way up to camp or whatever. But, yeah, I think the tag is probably your most likely bet on what happens with him.
And these guys are hell-bent on playing the starters on Sunday, huh?
They're hell-bent on playing the starters, but I wonder how long. That's my I'm a big look at the Vegas line thing. And, man, when I saw that Vegas line only at 5.5, I was like, yeah, I bet you Dak's only playing like a series or two, and then they're going to pull them, and it's going to be a Joe Milton game the rest of the way. I do think they'll start the starters. I just don't think that they're going to play an entire game like we saw in Washington.
I love it. I love it. John, you're the man. Thank you so much for the time, bro. We really appreciate it. Have a great new year.
Same to you guys.
There he goes, John Machota of The Athletic, giving you all the Cowboys 411 right there. They're going to try and talk Tyler Smith into playing left tackle. Just totally tick off the strongest, biggest man in that locker room. That's what they're going to do at the left tackle position. But that's interesting. I mean, maybe not playing these starters for the full slate. He says maybe one series, a few series for Dak there. I mean, I think we could all get behind that because they keep talking like they're desperate to be 8-1 and risking the health of guys like Dak Prescott just seems so foolish to me. But if they go with, hey, we'll start him and then get him out of there as quickly as possible, I think we'd all be on board for that. But we have all week to try and uncover what the actual plan is. It is the G-Bag Nation here on a Monday. Eric Chiafalo, the Super Bowl champion, Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander brings you the G-Bag of the day and LA Live commercial free in the Expressway coming up next here in the Nation.
Wooly Bully back with you. Let's chat East Dallas Diesel. That's right. If you're in the market for a truck,
Nation, we'll get you the G-Bag of the Day with Lucius Alexander coming up here in about 5 minutes, and then we go right into LA Live here on a Monday, and I think we'll get Fan After Dark in here a little bit earlier, have some fun with those fellas in the 6 o'clock hour. Congratulations to our very own Zach Wolchuk, the Woolly Bully. It looks like he's going to take home first
She's pregnant
place.
again. Oh.
No. Yeah, we might be getting some of that news. You know how he gets on vacation, man. He gets a little bit of a sexy streak going. And if he gets baby number 3 here, wow, that would be an all-time way to welcome in the new year here for Wolchuk, who's just on big-time dad
That's
duty.
on your plan, though, isn't it? And that kind of, you guys share that plan.
Well, hopefully,
like you and the missus like high five and have kids.
That's why he got snipped up.
Used to, yeah. And now I'm wondering if remember my T-level situation wasn't a deal?
You think that?
I'm wondering if the vasectomy got me, bro. I used to be a dog back in the day.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Now I'm coming up here like...
That's a good research project. It'd probably be killed in one Google search, but I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
I haven't gone into the Googles yet, but just word of mouth, I'm talking to some buddies, and I'm like, you should probably get the old snipperooski. I'm out here selling the idea. And they're like, wow, I hear about the T-level stuff, and I'm like, oh, light bulb.
Oh,
maybe
they said it too, huh?
Yeah.
So I'm wondering if... I should have got him checked pre-vasectomy to kind of see where I was, so then I could really know what type of difference it's made. But just something to ponder here for folks thinking about the vasectomy. It might have a T-level backfire that I was not really aware of. Didn't do much research. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know that I would undo it just because. Let's be real. Low T levels or a 4th kid, I'll take the low T.
Yeah.
We can remedy that.
Yeah.
Not much you can do when you have that 4th one. But yeah, Wolchuk, man.
And them high T levels will definitely have you trying again.
Right. See, exactly. So it's like you got to pick your poison here.
I'll tell you, like these, I'm fascinated being my age. Like they say that circulation, just overall body circulation is important. These circulation pills that I'm taking just for my circulation, not for anything else.
Not for performance.
They help out though?
It does.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, that's how the pills were found in the first place. They were like heart medicine, and the guy came in and was like, Doc, my heart's still funny, but down here.
Yeah.
I'm savage.
I'm rocking
I'm just
over here.
telling-
Well, you're just pitching tents in a way that you haven't.
It's one of those things where I'm kind of like, you're when earlier, like I'm like, geez, I feel kind of sluggish and all that.
Yeah.
So I've done a lot of research on, well, man, your overall body circulation and how you get blood certain spots and stuff like that. It seems to be like helping that without having, I didn't go in looking for that help.
Yeah, just a beautiful collateral damage.
I just want to be able to have blood circulate through my heart and not be, get stopped. So, yeah.
Get off more than you can chew with that one.
I guess.
Good for you, man. Well, I know where you're carrying around the tea bags all the time.
No. Well, no, it's just, but, there's things you don't think about. Like you think about, the circulation and stuff like that in your body just naturally, I'm thinking, well, I don't want my arteries and stuff to be all messed up and stuff. So I've just done a ton of research on it. And there's certain pills and stuff. Cayenne pepper.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Cayenne pepper is one that
good for everything.
Is good for everything.
Okay.
But like it helps with, but it, in other, it's kind of like, it helps with circulation, but in other areas it helps too.
I used to take nitrous oxide for that right there.
That right there is the next big thing that they say.
Yeah, I take that for that reason right there. It's like a little sneaky thing.
It's a sneaky trick, yeah. I've
performance?
Yeah, I've seen it before. I've seen it, and I'm like, I don't know if I need to go that route. But it's something that comes up. It's something that comes up when you start to talk about overall circulation of your body. Like
I'm taking notes over here.
There's different things. There's different types of like plant-based stuff and fruit stuff and vegetable stuff that you can eat.
Mackerel
that helps naturally. And I figured you would be all over this with a wife that's kind of a naturalist.
Yeah, I didn't realize that I might have a T-level issue. So now that it's brought to my attention, I might have to do a grocery run and just
there's certain foods that you can eat that will all of a sudden you're like thinking, wow, I feel a lot better, that kind of thing.
I mean, you got the 907, 21 years with vasectomy, 0 T-level issues. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, Eric, but the snip doesn't affect T levels. That's just you, man.
Damn.
Man, people are like telling you the real story, I think.
Okay, now Wee Wee James got it done.
He knows.
And his T levels did go down big time.
He talks about it so much they named him after it.
So I don't know. Maybe there's something to it. But it's time to go into the Pimp Cup. G-Bag of the day.
Here we go. Shout out to the fake Galloway on Twitter. I see you, man. Shout out to you, bro.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. How you doing this holiday week? My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. Not because I'm from L.A. Just my initials. You can hit me up on social media at Lucky Lucius P if there's anything you think I should be playing this week. Okay, or you can find us on Twitter, G-Bag Nation. All of our handles are in that bio. By the way, Tolo's letting you know right now, there will be a lot of randos as nominees this week as I empty out the folder for things that I've been skipping by. You know,
oh, okay, yeah.
So you might hear
End of the year cleanup?
Yeah, that type of vibe, man. I don't want to take anything over to the new year. I got to get the stuff out the folder. All right, our winner and champ so far right here. The man is having himself a good old time. Too drunk to order through the drive-thru. He was in the passenger seat, so don't worry about it. He was in the passenger seat, but yeah, they opted
in the back seat.
Yeah, in the back seat. I hope this is not like an Uber driver that had to pull up, because I bet he was just wore out. These drunk folks all in his car. All right, here we go.
With hash browns and what you say you want to drink?
Just 2 hash browns.
I want a Sprite. So what you want? You want Sprite?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So one of them, one of the hills with a hash brown.
The hills?
And
Yeah.
Bacon. I'm sorry. With spanking.
Spanking, bro.
With
Please, bro.
ain't nobody better equipped to take this order.
I don't even know what you're saying.
I don't either.
Yeah, I don't either.
I think they picked this man up.
With the weird,
Yeah.
He was buying dinner.
He was buying dinner. He was like, they were coming out of the club, and he was like, let's go, I'm hungry. And so he thought he'd be like, handle the order, and he can't handle it.
What if he was working at drive-through drive-through window, and that car pulls up and it's just him?
There's no chance.
It's just you.
No chance. No chance.
All right, here we go. Mr. Booger McFarland.
Yes.
Mr. Booger McFarland. Talking
LSU.
on TV, talking like it's just you and me. Oh, that's LSU?
He's an LSU guy. Yeah, he's an LSU guy.
It makes sense now. You got to have some decorum. His family's watching and everything, Booger.
No, man, we're not watching.
ESPN broadcaster Booger McFarland calling Pop-Tarts Bowl, which I like how they sacrifice their mascots and everything out there.
Love me some Pop-Tarts.
The flags even had like like the penalty flags.
Yeah.
They had Pop-Tart and symbolism and stuff on it or whatever. All right, anyway, he was asked about his favorite bowl memory as a player.
Yellow Jacket marching band right now on the field. Boog, your favorite memory playing in a bowl game?
Yeah, my first experience in the Peach Bowl in Atlanta. First time getting per diem, $987. Went to one nice establishment and I gave it all away. They have some good wings though.
Lemon pepper wings.
Lemon pepper wings.
Yeah, that's.
Yes, me and Lou Williams have something in common.
Yes, Lou's a big fan of lemon pepper wings.
Can anybody guess that establishment there in Atlanta?
Magic City. That's
right, Magic City. 100% shout out to Magic. It's a great documentary on Stars about Magic in his city. But they do have good wings out there. They do. They do have great food. We have some spots here in DFW that have some great food. The Lodge.
Yeah, Lucius, if you had to go around and do like a
you should do like a food review deal.
Strip clubs.
You would crush on that.
Okay, let me ask you, Lucius.
It's for work, honey.
They always
it's content.
I'm grinding out here, baby.
You want new floors, right?
They always talk about the prime rib dinner. Like the
Lodge is great, bro. They got some good food over there.
See, that's what I'm saying. I wonder if is it bar food or is it
it's great. You got steak, bacon wrapped scallops and stuff as you're eating. Right. It's great.
All right.
La Zona Rosa, they're not there anymore, but they used to have really good food. The cantina, whatever.
Yeah.
When they open up after hours, those nachos. Chef's kiss, man.
Yeah.
All right, what else we got here?
God, I love me some nachos.
How about Booger though? Just like no Fs.
No, I don't care.
Just out here, college football
I tell you
broadcast.
what, that's what
This
McAfee,
is my per diem, and I'm going to give it to them.
McAfee. That's what McAfee's doing for that. That they don't care anymore. They just say what they want.
Let's go. Let's go into 2026 just like that.
Yeah.
He'll be doing the field pass thing again for a lot of these college football playoff games. He'll be at the Cotton Bowl here at AT&T Stadium.
Yeah.
I like that last year.
Watch it.
Yeah, I did like that. I got maybe about 2 Tolos that hit me in the DMs and said this from last week needs to be in G Bag of the Day this week. Zach Wolchuk going to break.
Yeah.
They're awesome. All right, let's do a little finest. The best Christmas Day performances of all time and the Holiday Day Game. Jesus. The Holiday Day Game Guide. Gosh, that was a mouthful. That's next.
Yeah.
That's next.
I feel
Holiday
bad.
Gay Game.
I feel bad, Lucius. I feel like I've rubbed off on these guys. There's a lot of quitting going on. A lot of, me, I just kind of like quit.
Yeah.
If you can't help me with the answer, I just quit. Yeah, I feel like I've done that to Wolchuk. I made him a quitter.
Speaking of last week, I wanted to play this for you out of context. Mark Schlereth.
Oh, you got it.
Yeah, for some reason it didn't click over, but I did save it right and everything. I don't know. I was all discombobulated on Friday. But this is a statement about Jerry Jones. Sounds funny out of context, especially when they're talking about the 90s Cowboys.
Jerry had stepped away from, the NFL, like, hey, we all do coke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Got to step away for a while. Got to dry out. That wasn't one. I just had to get that out the way, too.
That's a good one, though, Lucius.
It's good to see that. Yeah, we'll have Mark Schlereth on tomorrow at 4:40.
Go get up.
The NFL, like, hey, we all do coke.
Hey. Got a man right here that fell asleep in the doctor's office in the waiting room.
No.
The video looks like they're in Irving. I'm not sure. Maybe all doctor's offices kind of look alike, but it look like the emergency room over there in Irving.
They make you wait.
Yeah, they make you wait. My man, he fell asleep. Maybe his medication makes him drowsy or something. I don't know.
Oh, God.
Hey, sir. Sir.
Oh, God.
Good sleep, boy.
Sir. Hello, sir.
In the pocket.
Sir.
He keeps going.
You got to poke him with like a stick. Wake up.
Don't they say don't wake people up like that though? Do they? I mean,
With a stick?
Bump them. If you bump them, how do you get somebody up that snores? There's like specifically there's a way to do this without like shocking them or something like that.
Good luck. I've never heard.
I think
my dude hadn't had that good of sleep in forever.
Yeah, my man was out in them little old hard chairs.
Yeah, but I think there's a way that you're not supposed to wake somebody up like that. There's like you're not supposed to
get up, fool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think
splash a little water on them.
Yeah, I don't know.
Last one right here. Yesterday was your church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie Haynes. I played this before, maybe like 2 years ago. The lead singer was struggling for his life, trying to get these holiday tunes out for the church. I believe it was the Christmas Eve celebration that they have at churches.
Yeah.
Background singers are the G-bag of the days for like acting like this is not happening.
Holy night. Holy night. All is calm. All is bright. Round your burden.
Oh, jeez.
Mother and child. Holy.
You got a gargle.
So dear, tender and fine. Sleep.
Oh my gosh.
Did he win the auction to be able to sing?
You should have done the broadest give up and you said, hey, tonight's not my night.
Man.
I want everybody to have a Merry Christmas.
You can't.
Let the background singers just take over.
You can't do that. You can't sing like that, can you?
That is tough.
You got to make a joyful noise.
You can't.
It doesn't have to be great. Just make sure it's joyful.
How about somebody stand up? Yeah. Oh. No.
Oh, man, that is tough, dude. Hey, lot of people are saying a DG's place is closing
Yeah, man,
up.
I seen that, bro. I don't know what's going on. I got so many photos of myself in DG's throughout the years.
What is DG?
Dallas Gentlemen's.
Oh, okay.
On Northwest Highway.
Yeah, I drive by it going to the studio every day.
Closing up shop.
Yeah.
What are we doing?
A lot of sadness here on the text.
Yeah.
All right, let's see here. Is it your one-time champ, the hammered individual at the drive-thru? Is it Booger McFarland reminiscing on the good old days when the tea levels were nice and strong? Is it Wolchuk's holiday mouthful teas?
Yep.
Stink in the cocaine. We have the sleep apnea at the doctor's office or the church day.
Got a
lead
CPAP
singer.
machine with him?
Or is it that right there, the lead singer's holy disaster on Christmas Eve? Wow, that's tough. I think I'm going to go with Wolchuk, though, man. I mean, he's the fantasy football champion, so we gotta knock him down a little bit. We gotta humble him a little bit. I'm going with Wolchuk. Lucius?
Shoot, man. Yeah, drive-through.
Okay. One for the champ. We're tied at 1 here, Broadus.
Yeah, I was going to vote for the drive-through myself.
There it is.
See Wolchuk, kaboom.
Now you're two-time champ.
Wolchuk was going to get you, bro.
Hammered at the drive-through. When are we going to get the knowledge bomb? Everybody's asking about the knowledge bomb.
Yeah.
When are we going to get the newie?
Yeah, me too.
You know, I'm sure you're sending emails.
Got some
left
pretty
and right.
bad news about that. Yeah, so we got to figure out something.
We're closing up like DG's?
Man, forcibly.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they put the locks on the door on me.
They
I'm
didn't even
shaking
care. They did it with some attitude.
They don't want you to use them anymore?
No, we just couldn't get it off the machine that it's on.
Come on,
Somehow
man.
it got corrupted in the
Come on, man.
move.
Come on, man.
Oh, we got a corruption.
Somehow
in the
it
move.
got corrupted.
I'm still hacked. I'm having to go overseas to see if I can get my hackness undone here, by the way.
Oh, the Twitter's still struggling.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah.
All right, back into the Pim Cup, LA Live.
All right, it's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
When I met him, I couldn't believe it. Floyd was like, "Hey, what's up, man? This my fiance. This my girl." They was both standing right there. That's what paper do, boy. You got that paper, people fall in line.
Yeah, that's a fact, Jack. This is LA Live for Monday, December 29th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks.
We're busting now, everybody come along. We're gonna dance on the funk and make love on the song.
Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday is just where I go over some things I seen or did over the weekend, but this weekend I did absolutely nothing. I did nothing. I got a lot going on. I hope you guys are having a great holiday season, though. I really do. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. It was a great Saturday morning of boxing in Saudi Arabia.
There you go.
A great Saturday morning. And I just so happened to roll over and catch it. I rolled over about 4 o'clock-ish in the morning and caught it because I fell asleep early that night. So I just so happened to wake up and rolled over. Shout out to the Fire Stick boys. I was able to get it last minute. Shout out to the Fire Stick boys in the building.
Clutch.
Big time clutch.
Come on, man. I love it. The theme of the night was Night of the Samurai.
Ooh.
Night of the Samurai. Riyadh season in Saudi Arabia. How do you feel about Saudi Arabia taking all the sports and comedy and everything? And people have hot opinions about that.
No, I mean, I've got like personal friendships.
You about to get hooked up.
I've been
a job.
I've been over there once, and I'm about to go over again.
That's what I'm talking about, Mr. B.
Yeah.
As you should, sir. The Japanese boxing champion, round for round, number 2. I mean, pound for pound. I said round for round.
Yeah.
Pound for pound, number 2 fighter in the nation. Not the nation, the world. Well, I'm all over the place still. Hold on. I might have to bring this back. Hold on. I'm going to bring this back.
Yeah, no
Hold on.
problem. No
I'm
problem.
going to bring this back. We need to start all over again. I'm just,
All right, you squares.
just playing.
Back into the Pim Cup.
I'm just playing. Yeah, the Japanese boxing champion and pound for pound, number 2 in the world. The Monster Inoue defeated David Picasso in a 12-round unanimous decision.
It was picture perfect.
It was nice. Yeah, he did a great job out there. The Monster's really good at what he does. But he fights a lot.
Yeah.
It's like his 4th fight this year.
I'm so sad.
What happened?
As you said, it's David Picasso.
Yeah. I heard you draw. He draws up.
It's picture perfect.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's a good Picasso joke. It was a good Picasso joke.
I can't even get any acknowledgement here. I say like stupid things. You guys look at me like I'm a dumbass.
I should have laughed audibly to give you that.
I'm sorry. We
should have slapped our knees.
Yeah. Just give it a ha-ha.
Nah, it was good, bro.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
But yeah, the Monster, he fights like 4 times a year, so he looked kind of tired to me in that one, or maybe bored. Maybe he's looking at his next fight.
Monster.
Yeah, the Monster Inoue. Little small guys.
Yeah.
But they fight like a mofo, man.
Yep.
Super bantamweight guys. Really small. But shout out to David Picasso, you said. The man is painting great pictures out there.
Picture perfect.
You can tell the moment was real big for him. Like super huge for him. He stepped up in class in a sense, you know what I mean? Like fighting this type of fighter. Took him a while to calm down. By that time, Inoue had already scored all his points and beat him up.
Oh, wow.
But he looked good. I'll watch another David Picasso fight again. You know, the Mexican fighters, man, they never give up, bro.
Never.
So that man was never giving up. He was a little too tight early. He had to loosen up and fight his fight. The Monster Inoue will be fighting Nakataki next year. And Nakataki was on the undercard, so that's why I think Inoue was he was looking past his opponent in the ring and focused on the next fight in the sense.
These Japanese fighters are making a name for themselves, huh?
Oh yeah. I'm learning them. They're fun to watch. Now here's a fight that should happen next year. Please stop playing with us. Stop playing. Get this money. Grand Prairie's very own Virgil Ortiz versus Philly's own Jaron Boots Ennis. That's the biggest fight in boxing to be made right now. Other than like Canelo and Benavidez, but we'll probably never see that right there. Yeah. That's the biggest fight right there, y'all. Virgil Ortiz versus Jaron Boots Ennis. Terms were verbally agreed upon, but we know how that is.
Yeah.
You need to sign this thing in paper because we can always change around and change our opinions. This fight is supposed to go down at AT&T Stadium here in the DFW, which I would love because I could be there. I would like to be on Cinco de Mayo, so please, guys, get it together.
That would be wild.
Get it together. Negotiations hit a snag over weight right now, and something called promoter disagreements, quote unquote. That's politics.
Politics.
That's all that is. Yeah.
A lot of politics.
My guy's A side. No, my guy's B side, and they're playing games like that to get more money and stakes. And stop playing. Make this fight. This is a super fight right here. Virgil Ortiz out of GP and Jaron Boots Ennis. That's Dallas versus Philly, just like Spence and Garcia. We need to make that happen, y'all. Quit playing games.
Would you go back to Vegas for that one, Lucius?
I mean, I would if they sent me.
Yeah.
I sure 100% will.
They like you in Vegas on these trips.
I like, and Virgil Ortiz is right here.
Yeah.
That's Grand Prairie's very own, baby.
You need to be there.
Keeping with boxing. Anthony Joshua, I know you guys seen that news early this morning when it broke.
I thought that was a ball sacking situation, right?
I was hoping it was.
Yeah. Wow, that's crazy.
Anthony Joshua. We just seen Anthony Joshua dominate the Paul out here. Jake Paul. He was injured in a car crash in Nigeria that claimed the lives of 2 people.
Yeah.
2 people, man, an early demise. Joshua himself suffered minor injuries as a passenger. Did you see the video of him getting out the car?
Yeah. It looked very difficult for a large man to be carried out of a car like that.
It looked like he was in hella pain and shock and everything like that. So, he could be fine right now, but those things happen. It'd be 2 weeks and you'd be like, oh, there's a vertebrae. Something's going weird back there.
Don't want to fight anymore.
Man, that really does suck.
That really sucks, man. This man is celebrating a win right now. He's out there in Nigeria where he's from,
Yeah.
They said it was like a tire just exploded. And that's what I read.
The reports I got right here, I mean, that could be it because, it always trickles in slowly. And the first ones usually be wrong. The Lexus he was in collided with a stationary truck.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in place? So these people were in place.
Like they were driving.
They weren't moving.
What I read was the tire exploded and then the driver's losing control of the car and they slam into another car.
Yeah.
Tires. So Nigeria has like notorious bad roads. Notorious. I wonder if they had anything to do with it. Like notoriously bad roads.
When a tire pops like that, you would think there was probably some bad pavement.
That's sad, man.
Really sad one, and his trainer,
yes, bro. Cena, his strength and conditioning coach, And a guy named Let's, RIP to you, sir. He's a personal trainer. Videos of those guys that they posted themselves are now circulating on the internet just like moments before. Them like landing on the airplane and enjoying themselves, smiling because, they just got off a win.
Yeah.
They're celebrating. It's really sad, man. Life is really, really precious. You got to be careful out here. So I try to give you a weekend warning every Friday because it can happen. And I try to tell my son this. Being a boy dad, these guys are crazy.
No,
boys are crazy,
bro. You're not wrong.
It's scary.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
It's scary. Like, you're not going to make it, bro. Slow down.
I'm dreading those days when the kids are old enough to be out doing their thing, and you're just like, oh, gosh.
It's scary.
I'll tell you, I'm watching my son drive that Smokey the Cannon halfway across the country to Orlando for this bowl game. I'm literally like...
tracking his phone or whatever?
I'm tracking him. I'm tracking as he's going. I'm just... Please, Lord, let him get to Orlando.
Yeah, how your parents do it.
Yeah.
It's nerve-wracking, brother.
Yep.
And they just do wild stuff, and you can't tell them no sometimes.
You can't tell them no.
Like, what was that? Christmas Day, that night, my son wanted to go hunting with his friend. Now, they just randomly decided, let's go hunting.
Yeah.
They didn't pack anything up earlier. It was just a random thing. You just do it. Hey, you want to go hunting? Me too. Let's do it, man. We ain't have nothing else to do. It's like you're forcing it, kid. You're forcing it. Slow down, man. It'll be there. You got to plan it out. That's how things happen. Oh, boy.
Did he bring you home some meat or what?
He said he was going hog hunting. I have yet to see a hog, so I'm waiting.
They didn't do this was just a knife, did it? Jumping out of a tree or something.
As crazy as they are, I would think so.
There's people that do that.
Crazy.
They hide up there and
Like
they jump down and they
Rambo.
stab them. Yeah, I mean, it's
Crazy, bro.
Yeah.
And those things are so disgusting. I can't even imagine wanting to get so close and like touching it and stuff.
Yeah, they are scary looking. The little tusk.
Yeah.
The little hair on them.
Hair,
oh, my gosh. Ugh. 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Hey. Another thing I've seen on the timeline, which is awful, considering all this Rob Reiner stuff that dropped. Shout out to Meathead. RIP to you. There was a lot of family crash outs over the weekend.
Oh, no.
Yeah, we got a drunk Florida man schmurdered.